Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Become Hero in Metropolis? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. Things had taken a turn for the worse. Only two of the Kryptonians that Supergirl knew had reduced both teams of superheroes to a pile of dirt and a heap of weary bodies, with the clear exception of Steve and Wonder Woman. Steve was confused about what was happening, while Wonder Woman seemed oddly captivated by him. Kara's frustration grew as the man demanded Superman's attention, reaching a peak when he threatened to crush a bus if they didn't call Kara's cousin. Green Lantern then had the brilliant idea to send Steve for donuts. Despite the clear discontent from the female Green Lantern, he redirected attention to Wonder Woman, who had miraculously recovered, suggesting they guide the battle with a team plan. Just before they could proceed, the portal went haywire again. Suddenly, a projectile shot out at great speed towards Zod, who had his back turned. The force and speed caused him to crash into the grass, leaving him momentarily stunned. A worried shout from Ursa alerted everyone, keeping their plan in mind. Ursa and Non paused before they could crush the bus. Kara watched as a figure emerged from the crater and dust, rising with an unsettling heaviness. The figure's hunched posture complemented its tattered clothing, which was stained with mud and blood. A strange scarf, resembling a long, tattered yellow cape, hung from its shoulders. The long black boots, almost knee-high, appeared to be part of a battered armor adorned with jagged claws at the feet. What terrified the young heroes most was the figure's face. Its eyes were almost furious, completely black like the night. A shattered metal muzzle covered its mouth, and its ears appeared to have been bitten by hunting dogs, attached to a mask in a deplorable state. The aura it emitted was eerie and gloomy, as if it were more dead than alive, ready to take someone with it to the beyond. This was the true source of fear. Unsure whether to feel fear or pity, the young heroes braced themselves upon seeing it. For them, someone who evoked such feelings was a completely new kind of enemy. Though trembling and nervous, they prepared to spring into action and follow their plan, for no one could say that this figure had once been a hero. It stood before them, except for Steve, who had gone for donuts. To Diana, it felt like witnessing Hades himself walking the earth, bringing death with his fiery wrath. She conveyed her thoughts to her sisters and allies, expressing that it was as if Hades had stepped onto the earth. The fear was palpable. Zatanna responded, suggesting that horrifying was a more fitting description, accompanied by a shiver. The man in green turned, noticing the figure on the ground, who appeared dazed. Its black clothing caught his attention, and he quickly glanced at the heroes, who were startled. They faced hollow, dark eyes. Supergirl felt as if he could see right through her, probing the depths of her own memory. It was an unsettling sensation, and she wasn't the only one who felt it. The man turned his gaze to the surprised Kryptonians. Upon seeing the uniform, he recalled how they had referred to the figure on the ground, and something clicked in his mind. His gaze landed on the bus in the hands of the strangers and made eye contact with a small blonde girl with blue eyes. This connection brought him back to himself. The fear in her eyes mirrored the looks he had once received, filled with a longing for help. He analyzed the situation at lightning speed, considering the potential power of his enemies, their strength, and the course of action to take. However, exhaustion clouded his ability to devise an appropriate strategy. He murmured to himself that civilians were the priority just as lightning crackled around him with a thunderous roar. He crouched low, ready to spring into action. He thought about his limitations, knowing he couldn't go all out, but he could still feel the energy coursing through his legs. Before any of the native heroes could react, the stranger shot toward the bus, leaving behind a trail of green lightning and a shattered ground. His speed was so extraordinary that it left even Supergirl in awe. Ursa didn't react in time and was struck, held by the shoulders. The surprise left her unable to respond quickly enough as the mysterious man placed both feet on her chest and turned his gaze to Non, who instinctively held the bus with all his strength. The green figure, nicknamed the Rag Doll by Batgirl, pushed with all his might against Ursa, using her as leverage to direct his attack at Non. The first impact sent the blue-haired woman away into a street devoid of civilians, while the second knocked the giant down, right beneath the falling bus. Green Lanterns were called to action, but the response was met with shock as the man in green rebounded off Non. A strange black energy, similar to that of the two Green Lantern members, erupted from his arms, firmly holding the bus. He then lowered it gently to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that it was comparable to the relentless speed of Superman. That was concerning. All eyes were on the energy returning to the arm of the rag doll as he made his way, with notable effort, toward the bus and yanked the door open. He firmly urged the civilians to leave the area, explaining that it was dangerous. They seemed confused and intimidated by his presence, perhaps due to his appearance or his weary tone. He noticed one of the posters inside the bus. It was in English. He repeated his request, using the English he had learned, considering it was the language he had seen on the poster. This time, they began to understand and quickly started to exit. He glanced up at Non, who was getting up, visibly annoyed, and then cast a quick look at Ursa, who was also in the air. He felt a tug at his leg and looked down to see the little blonde girl hugging him. This gesture warmed his heart and brought back sweet memories of a small horn. He reassured her that it was nothing, gently patting her head, and urged her to go, reminding her that it was still a dangerous place. The girl hurried away with the other civilians while the young heroes remained in a state of inaction. They stood in awe at the freshly completed work. The man rose under the gaze of both allies and enemies. Non did not hesitate and charged at him with inhuman speed, triggering his sensor. Perhaps the combination of size and speed reminded him of Muscular, and his mind went on high alert. He launched himself at Non as well, finding it easier to dodge. He ducked under a punch, delivering a devastating blow where he assumed the giant's liver would be, then took a step back. Non fell, clutching the affected area. The heir took a good look at his surroundings. The enemies in black, along with those who appeared to be heroes and heroines, were still watching, not yet moving. He quickly thought about how to end this before collapsing from exhaustion. One of the onlookers warned him not to act recklessly. Another interrupted, stating that he was in unfamiliar territory. A fifth added that the so-called heroes did not seem to react. The fourth pointed out that they were just kids, to which Nana growled that their boy was also young. Deku then spoke up, sharing that he had a plan, and someone remarked that he always had one. His gaze sharpened as he noticed the portal, and a glimmer of jade appeared in his eyes. He addressed the one called General, asking if he was Cal. The man remained still, keeping his guard up, as faint lightning surrounded him. His body felt weak. He asked who Deku was, his accent barely noticeable, and he silently thanked Present Mike for that. Deku pressed on, insisting he was not playing games. Both were interrupted when Zod turned to them. Deku glanced at the heroes and heroines, wondering why they were not acting. He realized he needed to do something, and the portal sparked an idea. He noted that this was not Clark, as Clark flew like them and did not hide his face. He also humorously mentioned that he had taught Clark how to use the bathroom, so he should recognize him. The blonde woman twitched, and at that moment, when Zod looked away, the green figure seized the opportunity to gather all the energy he could muster and charged forward with incredible speed. Zod received a powerful kick to the face, and before he could recover, he was enveloped by dark energy. A sharp pain shot through Zod's head, and he quickly turned. The giant had come for him while the blue-haired figure floated with crimson eyes glowing. Zod's strength surged as he tightened his muscles, trying to prevent any tearing of his tendons or fibers. Using the man he held, Zod swung him forcefully against Ursa, crashing them both to the ground. He swiftly blocked Non's punch with his metal saws, absorbing the impact, though he was sent flying toward the other heroes and heroines. They all dodged, anticipating a crash. However, Zod agilely twisted in the air, absorbing the impact by bending his knees against the wall of the building behind them, using it to propel himself with enough force to land a double kick on Non. Despite blocking the kick, Non was pushed back along with his allies. The three of them rose, exchanging glances before turning their attention back to the green figure. As they began to float, Deku observed his enemies with fatigue. Two of them had glowing red eyes, and one was taking a deep breath. His enemies were preparing, as his sensor indicated. He decided to go all out. Nana warned him that he was tired, but Deku tried to ignore the impending lecture. Lariat reminded him to act quickly, noting that while his body had adapted to using 100% of his power, the previous battle had taken a toll on him. Deku nodded in acknowledgement. There were no more issues. One for all had no limits. His body could handle the speed of 100%, along with the recoil of the force. In mere milliseconds, thunder rumbled, and he saw the portal beginning to close. The heroes and heroines were still watching without moving. It had been almost 2 minutes since he arrived, and they had done nothing. This reminded him of the sludge monster and Kakin. The danger sensor heightened as he felt the giant exhale a chilling breath toward him. He tensed his fist and his entire body, and before it reached him, he unleashed a punch toward an empty street. The surprise was immense as a wave of air surged forward, dispersing the cold without causing significant damage. But the danger sensor alerted him again, and he moved quickly to dodge the lasers. Ursa attempted to block a kick but couldn't even follow the movement with her eyes. The impact was more than she anticipated, and her body collided with Non, sending them both crashing to the ground once more. Zod fired more lasers at him, and like an acrobat, Deku dodged them in midair using his whips, then threw a punch in Zod's direction. Zod was forced to close his eyes and shield himself with such force that it sent him flying backward, all from the pressure of the wind. Seizing the opportunity, Deku bent his back and launched himself, landing a punch on Zod's face that sent him crashing into the other Kryptonians. Zod grunted Jor-El's name, feeling pain that was unfamiliar to him. He had to admit that the one he believed to be Kryptonian hit hard. Deku landed in front of them, their whips binding them together, lifting them without allowing any movement. He looked at them and began to spin like a top. Finally he leaped, sending them toward the closing portal. As they disappeared, he released the whips and tensed both arms, charging one for all to its maximum and activating float. He thought to himself that he hadn't been able to test this before, even though it seemed like a good idea. But now he could try it. Dakota Smash. Only Supergirl's super hearing caught the sound clearly. To the astonishment of everyone, he unleashed a pair of twin punches toward the sky. The portal closed in the wake of the whirlwind of power, and the sky filled with dark clouds cleared in less than 2 seconds. Deku could barely maintain float any longer and began to plummet toward the ground, deactivating one for all as well. As the green figure descended rapidly, he showed no signs of movement, prompting the others to rush in to help. However, he spun at the last second, landing heavily and shattering the ground as he bent his knees. He did not even lift his gaze, his legs trembling, but he held his ground. Fatigue was quickly consuming him. These opponents were tough. He realized this after striking the giant. They were strong and resilient, perhaps even more so than muscular. In his current state, he knew he wouldn't have been able to defeat them in a prolonged battle, so it seemed that not giving them any respite was the best option. Now, with the immediate danger gone, he recalled what he had been doing just before everything became strange, and he ended up wherever he was now. Although it wasn't clear how he had ended up there, he knew who he was facing, but not how it had concluded. He clenched his fist, trying to control Lariat's power. He felt a voice urging him to calm down, reminding him that All for One was more than finished. That was the problem. He hadn't been strong enough, and he couldn't save someone important to him. He cut himself off, frustrated, and gasped, feeling regret for Nana. Meanwhile, the heroes observed closely the figure who had taken down their opponents single-handedly, closing the portal with a single blow and clearing the clouds. Opinions were divided, but a common fear lingered. This person could be a potential enemy. On the other hand, Barbara Gordon, known as Batgirl, sensed a vibe similar to Batman in this man. Was it the fear he instilled? Perhaps. Did she feel admiration? Was there envy? Definitely. He was better at imitating that aura. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, wondered who this person was, while Jessica Cruz, another Green Lantern, turned to Kara, asking if he was from her planet. Kara replied that she had never seen him before, but his strength felt different from theirs, and she felt frustrated at the clear sky in that part of the city. She didn't want another figure stealing the spotlight. There was already too much attention on Superman. Zatanna expressed her concerns about the dark figures she had seen, describing them as terrifying, while Karen admitted they frightened her. Zatanna teased her, reminding her that she was easily scared. Batgirl excitedly pointed out that he resembled Batman. Wonder Woman noted that he fought with the ferocity of Ares, the intelligence of Athena, and the speed of Hermes, declaring him a man worthy of Olympus and suggesting they make him their ally. Wonder Woman approached the unmoving figure, and the superhero girls and the Invenci brothers cautiously followed her. A force and speed of that caliber seemed like a valuable addition to the most dangerous city, second only to Gotham. She greeted him as a brother in arms, but he remained silent. She pressed for his identity, but once again received no response. In the name of the gods, she demanded he identify himself and clarify his intentions. Izuku stood still, not speaking. Hal questioned if he was mute, while a frustrated blonde suggested they beat the truth out of him, eager to show him who was in charge. Z urged her to calm down, reminding her that he had taken down their opponents and might be on their side. Diana, however, wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and asked him again who he was. But once more, there was no answer. Instead, the figure turned to glance over his shoulder, his eyes shining with an intensity that restricted all movement around him. A chill ran down Wonder Woman's spine, but she stood her ground. She asked if they were heroes, to which Batgirl, suppressing her nerves, pointed out the obvious, gesturing to their outfits as if to demonstrate their heroism. Izuku didn't understand their attitude. He crouched down again, preparing for action. Z readied a spell, and Diana unsheathed her sword. As the lightning struck, he propelled himself into the sky, shattering the ground beneath him and intending to escape before he collapsed. Wonder Woman called out to Supergirl, who pursued him at incredible speeds. Deku glanced back at her, determined not to let her catch him. He surveyed the city from above, plotting his next move, and turned to the blonde, declaring he wouldn't allow another fool to steal the spotlight. This response did not sit well with the green-haired boy. He insisted that if they were heroes, they should act like it. With that, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from his body, obscuring Supergirl's vision. She lunged through the smoke, but he was no longer there. Frustrated, she looked around, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in her surroundings. The sky was clear for miles, even beyond the borders of Metropolis. The dark clouds appeared as if they had been pushed away, and he recalled the terrifying double strike that had closed the portal. He pulled out his phone and took a picture, thinking everyone would go crazy over this. What on earth was Dakota, anyway? Now that everything was calm, what better way to celebrate a job well done than by eating donuts on a beam? Ignoring the fact that they weren't the ones who finished the job and that there could be a potential villain loose in Metropolis, it was no excuse to take a break. But everything seemed fine for the moment. Besides, Supergirl mentioned that he appeared to be on the side of the heroes. He also seemed to dislike showing his face and was incredibly strong. If they could get his help in another critical situation, like an alien lunatic wanting to take over the world again, they might be all right. His agility was reckless and intimidating. Despite the speed of Flash and Supergirl, landing a hit on him would be difficult. Diana mused about this after being caught by Kara when she stumbled backward, lost in thoughts of Steve. He had come out of that portal alongside Zod and was now on the loose. They needed to know his intentions. Oliver chimed in, urging Diana to calm down. They could rest for now and deal with that guy later. He then questioned what a Dakota even was, prompting laughter from those who understood. Diana asked for clarification. Remembering his super hearing, Oliver recounted how he heard the phrase, Dakota Smash, before the villain struck. He pointed to his ears, expressing confusion over the term. Diana explained that Dakota was the name of 2 states to the north of the country. Oliver teased her about not knowing the names of the states where she lived. Kara complained about having enough to remember from her own planet. Z asked for examples, and Kara mentioned that Clark was from Kryptonopolis and she was from Argo City. She tried to recall more names but struggled. Wonder Woman contemplated the situation, thinking that if the new arrival's intentions were not malicious, they could convince him to be their ally. This would greatly aid their efforts as heroes in Metropolis. Hal Jordan added that they could also give him a few good punches for suggesting they weren't acting like heroes. A moment of silence fell over them as they pondered this. Steve, still blissfully enjoying his sprinkled donuts, was oblivious to the conversation. Green Arrow questioned what it meant to act like a hero, asserting that defeating villains was what heroes did. Bumblebee expressed her hope that the newcomer wasn't evil, though she hesitated to voice her thoughts. With that uncertainty lingering, they continued their discussion until the donuts were gone. Much earlier, Izuku had landed near a bridge connecting to another part of the city and hid beneath it, peeking out to see the blonde heroine searching for him through the dissipating smoke. He wondered if she had powers like Captain Celebrity, possessing super strength and flight. She resembled those black-clad villains but didn't wear their uniform, and it seemed she knew them too. Questions flooded his mind regarding what had just happened. He realized he had emerged from that strange place through the portal, just like the others, and instinctively returned the civilians on the bus to safety when he saw them in danger. Was Zod involved? Was that the Phantom Zone? He had never heard of heroes using such terms or places. Considering the language, he knew he wasn't in Japan, and it sounded like American English. How had he ended up in the United States? He was unfamiliar with the terms the American heroes used. They didn't seem like professional heroes. They appeared more like students, just like him. Were such situations so common that there was no oversight from the pros? He needed to stop overthinking it. He struggled to move again, hiding better among the supports of the beams beneath the bridge. However, his body collapsed weakly against the concrete, the sound of metal hitting the ground echoing painfully in his head. Even with his legs feeling weak, he turned onto his back, relieved to see that he hadn't been followed. Losing that heroine had been surprisingly easy. She hadn't even seemed to exert herself. He pushed those thoughts aside to assess his refuge. The ground was concrete, with beams rising up to the metal overhead. It wasn't ideal, but it was enough to wait for nightfall and rest from the pain of his previous battles. He groaned in pain now that he was alone, removing his hood and mask and setting them aside along with his backpack. His arms fell limply to his sides, and his eyelids felt heavy. He began to think, though he didn't want to. The familiar feeling that came with reflection was bothersome. He forced his mind to focus on the different sounds of engines while closing his eyes, losing track of time. When darkness enveloped him, his eyes opened with the same heaviness he had felt when he fell. He couldn't tell if he had slept or not. It was a fleeting darkness, like a blink. He didn't feel rested, but his body responded better when he reached for his masks. That was a sign he could continue. He stood up, feeling some pain, resembling a zombie. Forgetting where he was, he stumbled into the water. After emerging and shaking off, he placed both accessories over his face, concealing any trace of his identity. Aside from his long green hair peeking out from the back of the mask, there was nothing to give him away. He emerged from beneath the bridge, ensuring no one was around. Once he confirmed that only cars were passing by, he sighed wearily. He was far from home and unfamiliar with the city, unsure of where the bridge led. Staying in this city until he figured out where he was might be the best option. Speaking of the bridge, the supports rose high, and he figured he could get a decent view from there. He murmured to himself, preparing to jump as lightning enveloped him. He took a few steps back, gathering his strength before leaping toward the beam. Izuku was grateful for Mirko's advice on jumping, as it helped him avoid fatigue from using more of one for all than necessary. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to reach great heights with his quirk, it was simply a matter of habit. His ascent was not particularly noticeable to the cars below, and he quickly climbed to the highest point of the bridge's support. The wind was strong, but nothing he couldn't handle. Crouched down, he took a moment to look over the city he had come from. The night was filled with lights, but he couldn't recognize anything, especially not the building that had Saturn at its peak. He wondered where he was, his gaze drifting to the other end of the bridge, where another city seemed to lie in the distance. It appeared strange and foreboding. He reasoned that it would be best to stay in the city where he had appeared. He knew nothing about it, and seeking help tomorrow from a hero or police officer seemed like the best course of action. He suddenly realized he might have lost his license during the chaos. The thought of being mistaken for a vigilante made him sigh. Things were going from bad to worse, but it wasn't without a solution. He just needed to find a change of clothes and stash his costume in his backpack until he could return home. With that in mind, he set off in a new direction. It was still night, and the city center might have a fair number of people. He decided to head toward the lower neighborhoods, recalling the good view he had gained earlier. After several minutes, he landed on a high rooftop of a complex in the lower area. The dark alleys were plentiful, as were the stray cats fighting for scraps of food. There were many containers to choose from. Surely one of them would have clothes that fit him. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the metallic sound of a struggle. Crouching down, he turned his gaze to see someone trying to force open a car door. It could have been his own car, and the person might have been trying to get in after leaving the keys inside, but no one wears a ski mask for that. Crossing his arms, he revealed the damaged parts of his gauntlets and costume. His eyes glimmered as his quirk danced around him like serpents, creating an intimidating presence. Suddenly, sparks of electricity erupted from his body, illuminating the darkness of the night. The thief, startled by an unexplainable sound, abandoned his task and looked around, eventually noticing the peculiar green glow. When he looked up, he froze at the sight of Izuku, who resembled a gargoyle perched on the ledge. The thief stammered an apology, dropping everything he had on the ground and raising his hands in surrender. Despite his plea, Izuku remained silent, the black tendrils still swirling around him as the sparks continued to flicker. The thief, panicking, turned and fled. Izuku relaxed his stance, noticing that his costume appeared less dirty, likely due to having fallen into the water and moving around while trying to escape. Nevertheless, he still needed to find a change of clothes. After a little over an hour, he managed to find a large shirt and a pair of shorts that barely clung to his hips. With the clothes in hand, he returned to the same rooftop, checking to ensure no one was watching before quickly removing his costume. He took off his metal-soled shoes, sneakers, and leg restraints, followed by the broken gauntlets that All Might had given him and the mask. He pulled down his hood, revealing his tired face. The dark circles under his eyes were evident, and his hair, tousled from being pushed back, fell into its natural state. The scar on his cheek was less noticeable, but he was still dirty. He didn't mind much as he removed the green suit, slightly stained with mud and remnants of past battles, leaving him in dark underwear. The cool night air felt refreshing, and he took deep breaths, surprised at how he had forgotten the simple act of breathing. He stood there for a moment, exposed to the night, taking deep breaths to stave off tears that threatened to spill. Memories flooded back to him at an unimaginable speed. Perhaps the most prominent was when he managed to capture and subdue Toga and Dabi. There had been a plan. After battling Lady Nagant and healing from a bullet wound that left a scar on his torso, he had devised a strategy with Endeavor, Hawks, and Best Genus to track down all for one's allies. It had worked remarkably well. Memories of that time returned because his friends had followed him again after slipping away once before, trying to convince him to return. Dabi had managed to break free, leaving a burn scar on his back, but that had been resolved with the help of Endeavor and Shoto. Yet, perhaps due to exhaustion, he had become somewhat aggressive with his friends and had escaped from them again, saying hurtful things. Unbeknownst to him, shedding his costume lifted a part of the weight he had been carrying. The need to keep fighting until he was exhausted eased. This relief, combined with the memories, brought tears to his eyes. He focused on his breathing until he calmed down, wiping the tears from his face. Feeling more at ease, he put on the new clothes, a pale yellow shirt and loose black shorts. He slipped on his sneakers and managed to stow his costume and gadgets into his backpack. The shirt read "Big One" in pink, fitting him loosely. His warm body needed nothing more than that loose fabric. He didn't feel cold. But now that he was out of his costume, he wanted to take advantage of the moment. He wanted to rest. With everything ready, he located a dark alley and jumped down into it. His quirk illuminated part of the alley, allowing him to hide his backpack under a container before climbing up. Sleeping in a dumpster was certainly better than not sleeping at all. Besides, he was used to it. His wounds, now cleaned of mud and dirt, were healed. Yet, the solitude and silence that time brought to that alley opened the door to something he didn't need right now, thinking. What was happening? Why were there no heroes patrolling at night? Where was he? Where had he been before ending up in this city? What would he do now? Why did all these questions feel like they were drowning him, imprisoning him in a mystery that offered no hint of clarity? Why did it feel as if he were breaking apart under the weight of his own inability to resolve the current situation? Why did the failures he had made thus far seem to climb up his back and sink deep into his being, stabbing him and generating that relentless feeling of guilt that had been slowing his steps on the cold concrete of his city more and more? He had failed Tenko Nana. He had disappointed All Might Aizawa-sensei. He had failed to keep his friends safe the moment he arrived in this unfamiliar city. He had hurt them. He had let himself down. He had failed his mother. Oh, his beloved mother. What a great torment it must have been to care for such a child, and worse, to worry about Deku, the useless, foolish Deku who couldn't do anything right until the end. Why couldn't he even remember Tenko's last words? Izuku struggled to breathe, his vision clearing amid the darkness of unconsciousness and tears. He coughed violently, realizing he was choking without even knowing it. Tears streamed down to his messy green hair, lost among the tangled strands, but he cared little for the wetness or dirt when he saw the sky was completely dark. There were no stars. There was nothing. He had momentarily allowed himself to be taken prisoner by the darkness that surrounded the entire city, the world. The calmness of that silence seemed to be a violent call to the revelry of his own guilt. Guilt over his decisions. Complicated, difficult decisions that carried painful consequences he had to swallow in the hope of seeing a better dawn in Japan. And together with everyone else, a better world, for even if he had done his part, it didn't mean he was the only one helping people. But if everything he fought for, everything he clung to, tirelessly, stubbornly, and bravely was not there, if he couldn't see it fulfilled, why had he fought and bled then? Everything had been in vain. The core of One for All, which had been feeling the storm raging within the young man, shook violently, and Nana could not withstand it. No, Izuku, it was not in vain, Nana spoke. Remember, Yoichi interrupted. Your battle ended the immortal evil. What 8 generations could not achieve, you did. Our consciousness remains here thanks to our will and desire to end that being. We are grateful for all your efforts, Hikage said kindly. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. He thanked them for their words but expressed that he only wished to see everyone smile when this was all over. To return to UA, to go home. To see that tranquility was the desire that pushed him when he could not go on. He paused for a moment before reflecting on what he had said. He thought he was being selfish, nothing more. You can't say it was in vain or selfish with the number of people you helped, kid. Lariat arrived a bit late but shouted as usual. But for a boy, you did well. This responsibility wasn't yours to bear yet, but you did it that was unexpected. And the least you deserve, Izuku, is that wish of yours. To see the fruits of that effort, Nana said with understanding. But I want you to know that I regret placing my feelings and the consequences of my actions upon you. Nana's regret mixed with guilt, but Izuku remained himself. He smiled a little. He was happy to have helped her, Nana-san. He didn't blame her for this. He thanked her for giving him one more reason to fight. Nana smiled with a few tears within the core. You will find out where we are and how to return. A less tempestuous Izuku looked at the sky. Again. It didn't matter where he was now, he just had to return home. He only needed to go back and see the new dawn of Japan. You will do that tomorrow, 9th. The voice was somewhat scary, but it was pleasant. You deserve a good rest as much as you can. Agreeing with this, the green-haired boy closed his eyes, realizing how exhausted he was and how much he longed to sleep well again. Minutes passed before Izuku felt himself starting to drift off. But instinctively, he opened one of his eyes slightly, only to notice a small glimmer in the sky that smiled at him. A vague memory of his mother singing that lullaby about the stars, a song everyone knows, came to his mind. He closed his eye, both now wide open again, hoping to figure something out tomorrow. His mind began to shut down, yearning for the well-deserved rest he had been longing for after his ordeal in Mustafu. Deku, Izuku, after so many months, could be himself again and sleep peacefully for a night, and he was very grateful for that. At the same time, The consciousnesses filled with hopes and desires locked within one for all felt the storm cease its assault on the core, and they calmed down. Yoichi smiled broadly as he took a glance. Well, he spoke softly. The boy will be better. You don't know that, Nana replied, wiping her tears. Lariat touched her shoulder, and when she turned, he pointed upward. I think he does. Nana looked around her. The darkness and heaviness that had been pressing on the core since Deku took the forefront of the defenses had begun to lift. That gloomy and funeral atmosphere was no more. Only darkness and unease remained. That was a good sign. Yoichi is not so foolish, Leader commented. He had a small smile while leaning against the wall behind the first throne. Beside him, the third nodded. I just hope our boy can let it go, Hikage wished for himself, but it echoed in everyone's ears. Ha! The kid is strong. He has will, he will get through this. If not, the eighth wouldn't have chosen him. Lariat ruffled the black-haired boy's hair beside him. The hero Deku is very strong. You're right, Nana agreed affectionately toward the boy. He fulfills the vision of the hero I left for my successor. If I hadn't taken that into account, I would have pursued him from beyond. Nana looked toward the eighth throne. Everyone observed in the same direction with funny expressions. Isn't that right, Toshinori? Izuku cared for nothing more than to sleep. His slumber was so deep, and the rest so necessary that he didn't even dream. He needed such a night of sleep that even when the sun shone on his face near noon, he did not wake up from it. But he did awaken to the sound of a heavy truck and the voices of some people. The smell quickly filled his nose as he opened his eyes slightly. It was terrible and overwhelming. The hardest part about sleeping in the trash was waking up. The sun shone directly into his eyes. He heard the truck again and someone mentioning that a couple of containers were missing. He quickly got up, feeling his body completely relaxed, almost as if he were still asleep. He stumbled to the ground when he tried to stand, but his mind felt freer and lighter. He couldn't recover quickly from those injuries, but that wouldn't hinder him now. He pulled his backpack from under the container and stepped into the alley. As he ventured deeper into the alley, intending to emerge on the other side, he couldn't help but think about his immediate future. He wondered what he should do next, where he was, and what this place was. All might. His eyes wandered to both sides of the street. There weren't many people, which sent a chill down his spine. He shook those thoughts from his head and reminded himself that he was in a run-down alley. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He needed to figure out where he was and then try to contact his mother or Endeavor. They were the only two numbers he remembered by heart that would still be answered. Plus, reaching out to them was the best option. They could even contact his friends to let them know he was okay. But he needed to get everything in order. The former body of All for One had been irreparably damaged. After that, he fought Tenko, who was consumed by the hatred that had been instilled in him. Following that battle, he was unexpectedly pulled into a place that seemed straight out of a science fiction movie. It felt like an interstellar journey that distorted his perception, leaving him both amazed and frightened to be the only witness. Soon after, he found himself in an unfamiliar city, where he had fought against some tough individuals. From various clues, he suspected he was no longer in Japan. Therefore, there were no assassins after him. However, he also didn't see any adult heroes, and the ones who seemed like potential heroes he encountered didn't inspire confidence. To be honest, he hadn't given them a chance to speak. He had been hostile and fled before they could. At night, he still didn't encounter any heroes on patrol, which was strange. The likelihood of this being due to being in a rundown area was high. It could also be a memory of Atheon and Rhodey. But the city was vast, and there should have been agencies around. His train of thought was interrupted when he took a breath and caught a whiff of himself. He smelled much worse than the trash he had slept in. He needed soap and water. But what could he do now? He had nothing. To make matters worse, he was starting to feel hungry. The most sensible thing to do now was to look for a hero on patrol or a police officer. Yet, even in a large city, he knew about the tendency of heroes to avoid the rundown areas. Those were the same neighborhoods where he had wandered looking for his enemies for a while. He sighed and stepped back into the alley. With 2 jumps and his quirk, he reached the rooftop. Surveying the city, he decided which streets to take. He thought about his mother and friends, promising himself he would return. Just then, his stomach growled. Fortunately, since he hadn't eaten yesterday or today, he still had 1 or 2 protein bars left. It was a bad idea to walk under the summer sun without water and food. He wasn't foolish enough to expose himself right after arriving. But he was in the city. He had to admit everything felt different. Japan seemed more futuristic in some small ways. It wasn't much, but it was noticeable. He believed the United States was much more advanced than this. Moreover, he hadn't seen a single hero on patrol, not even the ones he saw yesterday. He was confused about what kind of schedule this was. Judging by the sun, it was at least 1 in the afternoon. In fact, he didn't even know what day it was. He sighed in resignation and decided he should look for a police station. There had to be one around. Or better yet, he could ask for directions since he didn't know the area at all. So, he approached the first woman he saw, who happily gave him simple directions. The problem was that it was far, toward the center of the concrete jungle of tall buildings. Doubting whether he could make it, he rummaged through his backpack for one of the bars. As he walked through the crowded streets filled with cars and people, he took bites of the bar when there was enough saliva in his mouth to prevent it from sticking in his throat. He didn't have water to wash it down, which made him feel like an irresponsible fool. In fact, when was the last time he drank water? Perhaps before his last battle with Shigaraki when he came into contact with Toga. Now that he thought about it, an American heroine had come to Japan to support them. The departure of a hero from his country, if this was indeed the United States as he suspected, would be newsworthy. If he could find a newspaper or a television, he might learn something. The death of the #1 heroine should also be making headlines as a major news event. That last thought sparked an idea. He knew what he could do. But first, he needed to keep his head clear, as it was starting to spin. He was feeling a bit dizzy. He even felt a slight cramp in his leg, which he ignored by shaking it off. He realized he had forgotten the directions. Should he ask again? Maybe he should. He would have if he had noticed the pedestrian light was red. A sudden jolt of awareness hit him, and he instinctively turned to the right. A car was speeding toward him, honking loudly. When he tried to move out of the way, the cramp in his leg stopped him. For a moment, he thought that was it, but his body had already refused to obey him before, and he knew he had to move it reluctantly. He managed to avoid most of the impact at the last second. The hit to his leg was strong enough to send him to the ground, hitting his head. He held on to himself, feeling the pain while watching a couple rush out of another car that had stopped suddenly, and people began to gather around to watch. "Oh my God, Eliza!" the man exclaimed in panic, believing he might be seriously hurt. "I'm not dead," he managed to say, rubbing his leg and looking up at them. "Oh no. This is really bad," the woman, apparently named Eliza, exclaimed in distress. Panic overtook the woman as she saw what could be a lifeless body in front of her. The figure suddenly exclaimed that he was alive, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. Izuku held their gaze, noticing that both had green eyes almost like his. The worried look reminded him of someone with the same eye color. He tried to reassure them, observing their expressions relax slightly, and said it was just a minor bump. The man with the beard, still in a state of panic, insisted that it had been a strong impact. He expressed disbelief that Izuku could call it a small hit. In truth, the blow hadn't been too severe. He had only a small bruise. The real issue was that the vehicle had caused a cut when it struck him, likely bending and damaging his leg in the process. There was a sharp edge that needed fixing. Was he really that tough? He downplayed the situation, shaking his right hand dismissively, but the scars on his arm became visible, heightening the couple's silent panic. Eliza urged Jeremiah to take him to the hospital, and he agreed. However, Izuku had already gotten to his feet. He politely declined their offer, bowing his head slightly. It was then that they noticed his features. His eyes, though large, were slightly slanted, leading them to quickly deduce that he was probably from another country. Jeremiah whispered to Eliza that he was a foreigner, and she nodded in agreement, observing him lean against a mailbox. Jeremiah expressed concern that it was unfortunate he had almost been run over. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety at the thought that they might recognize him or want something from him. The man approached and helped him to a bench on the sidewalk, insisting they take him to the hospital for assistance. Izuku didn't want to be a burden, especially since he had no money or health insurance. Perhaps they could just take him to the police station instead. Once seated in front of the couple, he looked up, embarrassed, and admitted that he was lost and searching for the police station. Eliza insisted on helping him, noting that he wouldn't be able to walk properly in his condition. Izuku glanced at his leg, preparing to refuse their help, but then he had a small epiphany. He had turned down assistance more than once before. They seemed like good people, just like his friends and teachers. He noticed the blood on his leg and sighed, realizing he needed to accept their kindness. He quietly thanked them, hoping he wouldn't be a nuisance, which earned him warm smiles from the adults. The interior of their car was pleasant, though the dented door made him uneasy. He sat in the middle of the back seat, and as both adults entered the vehicle, it started moving. Izuku felt a twinge of worry seeing them so cheerful before they began to speak. They expressed regret for almost hitting him, explaining that they had been distracted talking about their daughter. He felt guilty, insisting it was his fault for not looking before crossing the street. The man argued that it was irresponsible of the driver who hadn't even stopped, calling him a JRK. They were relieved that the incident hadn't resulted in anything serious. The man introduced himself and Eliza, and Izuku realized he had gotten into the car of two strangers who seemed very trustworthy, exactly what his mother had warned him against. He felt a pang of guilt for being irresponsible and exposing himself to potential danger, even though they didn't seem like bad people. Still, his instincts hadn't activated. Eliza introduced herself and her husband, and Izuku introduced himself with a smile that masked his concern. Eliza's warm smile was something he desperately needed. When he thought of home, he could only remember desperate, sad faces. Her cheerful expression felt like a bandage for his wounded heart. Eliza turned to Jeremiah, and they exchanged a glance before she asked how he had ended up there. Izuku panicked internally, realizing he had no fabricated story ready, and he certainly couldn't reveal the truth. Instead, he offered a sad smile and admitted he didn't know where he was, feeling far from home. The rest of the ride was quiet, punctuated by a few questions from both sides. Izuku learned that they had an adopted daughter his age named Kara and a dog named Crypto. He also discovered that the dented door was where Kara usually exited the car, suggesting she had incredible strength or was simply very reckless. More importantly, he found out they had no special abilities and were unaware of what they were, which raised alarms in his mind. This was concerning, as they seemed to have never heard of such things. Jeremiah and Eliza were startled when he mentioned he was 16 and from Japan. To avoid discussing his scars, he simply lied about feeling uncomfortable when the topic arose. They tried to understand what he meant by quirk, but he brushed it off, just as he did when they inquired about his scars. Arriving at the police station was a relief for everyone. The couple wanted to help him, while he was anxious about what they would do next. It became awkward when they refused to leave until they knew what would happen to him, insisting on helping with his leg despite his protests. Izuku sighed, realizing he wouldn't be able to dissuade them, and offered a grateful bow. Just before entering, he remembered a small detail: his backpack. If he went into the station to ask for help, they would likely ask about its contents, and if they had a metal detector, it would beep. If they searched his belongings, they would find his costume, and he was sure someone would recognize it. Panic set in, and he didn't know what to do. Before entering, he leaned against the wall for a moment, and they waited, their eyes never leaving him. Izuku thought of something to buy himself time. Eliza asked if he was okay, and he reassured her that he was fine, just feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Are you thirsty?" Jeremiah asked more than he answered. Both of them stood still, observing him. Izuku began to sweat, feeling increasingly nervous. No one moved until Jeremiah spoke again, pointing out with concern that Izuku's lips were dry and that he was dehydrated. "Oh no, that's true. Stay here, we'll bring you some water." They both quickly disappeared. Izuku sighed in relief and scanned the area for a hiding spot. Unfortunately, there were no bushes, trees, or alleys nearby, nothing he could reach before the Danvers returned. He prayed and then decided to take a risk. He removed his backpack and tossed it onto the roof of the station building before anyone noticed him activating his quirk. Many buildings lacked accessible roofs, so he hoped they wouldn't find it. He relaxed and waited calmly for the Danvers to come back, needing to understand what was truly happening, as a world without quirks was completely foreign to him. He couldn't shake off the bad feeling in his gut. After a couple of days, the incident became just a story for the Danvers to share later. Kara recounted it with the intention of making it funny, although she was the only one who found it amusing among her friends. They even felt a bit sympathetic toward the poor boy covered in scars. However, the details of what happened inside the police station remained between the adults. It wasn't something to be shared casually. Essentially, after taking statements to help the green-haired teenager who smelled like garbage, they believed he was a victim of some kind of abuse or enslavement. His silence only added to the credibility of this theory. There was nothing in the national records that matched him. He had no identification. No missing person reports with his name or any family member's description. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Natural green hair was unheard of. Seeing that they were getting nowhere, and noticing the scar on the boy's hand and the clear disfigurement, along with his physical condition and the previous pleading of a man who had been overly friendly, Izuku was transferred to a hospital where he would receive help, something that would cover the situation due to its strangeness. They would also monitor his behavior and try to determine if he was lying about anything. After all, claiming he had woken up in a dumpster sounded like a hangover. Once he was transferred, the Danvers were asked to leave. They were able to say goodbye, and Izuku expressed his deepest gratitude, which warmed their hearts. That small interaction was the last they had, and although they couldn't see him, they hoped he would be okay. Izuku thought about how they truly had heroic hearts. Because of people like them, he now had hope that everything would turn out well. This isn't right. Izuku thought in panic as he refused to take off the hospital gown for an examination. He didn't want anyone to see him exposed, especially not the scars he had earned during his struggles. With everything they believed, he feared it would only make things worse. They already thought he was a victim of abuse. What would be next? That he was part of a child fighting club? His demeanor only fueled their confidence in the abuse theory. He acted like a scared child, which he truly was, as he had realized many terrible things. First and foremost, the date. He was in a different year than he remembered, around 200 years earlier than it should be, and in a completely different month. At first, he entertained the wild idea that he had traveled through time, but then he learned the worst news: quirks didn't exist here. At least not as he knew them. In his home, 80% of the global population had a quirk. Here, that concept was undeveloped. There were no people with quirks like in his world. However, from the news he could hear, he learned that there were some young heroes operating independently. Were they the ones he saw the day he arrived? That should confirm they were quirks, since the first heroes emerged years after the investigations into quirks began. But first, he needed to confirm he was in the United States. He overheard a doctor talking to a nurse about going to the neighboring state of Kansas. With that, he began to think things through. He started generating theories to explain what had happened or where he was. The first was that he had traveled to the past, to the time when the foundations of heroic society were just being formed. The era when vigilantes were the people's heroes. But to confirm that, he would need to research the famous case of the Chinese girl who was born shining. That news spread like wildfire around the world. If that news existed, it would support his theory. The second theory was that he had traveled to another dimension, world, or reality entirely foreign to his own. Quirks were not common here, so there was no information about them. Some used them for good, but there were no hero licenses. Others used them for evil. The third, and most likely, was that Tenko had hit him so hard that he was dreaming about something extraordinary, like being in a world without quirks. He was starting to feel like he was losing his mind. If they kept insisting he take off the gown, he might file a complaint for attempted violation or just cry old habits die hard. He began to think he should have stayed as he was before leaving school. Yet, some things had improved for him, and he was grateful for that, but he had left many others behind. He often felt inhuman, automated most of the time. There were still many things on his mind and in his heart. Was he like the man who gained strength and experience by involuntarily abandoning his emotions? Not quite, but part of his essence seemed to have changed during that time. Perhaps it was time to reclaim the good he had lost. He needed to start with the blush he felt now that the gown barely covered him. Stupid cultural differences. The doctor's face upon seeing those scars was interesting. He didn't react too badly, but it wasn't exactly a positive response either. Perhaps the most horrendous was the one on his right arm, which had a different coloration and stood out. Or the one on his left where he had stopped a bullet. Maybe it was the bullet wound in his stomach from the sniper. Or the burn on his back from Dobby, which made the others look insignificant. The scar on his hand was noticeable, but it didn't draw as much attention. Thin scars framed and crossed his abdomen, while others adorned parts of his back in an unflattering manner. However, they were not as exaggerated as the one that ran from the base of his neck to the middle of his chest, a reminder of his encounter with Himiko Toga, his favorite villain. In fact, she had confessed her feelings for him during their final meeting in her now-ruined home, which made him blush. The doctor placed a stethoscope on his chest, and he felt an icy chill. A shiver ran through him, and he couldn't tell if it was from the cold or the nurse taking a photo. He didn't understand why. Yes, his body had strengthened in an unusually short time to endure various battles and powers. He was more defined, even his muscles had grown a bit. But there were others who were more muscular and strong, individuals without physical or mental scars. Weren't they better role models? Wasn't it illegal to take photos of patients? It was uncomfortable having the other nurses peeking through the door. They should know he was only 16. The doctor broke the silence, asking how he had gotten so many scars. Izuku felt guilty for lying. If he remained silent, the suspicions he sensed would only grow. He sighed and lowered his head in defeat, admitting it was from fights. The doctor fell silent for a moment before speaking again, his voice strained. They could discuss it later, but he needed to fill out a medical form with Izuku's information. He asked if it was okay to answer some questions, and after a nod, he proceeded with the inquiries. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and the doctor nodded. When asked for his date of birth, he hesitated, knowing that lying was one of his weaknesses. He finally stated it was July. The doctor inquired about the year, and Izuku fell silent, recalling the current year. The doctor asked if he remembered his age, and Izuku replied he was 16. The doctor studied him for a moment, analyzing his youthful face, large, slightly slanted eyes, fine features, freckles, and long eyelashes. He looked like a teenager, but his battered and well-trained body did not match that of a typical 16-year-old. Given the circumstances, it was understandable. The doctor suggested they conduct some tests to determine his biological age, which might provide clues about his actual age. Izuku asked if it was necessary, and the doctor explained that the investigation into his situation was unusual. There was no record of him anywhere. He had appeared out of nowhere, providing only a name and age. The doctor removed his glasses, expressing concern that it sounded like he had been kidnapped and discarded, possibly for underground fights. However, there was no apparent injury to his head that could explain his memory loss. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he asked what would happen to him. The doctor admitted he didn't know. Izuku fell silent, watching the nurses gossip about something. Feeling uncomfortable, he adjusted his gown and lay back, waiting for news. He hoped for good news, but days later, nothing had changed. With no information about him, he was considered a long-missing person, and they contemplated contacting Japan through the embassy to locate any possible relatives. Eventually, an investigation into a suspected fight club was opened. They believed he had experienced trauma, so he would need to be under constant observation. With no one to advocate for him, he would be moved to an adoption center. They also planned to create a record to ensure he wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Thanks to the government. Legally, he was considered his age, as the tests to determine his biological age indicated he was around 15. Hooray for science. After that, nothing happened for a while. However, someone took pity on him and his situation. One of the nurses had a friend whose cousin was married to a woman who frequently volunteered to help those in need. Now, he found himself standing in front of a seemingly ordinary apartment complex near the city center, which he finally recognized as Metropolis. Everything appeared normal, except for being escorted by a patrol car, a social services officer, a doctor, and an armed SWAT officer. He whispered to himself that this was a nightmare. A voice in his mind, found humor in the situation, wrapping around him. Lariat urged him to discover whatever reality awaited him. Despite the turmoil, he felt a sense of duty that had not yet ended. Nana reminded him that he had defeated All for One, questioning why he felt it was not over. Flames beyond the thrones began to grow stronger, illuminating the darkness that lingered in his heart. He thought about the power he had received to save people, realizing there would always be those in need of rescue. Heroes were always necessary. He smiled at the woman emerging from the small building. Among the greetings from the officials, she paused to offer him a warm smile, which he returned with a bow, greeting her. Nana beamed as she embraced Izuku, causing him to blush. He turned, noticing a fiery figure taking shape in one of the thrones, particularly focused on her, while a small dark-haired child rested in her lap. He vowed to always be there. Perhaps the hardest part would be learning to get along with his caregivers. Izuku truly did not want to be rude, but he simply didn't know how to act. That part of him remained, despite the many changes he had undergone. His cultural differences still lingered, making him feel awkward about the affection shown by the unfamiliar woman. As he climbed the stairs with the now familiar Mrs. Sarah Clover, he couldn't shake his nervousness. He would rather face Endeavor's flash-fire fist than be in such an uncomfortable situation. Mrs. Clover asked if he was nervous. Noticing him stumble over his words, she thought he was just shy. She inquired if he was okay. Izuku reminded himself that Americans were like this. He shouldn't be rude. He calmed himself and assured her he was fine. However, he noticed her continued gaze, waiting for him to speak. He encouraged himself once more, expressing that he didn't want to be a burden to her or her husband. She laughed, continuing her path alongside him, assuring him he wouldn't be a burden. They genuinely enjoyed helping, having done this before. Izuku couldn't help but feel his heart melt at her kindness. He expressed his gratitude, feeling it was unfair that they were helping him. She questioned what was unfair about wanting to help, stating it was unjust to use a child for fights and then abandon him like trash. Izuku averted his gaze, recalling his own situation and feeling guilty for lying. He decided to play along while gathering information and searching for a way to return home, but deceiving them didn't sit well with him. He felt he should repay them somehow, as the thought of not doing so made him uncomfortable. Using children for fights reminded him of the sports festival at UA. He felt extremely nervous, recalling much more than he wanted to share. However, he noticed they were not fully aware of the situation he was in. Should he lie? Or be honest and risk being exposed? Izuku wore a serious expression, which for some reason made Mrs. Clover worry about what he had said. He quickly apologized, realizing it had been insensitive. She reassured him not to worry, and he cautiously revealed that he was Japanese. Mrs. Clover expressed her familiarity with Japan, admitting she had never been there but knew it was far away. The atmosphere grew silent and awkward, with only the sound of their footsteps filling the air. She encouraged him not to let it bother him, reminding him that if he spoke Japanese, he could do many things. In truth, Mrs. Clover was very kind and warm-hearted. Being slightly shorter and plumper than him, she reminded Izuku of his mother, though with slightly shorter purple hair and a darker complexion. This resemblance filled him with nostalgia for home. He hadn't been able to say goodbye to his mother, and all he could do was promise to return. It felt empty as he had no direction now, but it also gave him a sense of going to a place that was warm and welcoming. It was almost inevitable that he gifted her one of his brightest smiles, which she returned as they continued on their way. They stopped at one of the doors on the second floor, and he observed 2 more doors along the hallway. He then noticed a sign on a plate that read, Clover. Mrs. Clover mentioned that her husband's name was Dan, suggesting it might make it easier for him to greet him. He nodded in gratitude as she opened the door. The room was normal, simple, and unpretentious. It was relatively spacious compared to Japanese single apartments. To his left was a living room with a sofa and a television, and to his right was a small table in front of the kitchen. Beyond that, 3 doors he couldn't identify lined the center. It felt cozy and uncomplicated. Simplicity was his preference, and perhaps that was why he was never particularly popular. The only striking thing about him was his shoes, which were likely more popular than he was. His train of thought was interrupted when he noticed a painting hanging in the living room that sent chills down his spine. It depicted a clown with a sorrowful expression, its eyes seeming to follow him. He thought to himself that it was in poor taste. Very poor taste, a voice echoed in the room. He didn't remember such things before he had exiled himself in search of a chance to defeat All for One. "Come in, make yourself at home," Mrs. Clover invited. Izuku lowered his gaze, noticing that the entire floor looked the same. He was about to ask something when he saw her enter without removing her shoes. He blinked, momentarily forgetting where he was. He took a few unsteady steps, following her into the living room, murmuring that it felt strange. "What's strange?" she asked, having overheard him. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, scratching his cheek. Before she could respond, the middle door opened, and Izuku looked up to see a light-skinned man with brown hair and glasses. He was somewhat overweight but had a naturally sturdy build, and he was dressed quite well. Ah. "Oh, Dan dear," Mrs. Clover said, approaching him for a hug. She then turned to Izuku without letting go of the taller man, introducing him as Izuku Midoriya, who had finally arrived. "Good morning, Mr. Clover. Thank you very much for your hospitality," he greeted, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees. Wow. Easy there. Always a pleasure to help. "I'm Dan Clover, nice to meet you," he said, extending his hand. It wasn't the traditional Japanese greeting, but he wasn't in Japan, and he didn't want to be rude. He accepted the handshake, feeling the strength in the man's grip. "The pleasure is mine, sir. Sarah and I heard about you from one of her cousins, who is friends with one of the nurses who attended to you. Wendy, what was her last name?" he asked his wife, ignoring Izuku's reaction. Izuku paled slightly at the memory of that woman, tall, slender, with concerningly obsessive tendencies. No. She helped you, don't be ungrateful," he scolded himself. "Oh, whatever. We made some arrangements to bring you here. We usually help when there are children who need a temporary home, so we thought it would be a good idea to assist you. Plus, it was intriguing to learn what happened to you." Dan paused, realizing he had touched a sensitive nerve. Izuku felt uncomfortable in response. He didn't like being reminded that he was lying so blatantly. "Yes, I understand. Thank you very much, but how long will I be here?" he asked, then quickly added, "I mean, I don't mind at all, I just don't want to become a burden." "Well, there isn't a set time. You're here instead of a government home, but your records are still part of that system. There's still a chance someone might adopt you. You'll soon be of age, so it's more likely you'll stay here until you can be independent or until something is found out about your origins," Sarah explained, giving Dan a gentle pinch. "I see, thank you for your hospitality. I'll help in any way I can while I'm here." "Don't feel pressured, dear," the older woman reassured him. "Why don't you come and see your room? It was a bit dusty before, but we cleaned it as best we could," Dan mentioned as he rubbed the area and headed toward the door on the right, the one next to the kitchen. Izuku and Sarah followed him before he opened it. There wasn't much to say about the room. It was an ordinary space, a small bed, a dresser, and a window. The short curtains reminded Izuku of his friend, Koda. "By the way, Mrs. Sullivan from Social Services said she would come by tomorrow to talk about your education. Why don't you settle in a bit?" They were going to prepare dinner. Izuku took one last look, lingering on the curtain. The yellow color brought back memories of the shy Koda and his hero costume. He hoped they were doing well. Following their instructions, he adjusted himself slightly. The boxes were next to the dresser, filled with clothes that he quickly began to unpack and organize. He was right. The clothes confirmed that Dan was naturally robust. The garments were loose, and looking at the size, they would be a bit big for him. Nevertheless, he appreciated them and stored them properly. As they had mentioned, the following day, Social Services arrived to discuss an educational leveling test to determine his actual academic level. They did not specify dates or numbers, but they agreed with the Clovers to proceed quickly. So, 2 days later, and for up to a week, men and women began arriving with various types of educational tests at different levels. During those days, everything passed in a blur before his eyes. Not wanting to be a useless burden, Izuku helped out as much as he could around the house. Cleaning was not a problem for him. Cooking, however, was a challenge. He had learned a bit from Rikido Sato during the festival preparations and from his mother at home, but American food was quite different from what he was used to preparing. He also discovered that both Mr. and Mrs. Clover ran a kind of cafe primarily focused on dairy products and desserts. He understood that sweet justice was their pride and joy, the culmination of their efforts in their own business. It was nice to see them so proud, speaking passionately about their love for desserts. But it reminded him of his own failures. On another note, he had a brief meeting with the psychologist who would help him overcome the traumatic experience he had supposedly gone through, and it was amusing. The psychologist seemed surprised to learn that boys like him had been made to fight in a tournament that was broadcasted for many successful people to watch in hopes of acquiring one of them. Izuku thought to himself that if it was put that way, the sports festival sounded like an illegal fight club. Part of what he shared was to seek help, to maintain a semblance of normalcy. He even revealed a bit about what truly tormented him, but that was another matter. He also kept a somewhat twisted sleep schedule, as during the first few nights, he was haunted by his own demons, threatening to pull him into the depths of his misery from the shadows. Regardless, the Clovers did not say much about his schedule, as their work required them to be up early. They returned around 4 in the afternoon, as someone else handled closing, and they usually spent time together. Additionally, he was always cleaning or cooking when they got home. Yet he felt inadequate. Right now, as they were having dinner together, he felt as if he wasn't contributing much. He knew that the exams so far were going well, as they were basic middle school subjects at this point. Hopefully, they would declare him fit for high school. But in the Clover household, he hesitated. He started without knowing how to phrase it. He asked if Mr. and Mrs. Clover thought he could get a job. Mr. Clover seemed confused by the question. With a sigh, Izuku put down the fork he had grown accustomed to. He felt he could help them with more than just cleaning. Perhaps he could also find a part-time job instead of just staying there. But he supposed he needed their approval. Mr. Clover asked if he felt ready to work. Izuku fell silent, questioning if he truly was. If he could patrol, he was more than capable. He had given his all in the fight against the League when everything started to go wrong. He had captured Toga, Dabi, and the former commanders of the League by himself when his plan bore real fruit, defeating the damaged body of All for One and facing Tenko, who was possessed by All for One's will. But this world, where heroes were not the same, made him wonder if he was even fit to serve a simple ice cream cone or deliver food to someone. Why did he doubt himself so much now? He felt more secure fighting villains than in a job that didn't involve putting his life on the line. Of course, he could do it. If he could avoid being killed by a seasoned sniper and heroine, and a man with thousands of weapons at his disposal with over a century of experience, he could do anything else. He finally said he thought he could work. Mrs. Clover, with a hint of concern, expressed her desire to ensure he was all right. She glanced at her husband, who seemed to be considering something. After a moment, he nodded, and she smiled, suggesting he come and try working at their cafe. They had a boy there, but she believed he could use some help. Izuku smiled at this opportunity and eagerly offered his assistance. However, he felt guilty. He was being dishonest, not only about his situation but also about what he had started doing at night. Nights ago, after a week and a half in their home, he had been sleep-deprived. He was so driven by the need to patrol the streets that he couldn't bear to do nothing that night either. He retrieved his backpack with his costume, which he had hidden more appropriately while in the hospital. He had ventured out in the early hours wearing nothing but a robe, thankful for his discretion. Once he donned the costume, he breathed in the fresh air, enjoying the tranquility. It felt strange, as he had the urge to do something, yet everything was still. Despite that, he noticed that his costume felt tight. Wearing it for so long had dulled the sensation, but after not wearing it for days, he couldn't help but feel it constricting around his chest and shoulders, and even in the groin area, which was quite embarrassing. But all of that was overshadowed by the feeling of wearing the suit infused with his mother's love, without the constant worry of being a dead man at any moment. Although he admitted it smelled quite bad, and the stains of mud and blood had almost fused into the fabric. It was refreshing, and he used that to his advantage. With renewed strength, he acted far beyond what he could have done if he had been resting. He noticed that his maximum mobility was much easier to achieve than when his body was fatigued. His reaction times improved with a rested mind. His strength didn't seem much different, but it appeared to increase slightly, which he didn't mind since he had already mastered about 3/4 of the accumulated energy. His body had tensed up without him even realizing it. Additionally, the multiple use of his abilities felt simpler. His mind had been strained from using them so frequently, but with the rest he had gotten, he was able to manage the various parallel processes more easily. His mind felt looser and freer. Even though he actively used only 2 abilities, one for all and black whips, his danger sense functioned as if he had possessed it forever. He just needed to stay alert to react. All of this had led him to accomplish feats in record time over a single night. He had stopped 2 convenience store robberies, leaving the thieves tied up since the evidence was captured on the store's cameras, apprehended a car thief whose wanted poster was stuck in an alley, among others. He wanted to understand what motivated those criminals, but he couldn't get any information from them easily. So, he played the role of a villain for a bit. Just a bit. He had also cleaned up the city's litter, which he credited to his fists, and even fixed a broken fire hydrant. What he didn't know was that his latest feat not only earned him an enemy but also sparked a rumor, an urban legend whose reach was still unknown. Yes, Giganta, as she called herself and who reminded him of Muscular, was upset and definitely did not like reasoning. Since that night, he maintained a steady pace until the day before, gathering information about the local heroes. The superhero girls, the Invincibros, a certain Superman who was strangely similar to the writer Clark Kent from the newspaper, and he also heard about a hero named Batman who watched over Gotham City alongside Metropolis. As a side note, he learned that Gotham had the highest crime rate in the country. But in any case, the heroes of Metropolis didn't usually venture out so late at night, which made it all his. Quickly, the rumor about a nighttime hero with green rabbit ears began to spread. But that was something to deal with later. For now, he was just going to have dinner with his caretakers and think about how he would survive in his new job. Izuku was not rude, but if he had to describe Barry, he would say he was energetic. Odd, perhaps, but incredibly lively. He had observed him during all the days he had worked so far and realized something. Barry was fast. Inhumanly fast. He definitely had a power, especially if those ghostly yellow flashes were any indication. He would call it cozy eye. It was not normal, and he was more than sure of that. He must be that hero from the newspapers called the Flash. While gathering information and taking down some bad guys, he found a video on a news portal of the Red Hero stopping the fugitives from a robbery in less than 3 seconds. The only Red Hero who was that fast. On the other hand, Barry was friendly and active. He bounced around and prepared the orders well. He explained things in an oddly clear manner, and that help was incredible. In just half a day on Sunday, he already liked Barry. Soon he would return to high school. According to Mrs. Sullivan from Social Services, he had an unusually good grasp of school subjects for a kidnapped child. He hoped she didn't think he was a genius. He wasn't. Fortunately, so far, they hadn't said anything. He sighed before smiling kindly at the young lady who approached the counter, welcoming her to sweet justice and asking if he could take her order. The job, so far, didn't seem too complicated. The hardest part was remembering the codes for the cash register and preparing certain desserts correctly. He handed a receipt to the girl with a smile and told her he would have her order ready soon. Being as dense as he usually was, he didn't notice the way she looked at him throughout their interaction, especially when he reached out to give her the receipt. After taking her order from Barry, he stood there waiting. They operated in shifts. Soon he would make the desserts, although Barry was teaching him how to prepare them quickly and accurately, as only he could. He was quite good at this. He watched Mr. Clover in the kitchen. Finally, the cherry! Barry exclaimed excitedly. Izuku moved quickly, grabbing a cherry from the container and placing it on top of his shake. Barry smiled and clapped, praising him for his time. But then he asked what he had made. A strawberry shake? Izuku replied. And why is it melting? That was Mr. Clover's response. Not so great, considering how the whipped cream was falling along with the cherry. What middle school do you go to? Barry asked, suddenly sitting across from him at the counter. Izuku jumped a little at the sudden appearance of the blonde. Thank goodness he was a hero. I'll be entering Metropolis High. My first day is coming up soon. Awesome. I study there too. But the year has already started, right? Yes, I'm transferring. To be honest, Barry reminded him a bit of Ishido. But more like 2 or 3 Ishidos mixed together. A bit too much of Ishido. If she made him nervous, 3 times that was worse. How was Ishido doing right now? The rest of his friends? He would be lying if he said he didn't miss them, or that he didn't always worry about his mother, or that he didn't sometimes hold back tears. But he accepted it. Little by little, the experiences from his patrols in this new era of darkness began to turn to ash. They stained him and lingered on his skin, but they were starting to stop torturing him. He sighed and smiled when a group of girls entered the shop. The bell was helpful. He noticed Barry moving unusually fast again as he approached them. They actually seemed familiar, so he didn't interfere and decided to wash the cups and plates they had used earlier. Meanwhile, he felt the heat of their curious gazes on him. He glanced slightly, catching sight of the group of teenagers seemingly judging him with curiosity until he noticed some of their appearances, finding them strangely similar. However, he stopped looking at them for fear of being misjudged, and he pushed those thoughts aside with the arrival of another customer. Izuku took a deep breath after removing the mask that was nearly falling apart. He observed the pieces of metal on his frayed glove as he crouched atop the Daily Planet. The view was one of peace and calm, despite the fact that the sensor was ringing, indicating that something was wrong. Peace returned to him, supported by the embers of One for All. Fear, anxiety, and even fatigue had diminished in light of Izuku's experiences in Metropolis so far. He had been healing, rebuilding himself. The marks left by All for One were starting to heal, but the sadness caused by his former friends and mentors still lingered. He missed them, but after nights of reflection, he realized that he had to move forward. He needed to find a way to return home. He could succeed or fail. Regardless of whether he returned or not, his loved ones would continue on. His teachers, his mother, and his friends had to keep going. This realization didn't heal him completely, but it was a good start. He also had to do it for himself. The therapist had been helpful. Now he understood Todoroki better. The sensor pierced through his thoughts. He raised his mask and recalled All Might's words that evil never rests. With that in mind, he took a few steps back and ran across the planet, leaping into the void. Izuku felt a sense of pride in the skill he had gained to swing between buildings and streets swiftly. He also appreciated the mobility his strong punches gave him. He intended to use them. The free fall didn't last long before he raised his arm, and a black whip shot out to grab a ledge. Deku swung high once more, heading toward the potential trouble. A little while later, after stopping a man who had attempted to rob a veterinarian, he wandered across rooftops in search of anyone who might be up to no good. Rumors of a terrifying figure had instilled enough fear in wrongdoers that they thought twice before committing their misdeeds at night. Stories circulated that the green monster relentlessly stopped them, and those who fell victim to him were never seen again in the underworld. It was true. His work didn't end with merely stopping thieves and vandals. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to call himself the hero. He learned this from the villains of his world, Tuya, Toga, Tenko, and even All for One himself. No one was born evil. There was always a reason, a purpose, an idea, or simply an impulse that drove them to act against others. Just like a hero, a villain could emerge from tragedy and sorrow. But there were exceptions. A spontaneous impulse could spiral into something catastrophic, leading someone beyond the point of redemption. There was no way to bring them back because they no longer wished to change. That was why All for One no longer existed. Muscular, for example, had only wanted to fight at first. He sought the thrill of battling strong opponents. Eventually, he harmed too many people, and after taking a life and tasting blood, he couldn't stop. Now, there was nothing that could be done to save him. That was why Izuku confronted those who sought to harm him with all his strength. But those who could still be helped needed more than just someone to stop them, only for the law to release them or for them to escape. The key to helping them lay in understanding their impulse, reason, or motivation. Reaching their hearts and addressing their issues was the way to assist them because everyone, without exception, needed help at some point. It felt hypocritical for him to think this way, as he had rejected help out of a selfish desire not to involve anyone in his battle. However, he was learning to live with his mistakes and the consequences after undergoing the process of acceptance. Amid this physical and mental journey, he landed on a water tank and surveyed the area with his keen eyesight. He quickly spotted something not too far away. It wasn't too close, but it was still visible. It appeared to be a girl with dark hair, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a samurai. She carried a katana. Could she be Japanese? Was she a heroine? So late at night? Filled with excitement and hope, he decided to approach just as she walked toward a man wearing a ski mask. He leaped lightly and swiftly from rooftop to rooftop, covering about 3 streets in no time. His landing was incredibly silent, and he could see her facing a tall man with a ski mask. He heard the man boast that he would return to the streets in a week, raising his hands in surrender. However, the samurai remained stoic. The man insisted that he was giving up. Against his better judgment, the censor pierced through his thoughts, and he crouched down in confusion. The samurai unsheathed her sword with speed and precision. Although her blade was far away, what appeared to be a beam of light struck the thief, rendering his body immobile. Soon after, a bright light seemed to emanate from him, taking the form of a flame that flew toward the sword. In that moment, Izuku opened his eyes and fell silent. Something was wrong with that sword. It was not ordinary. While he could confront her directly and initiate a close-range battle that would give him the advantage, he felt an urge to check on the victim first. He wanted to ignore that feeling he experienced when he failed. The samurai declared that the superhero girls did not deliver justice, but she and Soul Stealer would. As she turned, Izuku took note of her mask and the visible features of her face before she sped away. Once he was sure she was gone, he jumped down to the thief's body. Approached quickly, first noticing that there was no blood or cuts on the clothing. Even stranger, the body seemed to be merely asleep with its eyes open. It breathed and its heart beat. Aside from its pallor, it was in perfect condition, as if it were an empty vessel, devoid of soul or essence. It reminded him of when Shinso managed to hypnotize someone. It was very strange. He reasoned that Soul Stealer must be the name of the katana, as he concealed the man deeper in the alleyway. He covered him with newspaper to shield him from the cold. It wasn't unusual for a samurai to name their sword. However, this sword was not normal. Was it a catalyst for a soul-washing ability? He needed to find it. Something caught his attention in the thief's jacket that was nearly imperceptible. There was a small unevenness inside. Out of curiosity, he opened the jacket and discovered an inner pocket beneath the unevenness. A quick glance made him close the jacket swiftly. His gaze turned toward the samurai's escape route, unaware of how his expression could convey horror alongside his masked face. The katana searched for a new target for a few minutes. The last thief had only confirmed the thought she had. True justice could only be wielded by those willing to take action without fear. Bad people should not exist. They could not continue to hurt good people. She leaped between buildings, scanning her surroundings. She knew firsthand what evil people could do. That was why she could not return home, to the place from which she had been forbidden to return, where she had lost everything. She jumped again between the tall buildings, only to be redirected by an impact on her armor that sent her crashing onto the rooftop of another building. She wasn't sure if it was her armor that absorbed the blow or if it simply hadn't been strong enough to hurt her, but she felt no pain. The fall, however, elicited a soft groan as she rolled across the ground, colliding with the supports of the water tank on the building. This last impact wasn't so bad either. In summary, she got up as if nothing had happened, on guard and pointing forward. To nothing. Still, she maintained her stance and focus. An enemy could attack from anywhere at any moment. Despite her heightened perception, she heard nothing. No footsteps, no change in the wind, and no shadow that would betray her attacker. She took cautious yet confident steps forward until she reached the center of the rooftop. However, all she felt was a simple sensation of being watched, a feeling she remembered only from her childhood, being at the mercy of someone stronger. She approached the edge from which she had come and peeked over with her sword held in front of her. She turned, ready to strike, but no one came to push her. Her eyes scanned the rooftop, but there was nothing. Just the wind blowing. Lowering her weapon, she felt a pair of relentless eyes burning into her skin. It was then that, by pure instinct, she turned to look at the water tank. Her eyes widened as the moonlight illuminated a figure perched atop the container, crouched and shadowy. She could only associate it with the grim deities that snatch away life. The surprise that the green specter gave her took her breath away. Its lurking posture and those dark eyes startled her at that moment. She tensed, mechanically getting into a defensive stance. Perhaps it was the shock, or her inability to detect such a creature that elevated it to a high rank in her mind. Or it could have been its appearance. However, the figure was quicker and dropped down onto the rooftop. Upon landing, its dark appendages lashed against the ground like whips. The crackling sound made her step back, but it also helped her see its appearance more clearly. She couldn't say much about its muscular structure, as it was hidden in that low and self-protective position. Still, its clothing reflected something entirely foreign to the myths she had heard. This being was human. She asked cautiously if it was a Shinigami, but received no reaction. She pressed further, asking who it was and what it had done. The creature responded with a sharp click of its teeth, revealing that it had been her companion. Provoking it didn't work, it threatened her with the same fate. She raised her sword just as the black appendages sank into the skin of the green figure. Her eyes widened as she saw it enveloped in powerful green lightning. She quickly lowered her sword, and the halo of light sought its target. However, it only found traces of lightning. Her gaze shifted to the right, noticing the man's proximity. Deku realized something important. The woman held the katana with her right hand on top. If he remembered correctly, the dominant hand should be on top, giving her more strength. He braced himself for her attack. The samurai saw her chance, slightly separating her legs and releasing her left hand. She turned her body and, with all her strength and speed, launched a cut toward the green-haired boy. Although the distance meant the blade wouldn't cut him, the beam of light would reach him faster than he could react. But Deku anticipated her moves. His instincts confirmed the danger of the light traveling through the air, dazzling his eyes. The beam of light missed again, and Katana felt the air rush between her legs. For a moment, she was stunned before returning with force for a new strike that was halted as soon as it was launched against her opponent. She wanted to move, but felt the man's closeness to her body. Her gaze met his jade eyes, mere inches apart, making the situation feel unimaginable. No movement would give her enough strength now. He held her wrist and shoulder, his face dangerously close to hers. He remarked that the man seemed unconscious and pressed harder on her wrist when she tried to pull away, demanding to know what she had done. She attempted to respond, but suddenly felt herself being pulled, her arm yanked away. The man's legs wrapped around her arm, separating it from her torso with a swift motion. His legs were near her face, and his claws threatened to tear her apart. She panicked, realizing he was stealing her soul and questioning what her sword was doing. With a frustrated sound, she felt her arm being restrained, not with extreme force, but enough to immobilize her. She was about to rise with the demon clinging to her arm when she felt pressure near her elbow, and her strength faded. Her grip on the sword slipped away. Panic surged within her. She could not let her sword fall into anyone else's hands. Deku rolled while holding the samurai and pushed her aside with his legs. They both sprang to their feet in one leap, facing each other. Familiarity washed over Deku as he sensed the fury radiating from the white mask of his adversary. Katana wasted no time and charged at him. She had to stop this threat. Before reaching him, she spun, preparing a right kick. Deku moved to the same side, completely dodging the attack, but quickly deflected a left cross with his palm. Several punches came at him, but none managed to break through his defenses. Katana considered that he had become so accustomed to punches that he wouldn't see another move coming. With a feint, she pivoted on her heel, launching a mid-height kick. Great was her surprise when she saw him leap and absorb the blow with a bent leg and a twist of his hips, halting all momentum. Annoyed and taking advantage of their proximity, she moved in with another punch that he dodged by moving his head, followed by an elbow strike that he caught. She felt him push her back as the green-clad man prepared a punch. Instinctively, she stepped back, surprised by the straight leg that shot up above both their heads. She thought to herself that he hadn't even thrown it properly. His defense was impenetrable, but his kicks lacked power. He didn't have enough strength to cause any real damage. Katana lunged forward, ready to strike him, but he urged her to wait. Her green eyes sparkled when she finally had him in her sights. In a split second, he barely moved his head, and a downward kick struck his right shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. The shoulder pad absorbed much of the impact, but the pain in his shoulder left him reeling. He propped himself up on his other arm while trying to sweep his opponent's feet, but she avoided it with a backward somersault. With a small jump, she returned to her defensive stance. He looked up at her, but his shoulder wouldn't lift. His arm tingled. With quickness and agility, he rose against her, delivering a kick that she caught. Wanting to end this without causing her further harm, Deku held the warrior's leg and swept her supporting foot. The world turned upside down for Katana, who barely realized what had happened. Before she could react, black ropes had coiled around her, tightening enough to immobilize her. Deku, still holding one of her feet, gently laid her down on the floor as she struggled desperately to free herself. She thought to herself in disbelief about how quickly he had immobilized her without her noticing. She tried to see him, but her position and the bindings prevented her from doing so. Deku observed her sword, contemplating its significance. He wondered if it was a catalyst for her power or if it was the tool that carried out the soul stealing. She had mentioned it was called Soul Stealer. Was this sword the source of its power? It didn't brainwash like Shinsu's ability, it literally stole the soul. He pondered how strange this world was, unable to believe such a sword existed. After all, this wasn't his world. He watched the samurai struggle to free herself while he walked toward the sword and lifted it. In that moment, he felt something strange course through his body, but not enough to give it real importance. Meanwhile, for the samurai, it was a tremendous blow to her honor and pride. This was a clear defeat for her. She had been disarmed and captured. She admitted her defeat, stopping her struggle. Her voice caught his attention. It sounded young. She was a teenager, not older than him. She declared that he could claim her soul, and she would accept her fate with honor. He thought she seemed like a true samurai, even speaking with a Japanese accent, suggesting she followed the Bushido code. Still, he felt she was exaggerating. He acknowledged that having principles was good, but one shouldn't let them lead to death if there was still a chance to fight. He assured her that he wouldn't steal her soul. He then looked at the sword in his hands, considering all the terrible things that could be done with it and the potential applications it could have to help others. However, he completely ignored the embarrassed young woman on the ground. Deku turned his gaze back to her, contemplating the weight of responsibility and power in the hands of a teenager like them. He knew he couldn't simply take the sword and leave. First, it wasn't his. Second, he couldn't be a hypocrite when he had also been given great power at a young age, considering he had misused his own power terribly at the beginning. And third, he was unaware of her true intentions. Had she gone mad with power? Was there more to her than just that sword? Could there be something personal or a hidden desire for justice? He needed to understand her to decide his course of action. She had spoken of justice and good before, but her actions seemed misguided based on that. He couldn't label her as justice or good or evil because it simply wasn't that easy. For that reason, his goal as a hero had always been simpler. Nevertheless, a hunch told him she wasn't particularly evil. She was just somewhat confused. He crouched in front of her and stated that he had won fairly, asking her to answer his questions. The samurai nodded hesitantly. He inquired about her motivations. Memories of her home flooded back to her family, loved ones, the tragedy, and her exile. All her actions returned to her mind, and she clenched her fists as she recalled the reasons behind her choices. She spoke of the bad people that filled the world, those who had taken from her what she cherished most, affecting her and many innocents who had nothing to do with them. Deku listened intently, noting something familiar in her words. She expressed that she didn't want anyone else to be hurt, but she also couldn't allow them to go to prison only to escape. She believed that bad people needed to disappear. She reminded him of Stain, not just because of her strong conviction that could paralyze anyone in front of her, but because of the ideas he had heard from Stain during their sporadic encounters in the hunt for villains. Yet, unlike Stain, she didn't seem completely lost. She appeared to have not crossed the point of redemption despite her actions. Why was she so calm after presumably stealing the souls of many at such a young age? Unless there was a way to reverse it, he couldn't imagine being so at ease. She must know how to fix it. But how could he reach her? He leaned closer and asked her what she considered a bad person. He recalled that Stain had been right about one thing: eliminating someone didn't prevent them from returning to crime. But even Stain had realized that no matter how many he took down, more bad people would keep appearing. Yet, this samurai still had time to change. She murmured about those who harmed the innocent, hiding her resentment. He pressed further, asking if she truly believed a person was bad for doing something wrong. Of course she was sure. She wasn't foolish. The man from earlier had attacked an elderly woman, and others among his victims had done something similar. Her friend had attacked an elderly woman before stealing from her. Hawks mocked him as he watched him eat a chocolate bar, commenting that he looked like an escapee from a dark place. He asked if he didn't want to have his suit repaired. Izuku had learned a thing or two from Stain. He crouched down with a serious expression directed at the woman. Her body trembled under the pressure he exuded, as if he had become the very harbinger of the god of death. He insisted he was not a villain. The woman whispered an apology. The green rabbit stood up with apparent calmness. The Japanese woman's eyes widened in realization. She had been distracted and hadn't noticed his green ears before. One of the bullies told her companion that he was not the green rabbit. Both looked at the samurai, who was paying attention to them. The bully asked if he was her friend. When they returned her friend in a battered state, they told her to inform him to return what belonged to Big Congo. Did he not return what he took? Did he end their lives? Had something happened to him like what happened to her? She resolved to find him later. Katana drew her sword, though the bullies laughed at her. It did not end well for them. That had to be him. No one could be so oblivious as to dress like one of the most wanted in the underworld willingly. But it was clear she couldn't just ask him what she wanted to know out of the blue. She told him that what he was doing was vigilante justice, which was a crime, and he had hurt people. By his logic, the only villain here was him. The only one who should lose their soul was him. That was a low blow. But if what they said was true, she was being a hypocrite. It angered her greatly. Izuku noticed her fury and sighed. What neither of them realized was that they had misinterpreted each other. Perhaps the stereotype of the socially awkward Japanese person was true. Izuku assumed that his actions now seemed illogical, but he couldn't explain it either. He wasn't ready to communicate with other heroes yet. Right or wrong, innocence or guilt were all difficult concepts to grasp in the midst of action. And since there seemed to be no laws regarding heroism here, the only thing he considered was whether someone needed help. If they showed hostility, he would attack. Once it was over, he would figure out what to do next. He hadn't yet reached an extreme like Shigaraki. That was why he stopped the man from the veterinary clinic and spoke with him. He took him to the station, explaining how he could enter rehabilitation therapy and stop using animal medications. That had been ridiculous. Now, the man in the ski mask held several photos of a girl in the yard of a house. None featured a woman, just the two of them. All the photos showed what appeared to be his home, which was in terrible condition. He concluded that he was definitely short on money and that was why he was stealing, counting the bag at his side. He wished he had found him earlier and helped him so he wouldn't have to resort to that. He decided to let it go. Not everyone deserved to lose their soul despite having done something wrong. He was tired of the duality of justice. Perhaps he just wanted someone to understand what he had already experienced, But that stupid city seemed like a utopia where something as bad as what happened in Mustafu was unthinkable. There had to be a way to free those souls, right? He freed the samurai. How did he know? Intuition, he replied, extending the sword after helping her up. She seemed to have a good sense of justice, but she was aiming it in the wrong direction. He advised her not to direct her efforts toward executing people. It was not the best approach for someone wanting to be a hero like her. Then what was the best approach? Izuku turned his back to her as he walked toward the edge of the building. He asked why she stole the souls of people, why she wore the mask, and what she wanted to achieve. He turned to look at her while walking backward, stepping onto the ledge. He told her to think about it, and she would find a better approach. By the way, he asked her name. Kana. After a moment, Deku let himself fall backward. Katana sensed he would be fine, but she still approached the edge. There was no one, nothing, he was gone. Everything came rushing back to her, but she was stuck on what she believed was the hypocrisy of the Green Rabbit. More than that, her pride and honor as a warrior had been tarnished, spat upon, and trampled like the most mundane stone on any gravel path. On top of that, what she believed, her morals, had been called into question. Even if she could see the logic in the Green Rabbit's point, she felt offended. How could someone like him give her lessons on morality? If he killed his victims, what right did he have to prevent her from acting as she did? She clenched her fist around the hilt of her sword, waiting to find him as soon as possible. She quickly reasoned how to locate him and defeat him to regain her honor. Finding him would be difficult, but now she knew how to draw him to her. Meanwhile, Izuku felt that he hadn't done something right. Dealing with people had always been complicated, but after the war, it seemed impossible to maintain clear communication. He could still understand others, but making himself understood was much harder. He sighed in frustration and headed toward the man he had left in the alley earlier. Hopefully by that same night, he would regain consciousness. Or perhaps he wanted to believe that she truly understood his attempt to convince her. Izuku had been rebuilding himself, but he had not yet finished healing. Like any half-finished process, the final product was still fragile. The next day, after another night of nightmares to which he had grown accustomed, he became worried when he saw the body still where he had left it the night before. He had taken him to an alley across from the Clover House. He had been a gullible fool. Disappointed in himself, he closed his heroes, Shigaraki shouted, and their stupid morals and faith in others would destroy them. The strange mutation of fingers pointed at the floating Deku, whose mask rested around his neck, revealing his worried gaze. He declared that Midoriya would be the first to fall. A hand gripped his shoulder. He took a breath. Shigaraki was wrong. All for One was mistaken. The people in this city were not like that. He had seen everyone he had stopped and brought to the station, advising them to seek therapy regularly. Even those in prison had gone to therapy regularly. He had heard the officers in sweet justice. He had done well, Izuku, a reassuring voice said. Izuku was acutely aware that he had made a mistake the previous night. He reflected on his words, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. He felt a strong urge to find her, but uncertainty clouded his thoughts. What would he do? Take the sword away? He glanced out the window at the thief, remembering the girl. This world is insane, he thought, rubbing his temple. The least likely things can happen. A sword that steals souls would be a huge secret in my world. It might be a foolish idea, but perhaps there's information about it. However, Izuku didn't have a computer or even a cell phone at hand. There was a chance the library might have computers, and he felt a spark of determination as the idea formed in his mind. He needed to visit the library, but first, he had to ask Sarah and Dan for permission. With renewed energy, he stood up and rushed out of the room, ready to prepare an American breakfast, almost forgetting his worries. Perhaps it was the bacon, the bagels, or the perfectly cooked sunny-side-up eggs, but no one objected to his cooking. By the time the Clover family was leaving the house, Izuku was already on his way to the city library, feeling calm. He took note of the strange alleys and high points on each street to ensure better surveillance. Landmarks were also important. He would need to create a more detailed map of Metropolis and mark the most vulnerable shops. He had been monitoring the same areas. Expanding his focus was crucial, But he would save that for another day. The library was vast and well-equipped, filled with computers, tall shelves, and vending machines, everything he needed. But he wasn't there for snacks, even though the oatmeal and cinnamon cookies were tempting. He focused on approaching the librarian to request a computer but paused when he saw a few men checking some of the equipment. Are they repairing them? That's a problem, he thought anxiously. He turned to the tall shelves and scanned them from bottom to top, noticing the busts decorating the tops of some. What if there's something in the books about that sword? With nothing to lose and a love for reading, he explored the sections that might contain helpful information, particularly mythology and history. He gathered around 9 thick books and took them to one of the available tables. He had a lot to read. To find at least one clue, he needed to finish them all and return home before the Clovers came back, allowing him to complete his chores. And so, he immersed himself in the books. It wasn't until he found a red-covered book with golden details titled Ancient Weaponry, Myth and Magic that he discovered a real lead. The page prominently displayed the name Soul Stealer. As he read the first line, realization struck him. It was a Muramasa, a cursed sword capable of stealing the souls of its enemies. He felt foolish for not knowing this sooner. It was a common legend in Japan. Even Yoroimasha claimed to possess a Muramasa sword. But combined with what he had seen, it meant something very troubling. This can't be true, he murmured, tapping his head against the desk, oblivious to the disapproving looks from others. Cursed swords that steal souls. Despite being a myth, it was the best lead he had found so far, and if he wanted a solution to this strange problem, he needed to know more. He sighed and lifted the book again. Some of the history he already knew was there, but the lower part contained what he sought. To free the souls, the one wielding the sword must recite the following incantation, Gi. Makoto. Meo. Chui. Jisei. Izuku lowered the book and stared into space. Those are the kanji of the 8 principles of the Bushido Code, he reasoned incredulously. It couldn't be that Muramasa Sengo was so simplistic. Still, it's easy to remember. If I wield the sword, can I free the trapped souls? The rest seemed more like instructions for commanding the souls to escape. What strange things? With those questions in mind, Izuku took the book to read more about the cursed sword and grabbed those cookies he had been eyeing. They were delicious. Days passed, and Izuku felt his anxiety and concern growing. He couldn't find the samurai, but he also hadn't encountered another victim. She had stopped, which led him to believe she was contemplating what he had said. Nevertheless, the man's soul still hadn't returned. This worried him, prompting him to search for the girl in the photo the same day he found the book, but she was safe under her neighbor's care. He sighed, feeling exhausted. Lately, he had been fatigued and unable to sleep well. He didn't want dark circles under his eyes. He feared they would give him away. Even if there were no more victims, he couldn't feel entirely at ease. At that moment, he walked down the street towards Sweet Justice. Dan had gone out with some high school friends, so Izuku was working his shift. He needed to deliver an order to the distributor in person, even though the sun had already set. Now, he was simply heading back. He scratched his long hair, which seemed less curly as it grew longer. Perhaps the weight of it, but he didn't dwell on it. As he walked, he noticed something strange. There was someone lying on the sidewalk. He looked around cautiously, noticing the street was unusually empty. He approached the figure, discovering what appeared to be a jester. Dressed in red and black, with white makeup, she held a spray paint can. Identifying her as the new villain in town, Harley Quinn, was easy. His gaze drifted to the wall where an incomplete graffiti piece referenced the Joker. Finally, he noticed her vacant eyes, which unsettled him. However, all of that became secondary when he spotted a group of heroines turning the corner toward him. Recognizing them by their costumes, the most sensible thing he could think to do was hide, even though he had nothing to do with the situation. It didn't stop, he reasoned as he peered out. That was when he saw Supergirl, the blonde heroine, carrying a girl in almost all black, quickly identifying her as Catwoman. From her reaction, he could sense that she, too, lacked a soul. 5 minutes later, the heroine Green Lantern returned with a van. Without thinking much, he noted the license plate in the notebook he carried, just before someone fell onto the vehicle. He blinked at the absurdity of it all but was surprised to recognize the giantess who had crushed the vehicle. She was the first villain to spark a rivalry with him since his arrival, but that was another story. She was hunting many villains, which worried him. She had been inactive until now. What was she doing? The movement at the edge of his vision made him look up. There she was, sword in hand. The samurai's gaze wandered around before she retreated. What was happening? What was she searching for? He quickly understood. She was drawing attention to herself. She wanted to be found. Not caring much about passing by the heroines, he gathered everything he had and dashed towards Sweet Justice. The only evidence of his presence was the echo of a thunderbolt that passed through the street. Jessica asked if anyone else had seen that, and in response, there was a nod. Kara, who hadn't seen it clearly, wondered if that was Barry. Babs corrected her, stating that it was the green rag doll. Barry had yellow lightning. After another nod, the rest of the heroines remained deep in thought. Zatanna questioned the name Green Rag Doll, stating it wasn't cute. Supergirl expressed her intentions to destroy it, striking her fist against her palm. Babs tried to reason with her, suggesting they didn't even know if he was on their side. Karen reminded them that he had saved people from the bus that day. Supergirl beamed at that. But Jessica pointed out that they hadn't heard anything about him since then. He could be planning to attack them. That left a bitter taste, which faded when Babs turned on the music in the green car created by Green Lantern. Sweet Justice, as always, had several customers. This time, however, Barry's friends were not at their usual table. He didn't pay much attention as he entered. He approached the counter, noticing Barry and Sarah. While Barry prepared an unusually large order, Sarah seemed to be taking the orders. Mrs. Seal. He shot an annoyed glance before realizing it was Sarah, who smiled back at him. She thanked him for delivering the order and handed him the receipt. Izuku, swallowing his nervousness, smiled back. He mentioned he would head home to prepare dinner, and Sarah agreed, saying Dan would probably arrive before him, so he wouldn't be alone for long. She asked if he could take out the trash on his way out, and Izuku nodded. As he headed toward the back door after grabbing the bags, the sensor chimed. He turned to see if anyone was watching, but no one was behind him. He looked at the door in front of him, grasped the knob, and pushed it slightly. Something seemed to block his way. Pushing harder, he heard something being dragged across the floor on the other side. Had they left the trash in front of the door? How much trash could there be? He pushed a bit more and managed to exit effortlessly. His gaze fell to the ground. Dan was face down, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and something wrapped in the other. But the most important thing was that he wasn't responding. Izuku crouched to move him but received no answer. He decided to turn him over. For Izuku, any tranquility and stability he had fought for suddenly wavered. He stood up, intending to close the door, but noticed how the knob, once spherical, had been crushed into a bruised and deformed bar. He thought to himself that he might have let his emotions take over. Without thinking much, he twisted his wrist, bending the thick bar in an attempt to use it as a handle. He was sure Dan didn't know who he was. He had been extremely careful. He knew this was random or, worse, a misunderstanding. Izuku unbuttoned his uniform and took off his shirt. Beneath his clothes, the frayed green of his suit was visible. He folded the shirt and repeated the process with his pants until he was left in his green jumpsuit. He walked to the containers, placing the trash bag inside. From beneath, he pulled out a random black bag, from which he retrieved the rest of his gear, gauntlets, mask, cape, sawls, and leg protectors. It took him 3 minutes to get ready. He thought he would need to expand his search to find her tonight. There would be no more victims after this night. He threw Dan over his shoulder as if he weighed nothing and took the flowers and the gift. He knew he was taking this personally and that his emotions were bubbling beneath the surface. However, this was his chance to help her see the harm she was causing, assist her victims, and make amends for his mistakes. But first, Dan. Nights in Metropolis, despite their beauty, were dangerous. The beautiful city was the second most dangerous in the United States, attracting crazies and wicked beings from around the world. That was why they sought whoever was responsible for stealing the souls of the villains they usually faced. Wonder Woman reasoned that perhaps they wanted other villains as they ran across the rooftops of the city center. They needed to find the next one before her soul was stolen. Bumblebee questioned where they would find more villains. It was then that Diana stopped, looking up at the adjacent building. They all followed her gaze, spotting the long, flowing hair of a stranger. She wore a white mask with a red dot and armor reminiscent of ancient Japanese warriors. She watched them from above, silently. From her high perch, she declared that the villains' souls were tainted. All eyes on her filled her with the courage to achieve her goal. Her eyes sharpened as she announced that now they would be hers. Supergirl, with a mocking smile, apologized to her sister, stating that she liked her soul just where it was. Supergirl was confident, so she launched herself upward and then directly at the swordswoman without a second thought. But her opponent was equally quick, swinging her sword at her when she was at an intermediate distance. What seemed like a slash of light cut through the air toward Kara, who was unaware of the damage it could inflict. Fortunately, someone else sped onto the rooftop from behind the heroines. Kara felt herself being pulled back, and the strike missed. She was surprised, as she hadn't intended for that to happen, and worried when she realized she couldn't control it. Her eyes wandered back, and at first she felt cold. Katana, seeing her strike fail, turned her gaze toward the source of the black cords. Her eyes widened behind her mask as the silhouette of that creature darkened the moon, and she smiled. What appeared to be bony wings spread like the legs of a monstrous spider, and long dark arms held the blonde villainess, as if she were to take her soul to the deepest circle reserved for traitors. But those green eyes shone as they looked at her, the one who sought to cleanse the streets of wickedness. The initial excitement gripped her heart with a real fear. Her hold on the soul stealer trembled as she watched the green rabbit descend before the villains, slowly approaching the edge of the building. When what seemed to be a manifestation of black mist finally settled on the rooftop, her grip steadied. She filled herself with courage and recalled the conviction with which she had trained to face him. With determination she spoke, wondering if he had indeed come. Wonder Woman opened her eyes as the man who had emerged from the portal stood before them once more. Unsure of his allegiance or whether he was responsible for the chaos, she took a defensive stance. Zatanna trembled slightly, her hands glowing, ready to make him release Kara. Her friends also appeared prepared for whatever might come. Despite her relaxed posture, which belied her physical appearance, she was not intimidating. Karen murmured in fear, noting that he was there and had Kara. The urgency of the moment weighed heavily on her. Supergirl, genuinely concerned, questioned if it was really the Green Rabbit. Batgirl asked if he was the same Green Rabbit rumored to have fought Giganta weeks ago. Their eyes turned to the samurai, who nodded in acknowledgement. He was the vigilante whose victims were never seen again in the underworld, the one who had never been captured on camera since his appearance because he left no witnesses. Izuku sensed that she was misunderstanding something. He released Supergirl, trying to convey his good intentions. Karen didn't want to look at him. The absence of witnesses, the fact that enemies never returned, all these traits resonated with the heroines, leading to a single word that echoed in their minds: the monster. Izuku didn't dignify her with a response, casting a glance at the heroines and then at the samurai. Katana sensed something strange about her opponent, a familiar feeling washed over her, shared by the others. It was as if, despite his higher position or being behind them, they were the ones at his mercy. For Katana, it was reminiscent of their previous encounter when he had crouched down to make it clear he was not a villain in a terrifying way. Ironically, Deku, fully aware that his anger was simmering and would trigger his next decision, thought he could not let her go this time without ensuring she reflected on her actions. Therefore, he would strike first, which seemed rational. The crackling lightning framed his fury as he bent his knees, and when Katana attempted to raise her sword in a defensive posture, it was too late. A green flash and a thunderous sound were all the witnesses perceived. The impact of the kick sent Katana flying to the other side of the rooftop with a loud thud. Deku regained his stance while the dark-haired warrior gasped for the air she had lost, touching the dented plates of her armor that seemed ready to fall apart. She rose with notable pain, while her opponent reflected on his rational but excessive actions as he stretched his leg. He thought to himself that he didn't want to hurt anyone further, even if it was the one who had done this to Dan. He only needed to stop her. He had to concentrate. Katana frowned, realizing what this implied. She rhetorically questioned if he had come to talk today or if his hypocrisy had run out. The memory of her own deceit ignited her resentment. However, her determination waned under the cold logic and anger in her enemy's eyes, reminding her of whom she was about to fight. That man did not release his victims. Katana trembled as she recognized this. She didn't even care when the other heroines positioned themselves behind the rabbit. He didn't bother to acknowledge their presence but decided to speak after some thought, stating that the way she wielded that sword was a disgrace to its forger. His words were not kind. Katana choked on her response. For a moment, Supergirl found herself preferring the green ragdoll. Nevertheless, her friends did not lower their guard against him, even if he turned his back on them as if they were allies. Except for Karen, who was very frightened. The samurai quickly responded, incredulous, asking what he meant. He accused her of nothing but judging and executing with that sword, claiming she had poisoned her own soul by attacking the innocent. Katana couldn't understand how he had gotten under her skin so deeply. First, he had destroyed her pride in a dishonorable way. Then, he had twisted her thoughts so simply that it gave her a headache, even while being a total liar and hypocrite, and now he made her feel like a heretic instead of a worthy bearer of the sword. All the humiliation she felt fueled her resentment and desire for revenge. But this made her explode unexpectedly against him. Her goal was not as he described. Izuku had no idea how he had provoked her anger, but she shouted that the wicked must disappear. Only then could they see a better world. People like him and them, liars who claimed to bring justice but did nothing, did not deserve to live. If she didn't fix it, if no one got their hands dirty, if the ideal of the hero was not restored, she challenged them, declaring that the only one who could kill her was All Might, the true hero. The memory of Stain's speech when he had saved him for the first time in Hosu resurfaced almost immediately. It was enough to see how their ideals resembled each other in certain key points, even if they were different. But for that very reason, he had to stop her. There was still time to prevent her from becoming a sociopath, to save herself from destruction. He wanted to preserve that spark of heroism she possessed. This was something he could not do with the hero's shine of the old Stain. He had said it once, but he had to repeat it. She had the spirit of a true hero within her, he thought. Then he announced with authority that he had heard enough. Her ideals were strong, but they did not do her or anyone else any good. Deku stepped closer slowly, asking her to stop executing people. Just as he was a few steps away, the samurai swung her sword toward his face, which he evaded by bending backward. He regained his stance as she launched a series of cuts that he sought to dodge rather than block. She yelled that he had destroyed her pride and diminished her. To reclaim her honor, she would defeat him. Izuku knew she had some samurai skills, but he hadn't expected her to be one in full. However, it was when he realized something important. There was no halo of light. This made him think that perhaps it was being controlled at will, or on the other hand, it required a calmness contrary to the young woman's current state. This was his opportunity. After a diagonal cut, following the pattern, came a horizontal strike that he evaded by leaning back. Behind him, he prepared a punch with the intention of disarming her. He had always wanted to live up to those expectations, even before he had a quirk. But the rush of wind made them react. Katana moved aside, dodging Supergirl, and then shifted again to avoid a strange energy coming from Zatanna. The rest of the heroines blocked his path while Deku observed intently despite his paralysis. Wonder Woman paused beside him for a moment as he regained his focus. The sword could steal their souls. They needed to be careful, he warned the Amazon, who nodded before rejoining her sisters in battle. The news about them might be sensationalist, and their methods had brought consequences to the city more than once, especially Supergirl. However, they had fought to help the innocent. Their teamwork was... A sudden memory interrupted his thoughts. This battle was destined to be between one for all and all for one. They could not keep up with him. Yes, he remembered it clearly. He recalled forcing everything within him to make that declaration a reality. His body endured the pain, his bones creaked, and his muscles felt like they would tear, but he had withstood the most important battles. All for one, and Shigaraki Tamura could no longer harm anyone. In exchange, he had left his friends resentful and perhaps annoyed. The teamwork he could muster was inadequate. Could he even try to do it again? Did he have the right? He relaxed his stance, understanding how they were working together. Supergirl and Batgirl focused on attacking, close range and long range respectively. In fact, one of Batgirl's golden gadgets nearly struck him. Meanwhile, Green Lantern and Wonder Woman seemed to be preventing anyone from getting hurt by the sword. This led him to ponder the conditions under which the sword stole a soul. Lastly, Zatanna appeared to alternate between both modes, wielding a strange power he did not comprehend, while Bumblebee danced around Katana, shooting small yellow lights that seemed to annoy her. They worked well as a team, something he doubted he could ever do. Despite this, Katana managed to land a couple of hits on Wonder Woman, who seemed to be a formidable tank. His eyes followed the fighter's actions despite his own introspection. Like the interaction of a delicate system, the order they needed was strict. However, the universe always tended toward chaos by nature. Karen orbited Katana again, both arms firing her stingers to distract her. With confidence in her friends and the information given by the rabbit, she made another pass. This time, however, it coincided perfectly with a spell from Zatanna that threatened to hit her. Thanks to her agility, she managed to evade it just in time. The advantage of being an insect. The problem was that after dodging, she found the edge of Katana's sword mere millimeters from her face. In the midst of the barrage of enemy attacks, Katana noticed that small opening and seized the opportunity, launching a precise cut aimed directly at the human Bumblebee. Despite the danger of losing her soul, how could Deku allow someone to be harmed in front of him? Karen's vision suddenly darkened, and the sword clashed against metal with a loud clang. Katana opened her eyes to see the rabbit in front of her, shielding his head with his arm. He had no idea he had metal arms. Izuku was also surprised to find his soul intact, but he wasted no time throwing a quick punch that the woman barely dodged. The sword came at him again, but it was once more halted by the metal soles of his shoes. Karen, from her tattered and frayed gloves, watched this with surprise. Pushing forward, Deku moved the sword aside and kicked Katana in the stomach to push her away. His arm protected the heroine as he opened both palms and looked at her with the most reassuring gaze he could muster beneath his mask. He asked if she was okay. She stammered a yes. Deku glanced at her arms as the metal strips opened, revealing her limbs. He shook his arms to return them to their place and quickly turned to censor, dodging a curved cut. By this point, he noticed that the other heroines had created some space. With fluidity, Katana raised her sword above her head, ready to deliver a swift and powerful blow. But as he looked up, Izuku noticed that her grip on the sword was high. Her left hand was not secured properly. Planting his left foot firmly forward, he spun, executing a perfect vertical kick that knocked the sword from the samurai's hands upon impact with the metal sole. He stepped back, pointing an arm at Katana, and Black Whip allowed him to pull her before she could retrieve the sword. When Katana fell to the ground, the sword landing a few meters away, silence enveloped the rooftop. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he extended his other hand, opening it to free Bumblebee. He apologized, asking if she was okay, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect, which she affirmed. Then he turned to Katana, who, humiliated, attempted to rise. Seeing her like that only made his sensors go haywire, and the anger he felt returned. Dan had not been the only innocent she had attacked. But he wanted to help her learn from her mistakes, truly. That desire was stronger than anything else now. He turned his gaze to the sword, and the image of the strict teacher Aizawa, the anonymous Eraserhead, came to mind, along with the unbearable punishments he used to impose on them. He drew the sword with the power of the fifth, feeling a chill. He looked to the sky, seeking divine guidance among the clouds, but lowered his gaze to the obvious. He was not as good as Aizawa, not in anything, not even a teacher to begin with, so with what authority could he advise someone on what it meant to be a hero? How could he counsel on something he was not? He was a monster. Bumblebee was right. Just as stupidity and reflection overwhelmed him, and he recalled countless things he wanted to bury, he received a blow to the back of his knee. The impact destabilized him, and the next hit sent him down with little effort. Even in his mind, Izuku did not pay attention to Katana as she snatched the sword from him. She declared her intent to take his soul, while he shouted that he would destroy her. Both cries seemed to echo the same sentiment. Izuku had become something very different from a hero, at least in his own perception. To those who should trust in his presence, he was almost a villain to be feared. To his enemies, he was a relatively easy target to eliminate. But for himself, he had transformed into a monster, stained by the weight of 5 deaths. It was all his fault. He had yet to overcome that. In that moment, the delicate reconstruction of Izuku was violently shaken alongside the core of One for All. Katana's words abruptly transported him back to that time. Driven by fear and irritation, his instincts took over as panic set in. He grabbed Katana's wrists, lifting them above her head as he stood. He delivered 2 knee strikes to her ribs, shattering the samurai's armor, causing her to groan in pain. With force, he pulled her to the side, wrenching the sword from her grasp, and, consumed by the image of blood on his gloves, he swung the sword through the air. A halo of light shot toward Katana, who stood frozen. A moment later, a strange light emanated from her, capturing the attention of the heroines surrounding Deku, and it traveled toward the sword, seemingly merging with it. Izuku collapsed beside Katana's lifeless body. Izuku gasped for breath as he regained consciousness. He looked at the sword in his right hand and shuddered. What he had done was incredibly terrible. He felt lost in a haze that seemed to gnaw at his back. He thought he was fine, that he had overcome what the war had left in him, but witnessing this made him realize he was mistaken once again. It was not truly a surprise. The chorus of voices calling from the core encouraged him slightly, but what truly brought him back to reality was a small voice that stood out among them. It called him by his name. He even swore he heard someone use his last name. He scolded himself for being so foolish. He didn't want the other bearers to see that he was incapable of winning a battle against himself. It couldn't be that way. Objectively speaking, Izuku had been doing well. This only meant there was still a long way to go. He lifted his head as the core of One for All ceased its violent shaking. He heard Lariat shout that he had almost toppled his throne. Yet, despite the humor, Izuku was driven by the will he had always possessed to face challenges at any cost. With determination, he drove the sword into the ground and looked at Katana, who was now surrounded by the other heroines. They were examining her, he thought, perhaps searching for something, or at least that's what the strange light produced by Zatanna suggested. He focused more on their conversation from where he stood. Wonder Woman asked if Katana's soul was missing as Zatanna, crouched beside the body, ceased her scanning. Zatanna confirmed that Katana was the same as the others. The atmosphere grew heavy after Katana's body fell to the ground. Deku remained still, processing what he had just done, reflecting on what he remembered from his psychologist. Retrospection was necessary for healing. Babs admitted she still didn't understand how it had happened. Izuku, who had been silent and ignoring Wonder Woman's gaze, reacted to this. He raised his voice to declare that the sword was cursed. It was not an ordinary sword. Babs dismissed his claim, stating that such things did not exist. Wonder Woman, however, averted her gaze with a nervous smile. Among all the things her mother had made her read, enchanted weapons were common. She believed him. Z agreed, stating that considering he was the one who had done this, he must know how. Additionally, Batgirl, with a flick of her wrist, released some sparkles, which she found offensive. Apologies were exchanged, and all eyes fell on Izuku once more. It was uncomfortable, but he had a near-certified record of overcoming awkward situations, so he tucked away his discomfort and sought confidence from within. However, Censor was genuinely unsettling him at that moment. He began to speak when suddenly, Kara flew toward him like a bullet. Deku, thanks to his 4th gift, dodged Supergirl, who zoomed past him but quickly regained control of her flight, stopping and turning to face him. She warned him to save his breath, declaring her intent to crush him. Izuku thought about how careless it was for her to reveal her civilian name. He watched her, still bent backward, before straightening up. He insisted that they didn't need to fight. Once again, he leaped to avoid the blonde who seemed intent on tackling him. Supergirl halted in front of her friends, who appeared ready for anything. Izuku sighed as he landed in a crouch, urging her to calm down. Supergirl expressed her frustration about hearing the villain's gossip about him, declaring that she would make him pay. Her eyes glowed red, and Izuku recalled the laser vision. Green beams shot around them, and he braced himself for what was to come, establishing the clear connection between her and the dark figures he had defeated upon his arrival. Supergirl lunged at him like a bullet. Deku stepped back, evading a hook. He retracted his right fist as he saw her coming with a straight punch. This action made her smile, and she unleashed her punch in his direction. He did not want trouble with her. Izuku opened his palm, intercepting Kara's punch. The pressure created by that simple action was immense, enough to nearly send Bumblebee flying. Supergirl repeated the action 2 more times with the same result until Izuku paused her on the 3rd attempt. He held her fist in his palm. For the heroines, Supergirl was nearly unstoppable, but considering how that man had defeated Zod and his followers, it served as a reminder of who they were dealing with. The strength exerted by the girl was considerable, and Izuku put forth his effort to stop her. It seemed neither was willing to yield. However, Supergirl grew frustrated and exerted even more force. The green-haired boy released his fist, almost striking her face. But she dodged, finding herself face to face with the blonde. Kara's eyes widened at the close proximity, and before she could react, her arm was ensnared by black cords. The green-haired boy spun around, pulling and launching the blonde toward her friends. Yet, midway through her flight, she launched herself forward again, faster and more aggressively. To everyone's surprise, despite the short distance and the incredible speed of the Kryptonian, Deku managed to react. He sidestepped her attack and grabbed her leg, abruptly halting her advance. He had to look away as the momentum lifted the hem of her skirt. Once secured, he exerted all his strength to send her back. Supergirl barely managed to be caught by a green energy net that she hardly resisted. Izuku felt completely embarrassed by the situation, thinking about how he had seen something he shouldn't have. His mind raced with thoughts of the implications. The teasing from his friends only added to his discomfort, but he couldn't let that distract him from the reality at hand. Kara was about to charge at him, and most of the heroines seemed ready to assist her this time. He needed to stop this fight. He took a low stance, his semi-closed hands tense. Stain would have been proud. He felt the weight of the atmosphere shift as he projected his voice, sensing the tension around him. The heavy and threatening aura that enveloped the rooftop felt like being at the mercy of a giant shark, over 1,000 meters underwater. The kind of pressure that could crush one's lungs and lead to an agonizing end. The heroines stood frozen, unwilling to look at him as he questioned their understanding of the situation. Supergirl turned, realizing why rumors painted him as a monster. He urged them to listen. Noticing their silence, he decided to let go of any intention to harm. The atmosphere relaxed as Deku eased his stance. It was time for him to speak before he could do what he needed to do and leave. However, among the heroines, there was one particularly stubborn individual. The tension escalated when Black Whip shot off in all directions at incredible speeds. Although she missed by mere inches, Bumblebee clung to Wonder Woman like a frightened cat. Supergirl took a step back, recalling the man they had seen arrive and fight without a word some time ago. It was time for him to speak. His hunched posture and the chaotic dance of lightning framed a threatening display of black serpents. It was indeed intimidating. Izuku, realizing the effectiveness of his presence, understood many things that had previously seemed trivial. Aizawa was truly frightening. He dismissed that thought for the moment. He didn't want to fight the heroines. He raised his hands, regaining his relaxed posture, insisting he was not an enemy. The heroines exchanged glances, almost communicating telepathically through their fear. They seemed to reach a silent agreement, as Supergirl clicked her teeth in frustration while looking away. She reluctantly agreed to hold off her attack for now. Izuku internally chastised himself for not helping his reputation. Wonder Woman straightened herself and suggested they talk. Had she stuttered? He sighed with relief, sensing the tension ease. He adjusted his cape to cover his arms and approached the sword, trying not to appear hostile. He explained that the sword was cursed. Centuries ago, its creator enchanted it to capture the souls of its victims, calling it Soul Stealer. This made it easier for samurai to fight. Supergirl interrupted, asking what a samurai was. She insisted she wasn't a nerd, but Wonder Woman excitedly explained that they were great warriors from a land called Japan, living by unbreakable principles. Izuku thought to himself about how easily they seemed to forget their fear. He redirected their attention, emphasizing that the sword had ended up in Katana's hands, who had irresponsibly used it to attack anyone in her path. Batgirl inquired about how the magic worked. Izuku questioned why she wanted to know, and she expressed curiosity about who forged the sword. Supergirl, visibly frustrated, realized he was stealing the spotlight again. Izuku just wanted to go home and leave this behind. He raised his hand, asking everyone to stop. The heroines fell silent as the Green Rabbit raised his right hand, stating he couldn't answer their questions. He acknowledged that he had known what the sword did beforehand and had warned them about it. He pointed out that the sword belonged to the woman on the ground, but he had managed to gather information about it before today. This wasn't their first encounter. Supergirl muttered about being in a dead end, while Batgirl waved her arms in the air, asking what they would do now. Izuku reassured them that they could still find a solution. He took a deep breath, knowing he was the key to uniting the team. He retrieved the sword from the ground, which clearly alarmed the heroines. He explained that he knew how to release the souls and would do so immediately. As he settled into a familiar position, holding the sword with one hand on the hilt and the other on the blade, he raised it above his head. Batgirl, suddenly alert, tried to stop him, questioning if he could really do it. He nodded in response, and she grew anxious, asking for a moment. Izuku simply lowered the sword, returning to his thoughts as he prepared to act. Batgirl gathered her friends in a circle, expressing concern about their current situation. She emphasized that they couldn't allow him to act just yet, as the villains at her house could pose a threat to her father. Wonder Woman, always serious, agreed that they couldn't let anything happen to Barbara's dad. Supergirl, on the other hand, seemed less concerned and questioned what their plan would be. Wonder Woman proposed that they split into two groups. One would distract the villains in public places while the other would keep an eye on Green Lantern to ensure he didn't release the souls. Z raised a valid concern about how they would stop him, recalling the power he displayed against Zod. The thought of his strength was daunting, and Diana hesitated, admitting they would need a plan and some time. Jessica interrupted, suggesting that violence wasn't the answer and that they could ask him nicely for more time. Supergirl couldn't help but laugh at the idea, finding it hard to believe that someone like him would be open to conversation. Jessica, however, was determined to prove that they could reach out to him peacefully. She approached Deku with a mix of courage and apprehension, aware of the risks involved. As she touched his shoulder, she explained their predicament and asked if he could wait a little longer before releasing the souls. To her surprise, he agreed without hesitation, leaving her momentarily stunned. Grateful yet flustered, she rushed back to her friends, her cheeks burning from the encounter. The group was relieved that he had agreed to wait, but Wonder Woman urged them to act quickly. She assigned Batgirl, Zatanna, and Supergirl to take the villains to Metropolis Park, instructing them not to leave them together. The rest would keep watch over Green Lantern until they returned. Karen, feeling uncertain, questioned what she could do to stop him. As the group departed with Zatanna's spell, the silence on the rooftop felt heavy. Deku, unsure of how to interact with the heroes, remained quiet, feeling out of place. He was surprised when Bumblebee approached him, her voice shaky but filled with determination. She asked if she could pose a question, and despite her nervousness, he recognized her bravery. He encouraged her to take her time, recalling his own struggles in similar situations. When she finally asked how he knew the sword wouldn't harm him when he saved her, he admitted he didn't know. Her reaction was one of shock, and he explained that he had acted because she needed help. He sensed her confusion, realizing that she might see him as a monster due to the rumors surrounding him. He reassured her that he wasn't a killer or a monster, just someone who wanted to help those in need. That was enough for Bumblebee to think for herself about who he really was. He sounded sincere to her, but there was nothing to confirm that he didn't dispose of his victims. Still, what he said was not at all what she would expect from a monster. It reminded her of something a hero might say. As the seconds passed, Deku averted his gaze, and before Bumblebee could ask anything else, she heard the sound of Z's magic. They had returned, Batgirl exclaimed excitedly. Supergirl crossed the portal with her arms folded, a smirk on her face. She mentioned how much fun she had hitting a tree with Giganta, which caught Izuku's attention, though she lamented that Giganta had crushed the tree. Z commented that they had come back as quickly as possible, subtly pointing to Deku, indicating they didn't want him to lose his patience. Green Lantern sighed in relief, glad they had returned, as he had been worried they would take longer. Bumblebee wondered why Karen was so close to the green doll. Z suggested that could wait, as they could now release the souls. Izuku listed off the names he had been called, irritated by the awful nicknames. Lariat's mocking voice echoed in his mind, calling him Hero Rabbit, which he found rather silly. Izuku decided to act quickly, raising his sword above his head. However, uncertainty made him hesitate for a moment, suggesting they should step back. Following his words and Supergirl's objections, the girls moved as far away as possible. Green Lantern then asked Z what she thought would happen. She replied that it was common for such objects to recite a spell. As Izuku began to chant in another language, the heroines were taken aback. Bumblebee regretted not having a translator in her helmet. Flames erupted from the sword as he continued to speak, illuminating his mask with a blue-green glow. He felt no burn, but the sensation of countless trapped souls sent chills down his spine. Barbara clung to Karen, feeling the atmosphere grow colder, and the flames from the sword appeared terrifying. Karen couldn't respond as Izuku invoked the name of the blacksmith, commanding the souls to escape their prison and find their way back to life. Spectral flames erupted around him, rising like a torrent into the sky. Once they reached a peak, the flames dispersed in all directions, seeking a way back to life. The display illuminated the sky, creating a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere surrounding the heroes. Z remarked that it seemed like some kind of dark magic as she rubbed her arms while watching the sky. Soon, the torrent began to diminish. When the sky darkened and the sword ceased to glow, a final flame danced from the sword, returning to Katana's body. Izuku looked up as he heard Katana take a deep breath and stand, groaning in pain. He had forgotten he had sent her flying when he stopped Supergirl's blows, but despite that, she had come out better than expected. Still, he would have preferred to honor the souls with candles and incense, but he wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Katana looked up, feeling a mix of emotions. She held her arm as the heroines watched her, especially when the green doll didn't even glance her way. She was glad to feel alive again, but terrible knowing how she had made innocent people feel. All this time, she had never had a chance. Finally, Deku turned to her, giving an unreadable look while holding his sword. This was proof that she had lost, and she had no honor left except what he might grant her. Her own code compelled her. It was strange when he approached, extending the sword toward her. She knelt close to his side, stating she could no longer carry the sword due to her honor. Izuku, stepping back, gently tapped her on the head, forgetting his strength. However, Katana didn't mind, recalling her father, who had done the same with love in his eyes. He told her she wasn't obligated to anything, but he would have preferred to resolve it sooner rather than let it go this far. Katana apologized, explaining that she had become so angry at his words that everything had clouded her judgment. Now that she was calm, she recognized her mistake. The best approach for a hero was not the one she had assumed, it was to help people. Izuku believed her, glad she acknowledged her errors. He looked at the sword, stating it wouldn't be necessary to use it on everyone. He handed it to her, asking her to train and use the Soul Stealer wisely, taking care of her soul and mind as she did her body. The heroines looked on in disbelief as he offered the sword. He had tried to be good once, and it hadn't worked, so this time he would add his own aggressive approach. Katana placed her hands on the sword, feeling its rigidity, and looked up to meet Deku's gaze, urging her not to repeat her mistakes. She responded affirmatively, and Deku released the sword, walking to the edge of the rooftop. She called out for him to wait, needing to ask him something. Confused, Izuku turned to face everyone, questioning the difference between them, why she could do it and he could not. Wonder Woman stepped forward, expressing her interest as well, stating that it was said no one survived against him because no one returned to see those villains again. Izuku began to sense a pattern of resentment from the blonde, and the tension in the air thickened. If he kills his victims and witnesses, then we must take him down. He firmly confessed that he had not killed anyone, insisting he was neither a murderer nor a monster. Zatanna examined him from head to toe, making a face of disgust. She questioned his heroism, prompting B to call out to her. Izuku felt weary at their carelessness, recalling that he had read that name somewhere. He glanced at Katana, who seemed indifferent to the exchange. She remarked that he did not have the style of a hero, to which another responded that he enjoyed stealing the spotlight, much like a certain boastful individual they knew. Izuku reflected on his identity, feeling resigned. Even if titles did not define a hero in this world as they did in his, he could not see himself as one at that moment. He simply wanted to help those in need, which earned him an angry glare from a blonde alien. Realizing he had revealed too much of himself, he decided it was time to leave. He apologized and stated he had to go. As he vanished in a cloud of smoke, Green Lantern used her ring to create a gust that cleared their vision, but it was too late. Deku was already gone. Bumblebee felt an unexpected sense of disappointment as she watched him leave. Her friends noticed this subtle shift in her demeanor. Zatanna turned to Kara, commending her for her earlier words. Kara protested, pointing out that Zatanna had been the one to call him a villain, while she had only stated the obvious. Wonder Woman intervened, urging them to stop bickering and suggesting that perhaps his departure was necessary, and they could not know if it was their fault. Kara crossed her arms and turned to Katana, inquiring about her fate. Katana looked up and bowed slightly in apology, expressing regret for labeling them as villains for not engaging in her reckless behavior. Wonder Woman smiled, reminding them that mistakes were merely lessons in disguise. Katana resolved to train and catch up to that rabbit, determined to do better next time. She hoped to see them again and work together. With a handshake sealing their parting, the samurai left first. Wonder Woman turned to her friends, suggesting they could rest now that their souls had returned. Batgirl wondered if they would encounter him again, to which Green Lantern expressed genuine concern. They decided not to worry about that. Karen, however, was already contemplating the rabbit and proposed they search for information about the sword the next day. Kara was not pleased with this idea, as she disliked research, especially if it involved reading. Jessica explained that understanding the truth behind the Green Warrior's words was essential. Batgirl added that if he spoke the truth, he could become their ally. Zatanna agreed, and they resolved to prepare for the night ahead. Meanwhile, Deku reflected on Zatanna's comments about his appearance as he stood before the Metropolis Park. Using his whips, he climbed a building across the street. From his elevated position, he noticed a small change in the landscape. A tree was missing, its absence stark among the foliage. A faint trail suggested something had been dragged through the earth. With a powerful leap, aided by his quirk, he soared to the area. If Supergirl was correct about hitting a tree with Giganta, this was the spot he sought. He was not mistaken. A tree appeared to have been uprooted, dragged a few meters forward by something heavy. He had anticipated this but was surprised to find Giganta still there. He concluded he had no time for distractions as he landed near the fallen tree. Giganta, rubbing her head while leaning against another tree, reacted to his presence. She growled his name, expressing her intent to crush him, vowing not to lose again. In the library, Kara found the atmosphere dull. The initial idea had not excited her, and she was skeptical about the honesty of the Green Warrior. As they approached the reception desk, Diana guided them, even though they could have simply picked up a book. Perhaps she still needed to adjust to this world. The receptionist, a woman in her 30s, looked at them with confusion as Kara greeted her. Jessica quickly intervened, explaining it was Kara's first visit and they would take a look around. The receptionist agreed and handed them a book that had just been returned, suggesting it might be what they were looking for. Jessica approached with a smile, excited by the prospect of their find. "Thank you very much, miss," was the cheerful response. With that said, and after gathering other similar books, the group of 6 decided to sit at a table to read. Kara, however, propped her feet up on the table, while surprisingly, Karen sat deep in thought, staring at the cover of one of the books. Jessica noticed Karen's silence and asked with concern if she was okay, pointing out that she had been quiet since the previous day and hadn't even said goodbye. Karen, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized and explained that she had been thinking about something. Diana, who had picked up a red book titled Ancient Weaponry, Myth and Magic, asked what was on Karen's mind. Karen quickly shared that the rabbit had said something strange the day before, which made her think he was a hero too. She admitted that they didn't know much about him, but he sounded sincere. Kara dismissed the idea, calling the rabbit an idiot, but Babs tried to reason with her, suggesting they didn't need to be rude. Diana reassured them that they would uncover the truth about the rabbit warrior. Karen thought to herself that the nickname didn't sound right, but when she looked at Jessica, she received a supportive smile. Z and Babs also smiled, while Kara rolled her eyes in response. Diana returned her focus to the book, eagerly flipping through the pages. Z leaned over the table toward Karen, curious about what the rabbit had said. Babs chimed in, expressing her own eagerness to know. Karen recounted how the rabbit had saved her from Katana the day before. She explained that after everyone left, she had asked him how he knew she would be okay when he blocked the sword. He had replied that he didn't know, thinking she might be a monster or someone with bad intentions. She asked why he helped her. He simply said he wanted to assist those in need. Jessica touched her cheek, surprised by the rabbit's words, while Babs exclaimed that it sounded heroic. The group turned to her, startled by the sudden noise. Diana suggested that maybe the rabbit could be trusted, and as they discussed it, she held up a book page titled Soul Stealer, noting that the rabbit's words were similar to what they had read. Curious, Jessica asked what else the book said. They became engrossed in reading until the text unexpectedly switched to Japanese at a crucial spell section, aligning perfectly with what the rabbit had mentioned. Concluding that the spell could confirm whether Deku, whose name they still didn't know, was trustworthy, Diana decided to call a friend for help. Yamashiro Tatsu was on the other end of the line, and her phone rang loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around. Tatsu entered the library and greeted Diana with a smile, then awkwardly waved at the other girls. They returned her greeting, albeit a bit shyly. Tatsu expressed her happiness to see Diana and asked for her help with the book, pointing out a section in kanji that they couldn't read. When Tatsu saw the title of the sword, she reacted strangely, causing Babs to suspect something was off. After a moment of silence, Babs whispered that Tatsu was Katana, surprising everyone, including Diana. Tension filled the air as Katana, realizing she had been discovered, considered her options for escape, while the girls remained frozen in place. Jessica broke the silence, suggesting that if the book matched what the rabbit said, perhaps he was the one who returned it earlier. Katana asked if he had been there, and Diana proposed that if Tatsu helped them decipher the spell, they might find out. With a friendly smile, she extended her hand for a shake. Tatsu hesitated but remembered the previous night, realizing it might be wise to collaborate with them and the mysterious man. They shook hands, and Tatsu read the kanji aloud. Makoto. Meo. Chui. Sit. Z interrupted, noting that those were the same words the rabbit had used in the spell. Kara complimented Tatsu on her memory, and they wondered if he had indeed returned the book. Tatsu leaned closer, feeling nervous as the others exchanged glances. Babs, who loved solving mysteries, and Kara, harboring a bit of resentment, rushed off to find the librarian. Diana and Tatsu followed at a slower pace, while the rest of the group tidied up and apologized for the chaos. Z joked about not even being able to get Steve's attention, making Jessica laugh as she pondered aloud whether they would find the rabbit again. Meanwhile, at the reception, the librarian found herself nearly cornered by the 4 girls, asking if she could help them. Diana held up the book and asked who had returned it. As days passed, Izuku kept the memory of his encounter with the heroines close, returning to his usual routine. He read news about Katana, who had decided to change her approach to a less lethal one, stopping her soul-stealing ways. Izuku wanted to believe that not everyone could be reasoned with, but he knew it was good to have someone like Katana around to handle matters swiftly. Now that it was Monday, Izuku prepared to return to school. He had received the news the day before and had time to gather his things. Dan had given him an old backpack and some unused notebooks, which were a bit worn but better than buying new ones. Izuku also had a new notebook that Dan had gifted him the night he encountered Katana. It turned out to be the gift wrapped alongside the flowers he brought. Clearly, the flowers were for Sarah. With all that, he felt more than ready. On Monday, dressed in clothes that were larger than his size, he left the Clover household, saying goodbye just as Sarah stopped him. She warned him that it could be dangerous out there and handed him an old, square, thick touchscreen phone. Her eyes sparkled as it looked different from the one he had in his world. She told him to take it in case he needed to call them. He thanked her profusely, bowing multiple times, and she reassured him to take care and that they would see each other later at the cafe. Truthfully, walking in such oversized clothes was uncomfortable, but once he got used to the outfit, which was more fitted, he realized he might have either grown or increased his muscle mass. Some embarrassing areas felt tight. It wasn't too bad though. These clothes were the opposite of his usual attire, being very loose in areas like his chest, underarms, and yes, the inseam. He held his backpack and was grateful for the belt, otherwise, he would have had to keep pulling up the gray jeans that were once black. He smiled, glad that his red sneakers weren't too worn out and that he could still wear them. However, it was hard to see them beneath the oversized blue shirt that made him look heavier than he really was. He would be lying if he said he didn't get lost. He almost arrived late and was met by the principal, a tall man with gray hair who wore thick glasses and seemed to be perpetually angry, as indicated by the lines on his forehead. He didn't remind him of Nizu. He hoped the principal would continue to run the school diligently and that everything was well with his friends. Now, with all the information he had, it was almost certain this wasn't his world. He needed to be especially careful. They couldn't discover his powers or heroic actions. Despite everything, he had managed to keep a low profile during his surveillance, staying alert for anything that might reveal a new hero to the civilians. His accent was perfectly disguised to the ear, and his mask was securely in place, despite its wear. He always made sure there were no cameramen or too many people with cell phones around during the night. What he couldn't stop were the rumors. He had to stay well informed about these after his encounter with the superhero girls. Rumors of a nighttime hero dressed in green, as fast as lightning, with claws capable of cutting steel, had started in the lower neighborhoods of Metropolis, comparing him to Batman, or even claiming he was Batman himself. However, his ears were longer, and his outfit appeared more ragged, leading some to think he was a copy. Batman sounded incredible, nonetheless. But he had exposed himself to the superhero girls and Katana. He trusted they wouldn't leak anything to the press since they didn't deal directly with them. That was a relief. Overall, he had done well hiding from the general public, and his shield was the heroines and heroes who operated during the day. The attention went to them, allowing him the freedom to patrol the lower neighborhoods of Metropolis at night. He yawned, feeling somewhat tired. While he could sleep enough to maintain his health, it still seemed he needed to fully recharge. The principal took him to his office, checked that everything was in order with his records, relatively, and then handed him over to his teacher, who led him to a classroom filled with other students. On the way, Izuku admired the differences compared to schools in his home country or world. There were no uniforms, ordinary shoes were worn inside the building, and there were large lockers for notebooks and books. Were American schools like this in his world? The teacher indicated for him to enter first, which caught him off guard, but he obeyed. He received many curious glances, some more intense than others. One girl in front of him seemed to be staring at him in a trance. Was she okay? Did she turn red? Of course, he would attract attention entering with the teacher when everyone was already there. The teacher quickly introduced him, stating that he was Izuku Midoriya from Japan and would be their new classmate for the rest of the school year. He asked Diana to show him around during recess. It was an honor, Diana replied as she stood up. That voice was very familiar, and when Izuku recognized it, he squinted his eyes. He had seen her before, but where? The ice cream shop? Oh, there was something else. He nodded and took a seat where there was space, trying to ignore the curious stares of his new classmates. He quickly thought about his green hair and wished he could slap himself in the face. Not wanting to sit at the back, he moved to a middle table next to a blonde girl close to Diana. He asked if he could take the seat. "Whatever," she replied. "Ouch," Lariat teased, and Izuku wished he would be quiet. He discreetly glanced at the blonde girl, and a flood of memories from his arrival and his encounter with Katana rushed back, one more prominent than the others. Bunnies. No way. It's Supergirl, he thought, petrified and above all embarrassed. His face turned red as the memory of what he saw under her skirt returned. You looked under the skirt of an attractive heroine, and then she rejected you," Lariat laughed. "What bad luck. That happened to you, Quint?" There were too many thoughts swirling in his mind about this situation to pay attention to N and Lariat, and he didn't realize how he was staring at the blonde girl. When he snapped back to reality, she was looking at him with confusion and anger, causing him to look away, completely red. By pure instinct, he glanced at Diana again. He noticed her taking a pen and inkwell and pulling out parchment from her backpack while asking something to a shorter brunette beside her. "What the heck?" he thought before noticing her more closely. "No, wait, it's Wonder Woman." Diana, alias Wonder Woman, and the girl called Supergirl, Kara, were in that classroom. No one could convince him otherwise. The only difference was Diana's hairstyle due to her tiara. Did the others know? Would they be okay with that? The class didn't seem united enough to share such a secret. They were either very good actors, or something was off. On the other hand, perhaps no one noticed the obvious similarities between Wonder Woman and Diana, and even less between the blonde, presumably Kara, and Supergirl, who hadn't changed at all. Apparently, it didn't take much to hide one's identity. Even so, he refused to let go of his suit. He decided to keep it on and took out his new notebook and pen to jot down notes while listening to the teacher discuss a topic he had already studied at UA. He pulled out a larger notebook where he noted what he deemed important. Although a review wasn't bad, there was something that required more attention, and he intended to use his advantage with another language. Notes about the heroines and their identities would be written in Japanese, just in case they were useful. He wouldn't mention that he knew who Wonder Woman and Supergirl were. He wanted to observe the others alongside Diana but didn't want to expose himself. Later, the class ended without much to highlight. Izuku watched the blue-haired girl say goodbye to her small group, who, he noticed out of the corner of his eye, didn't take their gaze off her until she disappeared through the door. He had already packed his things when Diana approached him. She greeted him with enthusiasm, introducing herself as Diana Prince, his guide through the school. Izuku followed her in silence as she showed him the classrooms, the gym, the theater, the football field which was hard to miss, and finally the cafeteria. However, Izuku's mind was focused on analyzing her as best as he could. Although he didn't want to get lost in high school, the similarities between Diana and Wonder Woman were increasingly evident. The shape of her face, the form of her eyes, her physical build, her height, and even her posture were strikingly similar. Diana declared that she had shown him all she could. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking that he wasn't really a traveler. Overall, she hadn't said much. Perhaps she was a little caught up in the nostalgic feeling of being in a school environment, something he still struggled with at times, and overwhelmed by the implications of having two heroines in this school. He thanked her with a slight bow, and she responded positively, expressing her appreciation for his manners. She playfully patted his back, and he thought about how strong she was, realizing that she definitely resembled Wonder Woman. He glanced at her nervously, recalling her impressive feats of strength. Diana pointed out a table where she and her friends usually sat, offering help if he needed anything. He smiled nervously and appreciated her kindness. As she left, she bid him farewell, calling him Izuku Midoriya from the distant lands. Left alone in the cafeteria, he pulled out his schedule, reminding himself that his next class was chemistry, followed by lunch. He mentally noted to write about Diana's peculiar way of speaking in his notebook before heading to his classroom before the bell rang. As he walked past the lockers, he unexpectedly encountered two girls who were quite different from each other. One was muscular with orange hair, and the other was slender with blue hair. Both shared a look of confusion that quickly turned into mischievous smiles. Izuku recognized the girl with orange hair and tried to walk past them, but they called out to him. He felt oddly offended by the comment about his hair color. Trying to avoid trouble, he calmed himself in response to the taller girl's challenge. He faced them nervously, thinking that blending in was the best strategy, and what better disguise than being the simple Izuku from middle school. The slender girl asked if he was new, and before he could finish introducing himself, she dismissed him, calling him a nerd. He recalled Bakugo's words and braced himself as the muscular girl threatened him, demanding his money to avoid being shoved into a locker. She cracked her knuckles, and Izuku felt a slight sting of indignation. He wasn't afraid of them, not even of the orange-haired girl recognizing him, but it was better to stay under the radar. He reached into his pocket, planning to cooperate to avoid any trouble, but fate had other ideas. He feigned forgetting his wallet, and both girls exchanged glances before smiling, leaving Izuku feeling defeated. As he found himself in a locker against his will, memories of his first night on patrol flooded his mind. It was the first time he encountered the girl who had just harassed him. The night was warm in the center of the city, where people often lingered late into the night, a time when everyone should be resting for the coming day. But not their perpetrator. Footsteps echoed down the street, causing some to flee in the opposite direction of the approaching police cars. A tall, massive figure stood out in the darkness. Her red, fluffy hair swayed, and her unusually large physique was enough to scare those who recognized her. Giganta noted that the superheroes were not around at this hour and found it amusing. She jumped onto the first police car, stopping it with her foot, easily destroying the engine and frightening the officers inside. Their expressions of fear were entertaining to her. When the officers attempted to escape, it was too late. Giganta tried to bring her arms down with all her might, but they remained stuck above her. Despite her strength, she couldn't strike the police car, as the officers had already evacuated. He realized she was the reason sensor kept alerting. There was no doubt. Giganta looked at her wrists, bound by a thick, dark substance that resembled rope. Her gaze quickly found the source, which was smaller than her, perhaps the size of Wonder Woman, but stood firmly against her. There was something unusual about him, beyond his unorthodox appearance, that suggested he was not an easy target. But Giganta was not one to think too deeply about it. She demanded that he release her, but he remained unmoved. He tried to drag her, but she used enough strength to resist him. The smaller one urged her to stop. The woman, known as Giganta, slammed her foot against the street, leaving a mark, and charged at him. Izuku wanted to minimize the damage, so he let her go. As soon as she was free, the redhead lunged at the hero without a word. Her strength and size seemed to reduce her reasoning to its most basic form. As lightning formed a protective barrier, Izuku raised his right arm. A single whip lashed out toward the redhead's face. She dodged it, the appendage brushing over her right shoulder, but Izuku had achieved his goal. The whip tightened. Giganta was about to throw a punch when Izuku leaped toward her, using his black whip to pull himself over her fist. With a touch on her shoulder, he jumped higher, away from her. He noted that her reasoning appeared diminished. She couldn't speak properly, but she had chosen to dodge. Was it instinct or conscious intelligence? Probably the former. Her rational intelligence seemed affected, like a wild rhinoceros. Izuku spun in the air, taking advantage of Giganta's disadvantage from his height. Both arms shot out a whip that, when fully extended, propelled him back toward the giantess. The media often sensationalized events, exaggerating to sell stories and avoiding real research. None emphasized the powers involved, so he could only guess at her physical strength based on what he had read. Giganta blocked his kick with both arms, yet it still pushed her back. Izuku landed on his feet, knowing he wouldn't go all out without understanding her limits. He had managed to move her. The speed he gained and the percentage he used must have been around 15%. Unlike Muscular, she had no external armor to protect her, so he could reach her. She wasn't as resilient as he was. Giganta declared that she would crush him. Despite her incredible physical strength, Izuku understood her body. When he landed a hit, he noticed her muscles were more pliable. If he could land a well-timed blow, he could end this quickly. That was his plan. Giganta charged at him, throwing a punch that could easily knock out teeth, a telegraph strike that was easy to read. After launching her attack, she was surprised to see Izuku vanish behind her arm. He twisted his hips and released his neck for more power. Her muscles had just loosened, so he had to strike precisely. With that thought, he unleashed a powerful hook, like a close-range shot, right at her solar plexus. He struck true. Giganta felt her body instinctively seeking the ground. Air left her lungs. She couldn't feel it returning. The suffocation ended quickly as pain overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to process what was happening. By the time Izuku retracted his fist, Giganta collapsed to the ground, completely out. That blow had been devastating, targeting the muscle that controls breathing. A well-placed trauma was enough to take someone down. Izuku observed his fist, realizing he had landed a solid hit. The percentage of 1 for all he had used would have only tickled her before. The damage she had caused would require about the same force as muscular. 1 for all had grown significantly stronger. It wasn't just that she was weaker and inexperienced, he had also become stronger. Izuku then noticed Giganta beginning to shrink, both in mass and height. It didn't take long before the colossal woman was replaced by a teenage girl clutching her stomach. He felt a twinge of guilt but prioritized stopping her before she caused more destruction. He approached cautiously and nudged her with his foot, calling out to her, but she didn't respond. She was completely out. He crossed his arms, weighing his options. That was their first encounter. 5 minutes later, Izuku managed to kick open the locker where he had been. He looked around, ensuring no one was watching. He thought to himself that things had turned out well. It wasn't more comfortable than sleeping on a rooftop, but it was certainly better than hanging from a tree. The garbage was definitely the worst option. He stretched and made his way to his next class, considering that keeping his lunch was already a win. He also reflected on the irony of the situation, resembling a typical American movie. Lunch arrived, slower than he would have liked, and Izuku decided to eat in the cafeteria. Not for any special reason. He just wanted to sit at a table and jot down notes about Diana and Kara. He would observe if anything else confirmed his thoughts. He needed to seriously improve his ability to hide his identity. Walking through the halls to return to the cafeteria felt strange. It had never been common for people to notice him, but he couldn't be sure why. He sensed someone whispering about him as they discreetly pointed. Call it paranoia, but considering that Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and even Giganta studied here without anyone seeming to notice, he didn't feel as secure as he should have. Were they that distracted? Why had they noticed him? Wasn't that illogical? Well, Aizawa-sensei always said that the world wasn't rational or fair, so perhaps he just had to endure it. His hair was still green, he couldn't forget that fact. So he calmly took out his lunch, which Mrs. Clover had excitedly prepared that morning before saying goodbye. It was pork chops made in Clover style, or so she claimed. Honestly, it looked like just barbecue pork with rice. Regardless, it was quite tasty. As he ate, Diana entered with the group of girls from the morning, and now that he could see them clearly, he wondered how oblivious people could be. Following Diana was Supergirl, Kara. There was also a dark-haired girl who was undoubtedly Zatanna. Like Kara, she didn't bother to hide her face. He hadn't noticed her in class, which was odd considering he could see a student in front of him who he couldn't take his eyes off. She was cute. Alongside them was a girl with brown hair wearing a hat and green clothes, resembling the female Green Lantern in her facial features. If her name was Jessica, it would all fit perfectly. The other two girls didn't resemble any of the heroines as much. Their height was something that matched. The smallest girl's appearance was a mystery, as her oversized striped sweater dwarfed her. In contrast, the girl with orange hair, whose hairstyle resembled Batgirl's, had an athletic build that matched the heroines. Her hood even had bat ears. Together, they looked like a group of heroines. Their eyes fell on the scribbled notebook, where names she had heard were linked to each alter ego. If those names matched, it meant they were all present. Kara, who needed verbal confirmation, Jessica, who was Green Lantern, Karen as Bumblebee, and Z as Zatanna. If she could confirm their names, she would think about it later. She glanced around the cafeteria again. It seemed there was no one resembling Katana here. Izuku noticed Diana pointing at him. Diana was pointing at him. The entire table of girls was looking at him. That was completely new for him. He felt a rush of color to his cheeks as he saw Diana ignore what seemed like a scolding from the brown-haired girl in the hat and wave enthusiastically. Some things never change. He raised his hand in a shaky greeting, feeling small, and turned his gaze back to his lunch and notebook. Lariat laughed, mocking him for being shy, calling him pathetic. However, Nana shot him a glare that silenced him instantly. The little black-haired boy, sitting on the lap of the fiery figure, shouted that Deku was not pathetic and that he was super strong and cool. Lariat retorted that he used to be cool, while another chimed in that at least Deku had hair. That sparked laughter among the group. An embarrassed Lariat sat back in his seat, arms crossed in silence. Izuku held back his laughter, not wanting to seem crazy, ignoring the self-deprecating thoughts in his head. He thought to himself that he was indeed a bit pathetic, especially around girls. He took another bite and wished the day would pass quickly. Meanwhile, the girls watched the new boy eat and write, completely alone at a table. Some were less interested than others, but with Diana waving at him, he captured their attention. Karen glanced at him, though her mind was elsewhere, fatigued from recent events. The weekend with Zatanna had been exhausting. She recalled how the magician had awakened her powers just by asking for some makeup, leading them both into trouble when they summoned strange beings that wreaked havoc at the fair. On top of that, the green rabbit wouldn't leave her mind despite its lack of significance. All of this drained her. Kara joked that aliens must have abducted Karen, to which Kara was reminded that she herself was an alien. The banter continued, and Z pointed out that Karen seemed to like the new boy, which made Karen blush and sparked laughter among them. Z, noticing Karen's reaction, asked what they would do today. Babs excitedly suggested they should go out. Jessica, apologizing with a hint of regret, explained that she had signed up as a volunteer for the shelter's adoption campaign. Diana also had to decline, mentioning her track team's training session after classes, which relieved Jessica. Z planned to go makeup shopping with her father, while Karen murmured about a chemistry club meeting. Kara insisted she couldn't miss the release of a new album, which led to Babs crossing her arms in disappointment. Jessica looked at her friends, smiling as they chatted. With things so calm, it seemed like the villains had gotten bored. She loved the peace. It was a good thing to have in the city. She could only hope these times would last longer. Jessica mentally scolded herself, realizing how she had reached this point. She had not only annoyed her friends by trying to get them to adopt the grumpy cat Dexter but had also endangered several civilians, including children. It was karma. Perhaps she should have left the irritable cat alone for a while. Reflecting on her intentions to help the angry cat find a home, she had tried to persuade her friends one by one, but when that failed, she organized a photo session. The moment the cat's eyes turned red and the pet store's ceiling collapsed, she realized something was about to go wrong. The red power ring was just the confirmation and the start of the panic. So, Dexter the cat had walked out of the torrent of red light, speaking as if from the ring, asking what she thought of his new outfit, which resembled her own but was dominated by crimson. Jessica was stunned and couldn't take her eyes off him. When he declared he would be known as Dex-Star of the Red Lanterns, she realized how serious the situation had become. The Red Lanterns were beings whose rage surpassed the norm, chosen by the red rings that made them succumb to their anger and gain power from it. Only the angriest beings in the universe were chosen to wield the ring. As she turned to her right, she noticed Jimmy Olsen, who had been helping her take pictures, had fled, leaving her alone. That was when Dexter began to chase her, spewing his boiling, malevolent blood. As he pursued her, Jessica noticed something strange. The store was empty. Confused, she thought it was odd that people usually stayed to watch during such situations. She pressed herself against one of the shelves, breathing heavily, worried about any innocent people still inside. Peeking around another aisle, she found it empty. That was her mistake. As Jessica turned her gaze away, Dex-Star let out a laugh and aimed carefully from the top of one of the shelves, spewing a stream of fiery blood toward her. Jessica quickly turned back, startled by the sudden deluge that obscured much of her vision due to its proximity. The fear that gripped her, realizing that no matter what she did, she would be hurt, made her hesitate. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something approaching almost out of nowhere. Confused, she heard the sound of skidding, and her vision spun slightly along with her body. Just then she came to a complete stop. Realizing she was clinging to someone, she glanced back at the cat. The poisoned blood had splattered onto the floor and part of the shelf, rapidly melting both like magma. Her gaze shifted to the person she was holding tightly. Her eyes widened when she first noticed a worn green mask. Above it, she saw the unyielding black eyes of the rabbit. He gently set her on her feet, turning slightly so she stood behind him. She couldn't tear her gaze away from him, nor could she release her arms from around his neck. He looked at her for a moment before stating that he would handle the situation and urged her to get to safety. Jessica snapped back to reality, pulling her hands close to her chest, feeling embarrassed. She averted her eyes, not noticing the rabbit briefly glanced at her right hand. She stammered a quiet thank you. The man nodded and turned to face the confused cat. Dexter furrowed his brow, his nose twitching for a moment before he turned to look at them. Jessica took a step back, searching for a place to transform. The thick voice of Dexter questioned who the rabbit was. Deku remained silent, and soon after, a thick curtain of smoke filled the store. Jessica swallowed hard, fearing not for herself or the rabbit, but for the cat. Izuku lifted his head in confusion, wondering about the DLVY service. He thought they didn't have one. Sarah explained that the owner of the veterinary clinic was a friend from high school, and Izuku understood. He agreed to help, correcting himself when Sarah gestured. She thanked him with a smile, which he returned kindly. He felt fortunate that his guardians were so supportive of him. It wasn't a large order, so it would be quick. Although Barry was fast, she wanted him to go instead. Though it felt strange to him, he didn't dwell on it. He left 5 minutes later with not one, but 2 paper bags containing frozen desserts. Izuku had 2 instructions. First, arrive at the veterinary clinic before 3:30 p.m. Second, deliver the order to an Asian man in the parking lot. Everything seemed in order. With about 10 minutes to spare, he couldn't let the desserts melt, so he hurried along. However, running with the type of desserts he carried was risky, as they could spoil. His path was littered with posters, flyers, and covers of Supergirl. Perhaps that made him ponder the heroine's behavior. Why did she act in such a way? Whether it was when he had the chance to confront her directly or through videos on television, people seemed to be starting to look beyond the destruction she caused. Especially with her achievements from the previous day, which he had followed closely, hoping to see her performance and intervene if necessary. That had significantly boosted her popularity. Despite the destruction decreasing only slightly, the room for improvement was still vast. Izuku shook his head, realizing that his own tendency to overthink was what made it difficult for him to arrive on time. His last thought wandered to whether Supergirl would be pleased with that or not. Kara had woken up in a good mood. The radio spoke of her exploits from the previous day, mentioning the invaders and the orphans, dubbing her Miss Ballistic. Even a poster called her the favorite daughter of Metropolis. After what had happened in Smallville, that made her feel proud. Her ego swelled a little with the chants praising her name. Of course, she was happy. She didn't hide it at all. She told Babsy that everything was going in her favor. After months of hearing, "Superman, you're so great," and "The rabbit is so terrifying," people were finally starting to give Supergirl the respect she deserved. As they walked down the hallway, Kara placed her hands behind her head with a smile. Barbara enjoyed seeing her friend happy. A boy from their chemistry class passed by, giving Kara a high five while complimenting her. Kara beamed, feeling validated. However, their happiness was abruptly interrupted by an announcement over the school intercom calling Kara to the principal's office immediately. In summary, someone had caused significant damage, and all evidence pointed to her. Principal Chapin didn't believe her when she insisted she wasn't responsible. He even brought up her past incidents in Smallville, which, whether he realized it or not, hurt her deeply. The principal suspended her for a week and issued an ultimatum. If her behavior didn't improve, she would be expelled from Metropolis High School. Kara had been feeling good. Now, she was just upset and hurt. Izuku succeeded in his DLVRY and felt proud. He arrived on time, quickly, and with the desserts intact. Approaching the veterinary clinic, he spotted a man matching the description coming out. He was Asian, with long black hair, almond-shaped eyes behind thin glasses, and stood at about jaw height. He approached the man, introducing himself as the DLVRY person for Sweet Justice. The man, Mr. Jimmy Yang, looked at him expectantly until he noticed Izuku's uniform. He asked if Izuku was Sarah's protege, his tone shifting to unexpected enthusiasm. Mr. Yang had heard a lot about him, describing him as a good, helpful, and kind boy. Izuku felt his cheeks warm as he handed over the order, thanking him and turning to leave. Mr. Yang called him back, asking if he could inquire about something. Izuku agreed, curious. The man asked if he was really Japanese. Izuku gave a blank stare as he tried to reason why Mr. Yang was asking him that question. He thought to himself that he had never met a Japanese person before, and he felt embarrassed for judging based on appearance. Mr. Yang smiled and expressed that it was a pleasure to meet Izuku. Izuku responded politely, bowing slightly and wishing Mr. Yang a good day. Mr. Yang returned the sentiment and asked Izuku to say hello to Sarah for him. As Izuku walked away, he reflected on how friendly Mr. Yang was. It was his first day at Metropolis High School, and although he hadn't met anyone else, this encounter felt significant. Diana had introduced herself, but that was part of a class assignment. Did that count? He wondered if Mr. Yang's friendly demeanor was what truly mattered. He thought about Barry, wishing he had seen him that day, as it would have made things easier. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp sensation pierced his head, signaling that danger was imminent. Instinctively, he turned towards the pet store. The sky darkened rapidly, and a red light illuminated the store just before the sound of the roof collapsing echoed through the air. It was likely a small object that had caused the chaos. He looked up, but the source of the light seemed to vanish into the clouds above. Lowering his gaze, he narrowed his eyes, scanning the store. The sensation struck him again as he noticed the few people around him fleeing. Yet he saw no heroes or heroines rushing to help. He turned back to the store, removing his apron and unbuttoning his uniform to reveal the green underneath. He felt a sense of pride in his oversized pants. When a cat began to act strangely, Jimmy Olsen was nearly terrified. He couldn't take his eyes off the creature as it started to levitate, sensing that something was very wrong. His vision narrowed around the cat, and when he decided to flee, he didn't notice Jessica had remained behind. The store plunged into darkness as the artificial lights flickered out, and the natural light streaming through the hole in the roof was insufficient. As he turned away from the gaping hole, he struggled to remember where the exit was, panic clouding his thoughts. His vision blurred as he gasped for air and collided with someone, falling to the floor with a loud cry. A chorus of hisses attempted to silence him as he took a breath. When his vision cleared slightly in the dim light, he saw several people huddled together, hiding. He sighed in relief. Then he heard a door creak open. Izuku considered entering through the large hole in the roof, but it seemed too conspicuous. Instead, he opted for the regular door, crouching slightly in case he needed to act quickly. Nothing happened. His instincts compelled him to glance to the left. Thanks to the light from the door, he spotted a group of people huddled away from the center of the store. They seemed to be moving away from the hole. He stepped inside, holding the door open, and urged the frightened individuals to leave quickly, warning them of the danger. His call prompted them to flee the scene. As they exited, a timid boy with red hair approached Izuku, locking eyes with him. The boy pointed toward the center of the building, asking for help for his friend. Izuku assured him he would help. With Jimmy Olsen rushing out, Izuku moved swiftly through the store. The shelves were arranged in a confusing maze. He thought to himself that there were indeed some things that could be explained in this place. Izuku decided not to waste time searching for an entrance or exit. He leaped onto a shelf, and as he landed, he was momentarily taken aback. There, in the midst of chaos, was a cat floating in a red and black suit, seemingly spewing lava. He thought how bizarre this world had become as he rushed to save the victim. He skidded slightly while turning to face the cat again. The boiling liquid dripped onto the floor and shelves, melting them in an instant. It looked like magma. Holding a confused Jessica in his arms, he felt relieved that his instincts had warned him in time. The cat appeared very angry, reminding him of Kaken. Keeping his eyes on the furious cat, Izuku turned his body to ensure Jessica was safely behind him, but she didn't let go. He glanced back at her, noticing her surprise and a hint of fear. He urged her to find safety, trying to pull her out of her shock. She thanked him, clutching her hands close to her chest, her embarrassment almost unnoticed by Izuku as he spotted a strange green ring on her hand. But there was no time to dwell on that. He nodded and turned back to the irate cat. Deku glared at him, and he could hear Jessica moving away. Izuku focused on the red glow at the end of the cat's tail, something about it prompting him to decide his next move. A thick smoke suddenly filled the store, catching both the girl and the cat off guard. It was so swift that when Jessica turned, ready to transform, all she saw was a flash of lightning. Then, like a whirlwind, the mist was expelled through a large hole in the ceiling. Blinded, Jessica had to shield her eyes. When everything cleared, Jessica saw the rabbit lowering his right arm. Deku, immobilized, was completely unaware of his predicament. His paws were trapped under the weight of the rabbit's arm, while the other hand held his rear. In that moment, his survival instincts kicked in. He began to thrash wildly, trying to scratch at the hero in green. He growled, expressing his anger, but his insults did little to distract Deku, who was focused on the shiny object attached to the cat's tail. A red ring, he observed. He glanced at Jessica for a moment. The symbol on the ring reminded him of Jessica's. Logically, he thought of the two green lanterns from Metropolis. The symbol was similar, but not identical, and the color was different. Yet, it would be foolish to think there was no connection. She must be a green lantern, he concluded, but first things first. With determination, he took the ring, pulling it from Dexter's tail. My tail! Dexter shouted in fury. Your anger won't get you anywhere, Izuku replied, looking at the furious cat. So tell me, what is it that you truly want? Dexter was on the verge of lashing out, wanting to unleash his boiling rage and declare how he wished to wipe out all humans until the world was nothing but his personal sandbox. But he paused to consider what Deku had said. As a cat, what did he really want? He noticed Jessica approaching timidly and remembered everything she and the others had done for him. The answer came to him. Peace. I don't like annoying humans, he said with disdain. Deku glanced at Jessica, who bit her lip in regret. I'll give it to you, he assured, surprising the feline. Peace to calm your anger, I will give it to you. Dexter could hardly comprehend such a statement. It was something he found hard to believe, almost impossible. Yet he believed it just a little. And from that sliver of belief came a great hope that it could be true. Izuku slowly slid the ring out of Dexter's tail but paused for a moment. What is your name? The cat fell silent as his suit began to fade away. He was a cat who had been through a lot. His past had been harsh, and his anger had reached irrational heights. But if he could find peace, if he could leave everything behind, then he could be someone else. Dex. Just Dex, he finally replied. Izuku removed the ring, and the red and black suit vanished. The cat appeared almost to melt away, revealing a tired and sad face. Deku looked at the red ring in his hand and then at the cat. He sighed, shaking off the memory of Bakugo. He pushed the thought aside and assessed the damage to Mr. Jimmy Yang's property. He hoped the store's insurance would cover the destruction. Excuse me, a voice interrupted. What's wrong? Deku asked. What do you have there? Jessica, the brown-haired girl, pointed at the ring in his hand. It struck him as odd. The connection he had formed between her, the Green Lantern, and the cat solidified. So, he took a chance. He exerted force in his hand, using one for all, until the sound of the ring shattering into tiny pieces was audible. Nothing for you to worry about, Jessica. He noticed how she stood there, stunned. He opened his hand, letting the dust and small fragments of the red ring fall to the ground. You know, she stammered. Your friend, the curly-haired redhead, asked me to save you. I see, she sighed, relief washing over her. She deduced that he had mentioned her name. But he needed to confirm it. Jessica, Diana's friend, was indeed a Green Lantern, just as he had suspected since she was called that the other night. I have to go. The police will be here any moment. Wait, what will you do with Dexter? She asked nervously. Deku walked toward the hole in the ceiling without answering. Rabbit. Dex will find peace. Peace in a new home, he replied without looking back. Goodbye, Jessica. And with a powerful gust, Deku leaped through the hole at great speed, leaving Jessica feeling confused and disappointed in herself. Barbara, Babs, Gordon already had a plan. She intended to meet Kara Danvers to pick up a record from one of the city's music stores. It would take some time for them to meet, so she decided to head home. That was when Jessica arrived with the idea of adopting a cat she wanted to call Batcat. Because Batcat sounded silly. However, the feline had broken a figure from her Batman collection. That was unforgivable, so she decided against adopting it. She couldn't be mad at Jessica for wanting to help an animal, but she was insistent about asking more of her friends. In the end, she decided to leave only to find herself in another mess. Someone had been destroying several cities around the world, making it look like Supergirl was responsible. The Great Wall, the Taj Mahal. This infuriated Kara. The bitter memory of Smallville resurfaced, and coupled with what had happened at school that day, it only worsened her mood. That was why Babs decided to help. Based on her calculations, she deduced where the imposter would strike next. First, it was England, where someone had sunk Stonehenge beneath the London Bridge. They arrived too late. Then, Russia, where the Cathedral of St. Basil in Red Square was vandalized with toilet paper. Finally, Egypt, where one of the pyramids of Giza had been toppled. Each location had a furious crowd that, upon seeing Supergirl, wasted no time in expressing their discontent. Kara grew increasingly frustrated. It wasn't until the last location, when she attempted to right the pyramid, that she was attacked by someone who looked strikingly similar to her, leaving her incapacitated for a few minutes. Babs did her best with her math, science, or whatever it was. The next target was Metropolis. She figured it out while Kara consulted with Clark, Superman, about this imposter. The explanation raised many questions, but the point began to become clear. Bizarra, a counterpart, an opposite of Kara. A strange being seeking destruction for no reason. She didn't know the exact reason as she was confirming the data pointing to Metropolis, but it seemed to strike Kara with sudden understanding. For Kara, it was clear. Bizarra had caused chaos and animosity in Smallville, and it seemed she had done the same at Metropolis High. Now, she appeared intent on spreading destruction across the world. This frightened and angered Kara, but Clark remained unconcerned. Kara was determined to stop her. Kara pondered why Bizarra, being the opposite of her, was not weak and questioned why she could fly. Just then, Kara was interrupted by what seemed like a fireball. Babs landed gracefully and pointed with curiosity, acknowledging the situation. Kara noticed the strange version of herself, who shouted at her to get out of the way. Annoyed by the words exchanged, Kara looked up just in time to see another fireball coming from Bizarra's breath. She quickly countered with her icy breath, focusing on not losing ground despite the sounds of ice and fire clashing around her. Meanwhile, Deku knew he had to deal with Dex before returning to work. He rushed to handle the feline and made his way back in under 3 minutes, opting for a discreet route through the air. People rarely looked up while walking down the street, so he hoped to avoid drawing attention. However, the loud noise caught his attention, and he turned to see the dying light of fire, followed by a strange mix of blue and red. Deku muttered to himself, realizing he couldn't ignore the situation. He reflected on how One for All had always attracted trouble. As he redirected his path with the influence of float, he spotted Supergirl taking flight. But something was off. This was not the Supergirl he knew. She appeared pale, almost gray, with yellowish eyes and a duller hair color. The imposter then did something incredible. She inhaled with such force that it resembled a giant vacuum. This was the opposite of Supergirl's powerful breath that had redirected a tornado just a month prior. The force was so strong that it sucked in everything: leaves, dirt, debris, and even Supergirl herself. Confused, Deku wondered if there were two Supergirls, like with Green Lantern, but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing they wouldn't be fighting if that were the case. Supergirl struggled against the suction, trying to fly away, but it seemed impossible. Deku was ready to assist her just as she turned to inhale deeply. For a brief moment, the two opposing forces canceled each other out, and Supergirl unleashed her powerful breath. The strange copy couldn't withstand the force, and her face contorted as the wind overwhelmed her. She was sent flying at high speeds. Deku smiled, but his expression changed as he realized where the imposter was headed: a tall office building. If this bizarre copy shared any traits with the real Supergirl, the building would be in trouble. He prepared to launch himself forward, but he faced the challenge of not having FA gene charged. However, Deku had grown and evolved. One for All had expanded within him. He clasped his hands together, one over the wrist of the other, and activated his power. The initial speed from his quirk, combined with the acceleration from the first gear, allowed him to match the imposter's speed. Using Black Whip, he ensnared the imposter, and the second's quirk kicked in. He reduced her speed without any physical consequences, almost as if time had paused. He exerted force as the elasticity of the fifth's quirk reached its limit. Like a rubber band snapping back, he collided with the imposter, gripping her by the collar of her suit and spinning from the impact. With a kick, he redirected himself toward the ground, careful not to cause damage to the street. The impact was not gentle, but it was not enough to harm the concrete. Landing in the middle of a street filled with people, Deku looked up while holding on to the second Supergirl. Fear began to rise within him as he sought the gazes of the citizens, recalling the looks he had received since becoming a renegade hero. He remembered the stares he encountered when he had asked people to step off the bus the day he arrived in Metropolis. This time, however, he was met with curious expressions, surprised faces, and even a few happy smiles. What had changed? His thoughts were interrupted when the bizarre copy grabbed his forearms, trying to shake him off. She increased her strength, unlike Supergirl, who had always held back. "Get off, rabbit," she shouted. Deku felt frustrated by her poor choice of words. He leaned back as she threw a punch that nearly knocked off his mask. He used Black Whip to try and restrain her arm, but her strength made it difficult as she pushed back with One for All. He pulled her arm while maintaining his grip on her suit, forcing her down to the ground. Black Whip secured her arms against her body as she thrashed violently. Deku placed his foot on her back and took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't escape like this. Someone shouted that he had caught Supergirl, and another thanked him, calling him Demon Rabbit. Confused, he thought about correcting them, but he was interrupted by a boy who claimed to have heard him refer to himself as the Night Rabbit of Metropolis. Deku was about to clarify that he was not named that and was not even a rabbit. Fortunately, his actions were interrupted when he noticed Supergirl landing a few meters away with Batgirl, who was holding a large board. The redhead exclaimed in surprise, while the blonde murmured in annoyance about the unexpected arrival. Izuku was about to shift the conversation to what truly mattered when he was halted by the sound of grotesque sobbing. He looked down at the imposter, who seemed to be forming a puddle of tears. Realizing she wasn't causing any harm, he felt compelled to offer some comfort. He gently asked if she was okay. The response was a loud, tearful no, followed by sniffles. She took a breath between sobs and continued, expressing her desire to be a great villain, but lamenting that Bizarro Superman was the one who achieved glory. With a hint of disdain, she spat out the names she had heard, feeling the weight of her sadness as she lowered her head with a frown, wishing to prove that being evil was also an option. Izuku felt empathy for her. While he didn't share her desire to be villainous, he understood the reasons behind it. Perhaps he could see a reflection of some heroes from his own world in her heroes and children. He was about to offer some kind of support, uncertain as it was, when Supergirl pushed him aside and embraced her counterpart. He wondered why Supergirl was crying. Did she fully understand her strange counterpart? Or was she also touched by her story? Batgirl, leaning on Izuku's arm, commented with a smile that the situation was not entirely opposite. When Izuku glanced at her, he saw her cross her arms, and moments later, she looked at him with a startled expression, apologizing for her earlier comment. Having noticed that people no longer looked at him with fear, perhaps due to the rumors, Izuku entertained a possibility in his mind. He sighed before averting his gaze, assuring Batgirl not to worry. She sighed in relief, which he chose to ignore. Unlike the heroines, the civilians didn't seem to fear him, and he thought he could match their level. He then pointed out that he didn't go by Bunny. Batgirl, slightly flustered, blurted out the first thing that came to her mind, noting that Supergirl and Superman were cousins. Izuku blinked in surprise, recalling that they seemed more like siblings. He observed Supergirl still holding Bizarro, both of them still crying. Batgirl, nervously playing with her hands, asked how he was named. He introduced himself as Deku. Batgirl, taken aback, expressed her surprise, thinking he would have a name like Green Ragdoll or Metropolis Demon Bunny, even throwing out the name Gary. Ignoring the last suggestion, Izuku remembered he was in a hurry and mentioned he needed to leave. He glanced at the scene one last time, asking if they could handle things. Batgirl responded with a military salute, her exaggerated demeanor bringing a smile to his face. He bid her farewell and decided to head off to work. However, he didn't expect to later see Kara Danvers with her disheveled twin, both requesting 2 identical bowls of ice cream. With a blank expression, Izuku did his best to conceal his feelings. The cashier monotone announced the price, and Supergirl reached into her pocket, smiling nervously. Izuku sighed wearily. It had been a busy day. The fatigue he felt now was nothing compared to the extreme exhaustion he experienced during his brief time as a renegade hero student. This was more manageable, thanks to All Might. His encounter with Supergirl and Dexstar had delayed him significantly, and Sarah seemed puzzled by his tardiness. When she discovered what had happened, she became quite worried. Fortunately, seeing that he was fine, she warned him to be careful out there. He had to smile and lie to reassure her. Later, Supergirl and Bizarro appeared as civilians, asking for the same thing, but neither had money. Realizing he was the new kid in school, they asked him for a loan. Given the conclusions he drew from Supergirl's interaction with Bizarro, he couldn't refuse. It turned out to be a good day for him and the business. Arriving at the building with the Clovers, Izuku lingered for a moment, catching Sarah and Dan's attention. He mentioned he was going to see Mr. Hopkins. Dan recalled this and asked if he was going to clean the rooftop. Izuku nodded, and Sarah noted it was extra money for him, asking if he had been paid for the previous 2 times. Amid laughter, Izuku assured her he had been paid, and they said their goodbyes. He encountered Mr. Hopkins, the owner of the apartments, struggling to carry a large bucket of cleaning supplies and brooms. He thought about how he could help the elderly man carry such heavy equipment to the top floor. Once there, he figured he might as well clean for him. Long story short, Izuku cleaned the rooftop for $20 once a week, as agreed with Mr. Hopkins. Approaching the reception area, he noticed Mr. Hopkins was absent. He rang the bell while scratching his head, his fingers tangling in his hair. A moment later, he heard a thud from under the counter followed by a groan. Mr. Hopkins's voice came from behind the counter, confirming he was okay. The robust man peeked out, his wrinkled face dotted with freckles and his closely cropped hair shining like silver. Izuku found it hard to describe Mr. Jimmy Hopkins. He was almost an enigma to him, as he never smiled, leading Izuku to deduce he was a very serious person. Mr. Hopkins asked if Izuku was there to clean, and he confirmed he was there to pick up supplies. Mr. Hopkins directed him to the cleaning supply room, and Izuku quickly gathered a few items: a broom, a bucket, and some other materials. After saying goodbye to Mr. Hopkins, he headed up the stairs. He yawned as he reached the rooftop door, and upon opening it he felt the cold night wind. He walked to the right of the door, setting the materials down while noticing a stack of materials and wooden boxes piled tightly. He turned his gaze away, and as he began to take out the cleaning supplies from the bucket, he felt a gaze upon him. He casually asked Dex if he liked the place, receiving a meow in response. It wasn't affectionate, but it wasn't aggressive either. And that was fine. Standing up, he pulled a bag of cat food from his loose pants. He approached the little cat, whose bunker was hidden in a box on the pile, equipped with blankets and jars for Dex to eat. He served the food in one jar and took the other to fill it with water. He assured the cat that no one would disturb him, and as promised, he would have peace. Another meow sounded. Izuku placed the other jar down and began his task under the cat's bitter gaze. It was clear that Izuku didn't know anyone who could take care of the cat as needed to avoid another incident. Leaving him with Jessica would have meant the possibility of having to fight him again if he had another ring within reach. Moreover, the rooftop of Mr. Hopkins' building had nothing for the tenants, so no one usually went up there except for the cleaner. It was the perfect place. He had dealt with Bakugo before, so he had an idea of how to handle Dex now. He breathed in the cold air and focused on his task. After all, there was school tomorrow. That's when a thought crossed his mind, bringing him a chuckle he hadn't felt in months. Dex and Aizawa were alike. It was around 3 in the morning. Izuku lay on his right side as the dim night light shone on his face through a slightly open window. His heartbeat and breathing followed a steady rhythm, and his closed eyes betrayed his slumber. The tranquility of the night was palpable. Suddenly, a blue light pierced through the window, its intensity growing exponentially. There was a very low sound, inaudible yet vibrating the air. Izuku opened his eyes quickly. Green lightning illuminated the room as a concentrated beam of light burst through the window. In the short distance from the window to the bed, the rays framing Izuku's figure were directed toward the opposite corner of the room, trying to escape the beam. However, almost as if it were guided, the compact light made a sharp curve and returned toward him at tremendous speed. Izuku planted his bare feet on the ground, muffling the sound with a gradual support and a bend of his knees. Then, he turned his head when he noticed the curve. With the momentum, he jumped to the floor, just below the ray, which had to change its trajectory again. Izuku bounced on the ground toward the other corner, pressing against the wall with Black Whip in his left hand and preparing to strike with his right. He thought in surprise about the blue flash amidst the white light. His strike was unleashed as soon as he was within reach, but instead of sending it flying, he caught the blue head of the beam. Blue rays of light escaped between his fingers, refusing to let go of whatever was in his hand, which writhed hysterically. This continued until the light faded in his grasp, and he noticed the silence that still reigned despite the pounding of his heart in his ears. He took a deep breath and let himself fall. Opening his hand before his eyes, he sighed in frustration at the ring with blue hues. Not another ring. Morning assembly. Izuku was not a bad student, and he was aware of it. He didn't fail academically, but he also didn't have a prodigious memory. However, there wasn't a student who didn't find morning assemblies at least a little boring. He walked with weary feet to the auditorium, not entirely disinterested, but mimicking the person in front of him. Putting on a brave face in tough times didn't seem to apply here. He wasn't even surprised when he found himself sitting next to Diana Prince's group, Wonder Woman, and the redhead suspected to be Batgirl. Instead, it was a total surprise when she leaned against his right arm, propping her feet up on the seat in front of them, and began eating a burrito while they waited for the assembly to start. What? It was an understatement to say he was nervous. His face turned red as he tried to ignore the girl's back pressed against his. Or the scent of her perfume mixed with the burrito, which actually helped him to tune her out. Silence. This is a morning assembly, not a break. The director shouted. And no one paid him any mind. Some people continued chatting as if nothing was happening. Moreover, the redhead beside him kept munching on the burrito under the indiscreet amalgamation of annoyed, disgusted, and puzzled looks from her friends. Izuku would have noticed if he weren't so busy ignoring the closeness of the green-eyed girl. With a bite, Barbara questioned her friends barely intelligibly. Izuku glanced sideways, now noticing the girl's looks. How rude of me, she realized. Morning burrito? It has 6 types of beans. Izuku noticed her offering the burrito to the others, who only grimaced in disgust. No one said anything before Babs shrugged. Not everyone likes fine dining. Do you want some? She asked, this time offering it to an uncomfortable Izuku, who simply shook his head. Everyone sit down. Mr. Chapin shouted, slamming his book against the podium loudly. Almost in harmony, everyone took their seats perfectly. Everyone except the girl with the burrito. This earned a disappointed look from Izuku. And it was then, when everyone was silent, that the sound of gas resonated softly throughout the auditorium. A flatulence. And Izuku was sitting next to the culprit. Everyone seemed to realize, and his neighbor shrank away from him, curling up in her seat with a frightened expression. Izuku held his breath for obvious reasons, and fortunately, no one seemed to know who it was. It was the new kid. Wow, ninth, the fifth mocked. Suddenly, a spotlight turned on him, startling him. He looked up, then back down when he heard laughter echoing throughout the auditorium. They were laughing at him even though it wasn't his fault. He turned to look over his left shoulder, trying to identify who accused him, only to find people pointing and laughing. They pointed at him. Their eyes fell on the one responsible. The same blue-haired girl, sitting next to the orange-haired girl who had shoved him into the locker. Leslie Willis, the punk-styled girl, laughed while pointing at him. Of course, Izuku didn't know her name, but it would be foolish to forget what she had done. Unaware of who was laughing at him, his expression darkened with a shadow of negativity as he compared this situation to past experiences. They pointed at him, and the healed memory of people doing the same brought dark emotions reflected in his gaze. Despite the crowd surrounding him, no one seemed to notice the strange feeling emanating from his presence. It was then that Mr. Chapin called for order with a loud shout. Gradually, the laughter faded away. Izuku clicked his tongue softly after everyone fell silent. He took a deep breath, calming his mind as he prepared himself for what was to come. He knew there was no way he could blame a girl for what happened. The girl with orange hair beside him leaned in and whispered softly, feeling embarrassed as she shrank in her seat, trying to ignore the guilty looks from her friends. Izuku sensed that her gaze would only remind him of his own embarrassment. She spoke again, apologizing for the trouble she felt she had caused. Izuku didn't respond, not because he was rude, but because her voice had risen slightly, drawing the attention of those in front of them, and perhaps even behind. Babs, interpreting this as a sign of anger and disdain, slumped in her seat, feeling completely deflated. The assembly passed almost entirely in boredom for the students, except for the embarrassment that the new boy experienced. It was going to be a long day. Later, Izuku was cleaning a glass when he spotted the same red-haired girl at the bar of Sweet Justice. She was slumped over, surrounded by a dozen empty glasses. He couldn't understand what was happening. She called out for another drink, banging her glass on the counter. Izuku felt a small twitch in his eye as he noticed some of his classmates were there, watching him with amusement. He sighed and approached the girl. "You've already had a dozen drinks. It's not good for you," he said. "After today, I'm sure the new boy will hate me," she said desperately. "What if he becomes a villain just like?" She looked up and was taken aback by Izuku's confused expression. "You're not Barry." "Careful, he's a detective," he joked lightly. "No, Barry finished his shift 5 minutes ago. I've already served you 4 drinks, he explained. Babs looked at him for a moment, questioning if she knew him. Was that a joke? Izuku understood that her hair made him look different, but not that different. Was that the secret to keeping identities hidden? He still didn't get it. He observed her for a moment, recalling his time there. She seemed to feel guilty, and that struck Izuku in his weak spot, sentimentality. Perhaps she would regret it, but considering that the blonde girl he thought was Supergirl had been there yesterday, there was nothing to regret. He set aside the glass and the past, removing the net and hat from his uniform in front of the astonished teenager. He could start anew with her, showing her that there were no hard feelings. "If it helps, I don't hate you," he said with a gentle smile. "Though the fact that you thought I could become a villain is a big clue about your hobbies." Barbara Gordon felt her cheeks flush. She was embarrassed to be in front of him, knowing what had happened. She couldn't even find a way to apologize for the shame she felt. She rested her forehead on the table. "It can't be. Don't worry. It's not that bad, really. People will tease you and give you nicknames, that's all." As Izuku explained, he realized he had only worsened the girls. He was about to reassure her that he had no problem when a blonde in the back began strumming his guitar, singing a tavern song about him and his pathetic story. "They sing songs, but they'll forget." "Thanks, Oliver," Babs shouted back. Izuku chuckled, realizing it wasn't so bad. Don't dwell on it, it will pass. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself, extending his left hand over the counter. Babs looked at it before smiling. I'm Barbara Gordon, but my friends call me Babs. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku then poured her a glass of water, which she looked at in confusion. You must have a lot of sweetness in your mouth, this will help. Thank you. Izuku smiled at her and turned back to continue polishing the clean glasses, while Babs watched the back of his loose, worn shirt. Of course, Izuku was wearing Dan's old uniform, which he had stopped using because he no longer served customers. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, Babs thought, feeling more cheerful. She took a sip of her drink, feeling her stomach growl. Not this time, tummy. But this natural reaction from her body made her wonder something again. Hey, Izuku. Why yes. He turned nervously, caught off guard by her sudden change in attitude. Why didn't you expose me? Izuku held her gaze for a moment before feeling his cheeks heat up. He placed the glass on the appropriate shelf and turned his face away, mumbling that he couldn't accuse a girl of that. Oh, I see. Babs pondered for a moment. At least he doesn't think I'm a weirdo, she thought. You know, I've apologized a lot, but I haven't thanked you. Thank you for taking the hit for me, buddy. Izuku felt his smile reflect the same energy as Ishido's, an odd mix of energy and innocence that brought him joy. That's why Izuku gave her a wonderful smile. Later, he would find it strange when Diana's group of friends entered the establishment, only to never see them leave or find them in any of the seats. Perhaps they needed cameras in the business. Of course, having her headquarters beneath a business owned by people outside her circle was a brilliant idea. Batgirl had the great idea to hide the entrance under one of the tables at Sweet Justice and the exit in one of the sewers. A clever move. It was while she was there that her friends arrived, capturing a villain causing havoc thanks to the cameras Batgirl had set up. How she managed to install cameras on various streets remained a mystery. Where did she get them? An even bigger mystery. Thanks to this, Kara felt the urge to go out on her own to find some action. Come on, we'll help you, Batgirl said. No, Beps. Just watch and learn how it's done. And so, Supergirl leaped into action on her own. Or so she thought. Livewire had been inactive for a while, ever since Giganta refused to go out at night to avoid running into the rabbit. She didn't believe the myth, nor did she think Giganta had actually encountered him. A bit of chaos was necessary at that moment. Unfortunately for her, she caught the attention of Supergirl, who had not read the newspaper detailing the emergence of a new, superhuman, reported by Clark Kent. The article may not have had a clear photo, but the description was unmistakable. Livewire escaped toward the Metropolis power plant, closely followed by Supergirl. To Izuku's eyes, they had attracted the attention of the authorities, as a helicopter, likely from a news station, began to follow them. From a distance, Izuku watched as the helicopter hovered over the area. It was then that a couple of explosions occurred, prompting Izuku to take action. The villainess, using her powers, traveled as electric energy between the generators of the plant, camouflaging herself momentarily before deciding to be more brazen. She emerged from behind one of the generators, positioning herself directly under the helicopter's spotlight with a pose of mockery and total arrogance. She spread her arms wide with a twisted smile, lowering her head to transform her mocking grin into a wicked smile, declaring that the spotlight belonged to her. Izuku, having moved closer, could not hear her but saw her pose. He rolled his eyes, imagining what she might say. After Jaku, it was true that villains became very serious about their objectives. However, before all the chaos, it was not uncommon for reports to mention a confident attitude from the perpetrator. It usually ended badly for them, especially with Mirko around. That woman amazed and terrified him in equal measure. His train of thought halted when he saw Supergirl rise into the air with turbine blades above her head. His eyes widened beneath his mask as he jumped onto the ledge, preparing to spring off the wall. He feared the worst when Supergirl declared that it would be better to cut off Livewire's power. Izuku sensed the impending danger. Supergirl made a reckless move, and he wondered how she had not become a target for sensationalist media. He pushed aside his negative feelings. Kara Danvers, Supergirl, hurled the blades of a turbine from the generator at Livewire, likely intending to incapacitate her. However, Livewire absorbed herself back into energy form through a different generator that was still operational, causing the generator to crash to the ground for no reason, resulting in property damage. Izuku quickly took the position he had been in before Livewire appeared, opening his arms wide. He managed to catch the generator in midair and lowered it as gently as possible. Turning around, he saw some workers in their uniforms. He was interrupted by a shout as Supergirl approached dangerously fast. However, Izuku did not falter. His whip ensnared Supergirl's right arm, pulling her to the left as he ducked to avoid a swift lightning strike that surprised the workers. As he glanced over his shoulder, he met the incredulous and fearful looks of the workers, which he used to his advantage. His left arm crossed his chest, and he tensed his middle finger with his thumb, directing it toward his enemy. With a surge of energy concentrated at the tip of his finger, he unleashed a powerful blast of air. In less than a second, Livewire was struck by a projectile she never saw coming. The impact against her hip sent her crashing into one of the towers, causing her to bounce off to the side after the second impact. Izuku lowered his hand and relaxed his stance. As he turned back to the blonde, he ignored the astonished gazes of the workers and released Supergirl, who was still trapped by the whip around her waist. However, his expression remained so impassive that it made her reconsider what she was about to say. In truth, Izuku was on the verge of asking her a few things more, like confronting her, but he knew that was not the way to handle the situation. There had to be another way, one that was not so extreme. Unaware of this interaction, Livewire, in pain, was just starting to rise. First, her hip felt as though it had been struck by an iron beam. Second, her back bore the brunt of the initial impact. Finally, after the rebound, her shoulder took the hit from the ground, rolling toward a coil bar, which she leaned against to stand up. Yet, her hand began to glow, tingling as she felt energy flowing into it. She smiled as the pain began to fade. Just as the discomfort started to dissipate, the rabbit turned as if sensing something. She thought mockingly that it was too late. She was going to absorb the electric energy. Soon, her skin began to shine. Izuku sensed something was off. His instincts were tingling. He had turned to see Livewire glowing, which gave him a bad feeling until he reached a conclusion upon noticing the glow intensifying. She was charging with electric energy. Without wasting any time, Izuku dashed toward her to stop her, but Livewire moved swiftly through the coil, momentarily transforming into pure energy, unaware of the bolts of lightning that seemed to erupt from her body as she made her escape. To everyone else, it appeared to be a perfect getaway from the green-clad hero's swift attack. But not for Izuku. He wondered if she was losing energy and if she could not release it gradually after he had interrupted her charge. It was impossible for her not to lose some now that she was charged. It was only natural. He aimed his arm in her new direction, thinking that he did not need to stop her right now, he just needed her to lose energy. The whip flew toward Livewire, not as fast as it could have, and she mockingly dodged it again before being absorbed by another generator when Supergirl attempted to strike her with a punch. Izuku noticed more traces of electric energy dissipating into the air. He prepared to jump, using his float ability, and leaped with the intention of intercepting the villainess as soon as she returned to her human form. When she did, she twisted her hips in the air, consequently her body, and raised her leg above her head to deliver a sweeping kick that could be dodged. After all, a strong impact on a fully charged battery could be detrimental, especially if the battery was aware that it could release energy at will. As expected, the electric woman fled like lightning. Izuku landed with one leg bent, raising his guard again as he noticed that her skin was glowing less. She was moving quickly, which was also draining her energy. He concluded, from experience, that he had no idea how to regulate the energy overload in his body. He felt a twitch and thought that getting angry about it was, for lack of better words, irrational. He noticed Supergirl jumping behind him and flying towards her, only to achieve the same result as her fleeing. It was then that he heard the frustrated growl of Supergirl. She might not have been holding back as much as he was, but it required more energy from the electric girl to escape. He looked up when Livewire landed on one of the tallest booths. Ready for an energy overload, super clowns? Livewire opened her arms in a proud pose, noticing that she no longer had as much energy as before. Nevertheless, she continued with her new plan. In the form of energy, she was absorbed by the clouds above them, ready to use her charge. Deku understood. This meant there was an electric charge in those clouds that attracted her, and if she could change the polarity of her own energy and control it, the charge would be at her disposal. He clenched his fist when he heard the helicopter approaching. Consequently, he tensed his jaw because that greatly limited him. As a last resort, he turned to Supergirl, who had her gaze fixed on the sky. His insecurities about teamwork were momentarily overshadowed by the desire to prevent further damage. He quickly pointed out the helicopter, and Supergirl looked at him with a frown at his urgency. Deku urged her intensely to catch it. Supergirl's eyes widened before she complied, flying swiftly towards the metal bird while Deku charged the safest amount of energy he could. One of the clouds glowed, and Deku unleashed his punch into the air in its direction. Detroit smash. The pressure was so intense that everyone felt it. The helicopter shook slightly in its flight, but Supergirl managed to stabilize it with her hands. More importantly, the clouds above them were violently shaken as they dispersed upwards, leaving almost nothing behind. If the particles in the clouds didn't collide with each other, there was no charge, but Deku didn't remember that, to be honest. Supergirl released the helicopter and descended towards him, surprised by what the boy in green had done. Deku exhaled after the strike, breathing heavily. Unfortunately, his relief didn't last long as Sensor chimed again. From one of the thin remnants of the strike, a slender bolt of lightning shot towards the ground at an exorbitant speed towards them. The boy in the torn suit barely managed to react, pushing a distracted Supergirl away as she approached him to speak. The problem was that the lightning didn't seek the ground itself but rather the fastest way to reach it. Thus, the nearest positively charged object connected to the ground. In other words, it was them. Perhaps it was a matter of bad luck, but the charge ended up hitting him. The shock was somewhat painful, yes, but he could still breathe and move. He was not dead. If the charge from the clouds had reached his body, he would have died. Therefore, the most logical thought jumped into his head like a rabbit. It was her, not a natural lightning strike. He stood firm, not noticing how his body emitted smoke. Perhaps his suit had been slightly scorched, but there was no time to be picky. Logically, he felt suddenly stiff, but that went away as soon as he realized it was his body tensed in anticipation of the lightning. Livewire, who had landed beside them with her electric crackle, smiled at the sight of the smoking and stiff boy. It wasn't as powerful, but it seemed enough to take down Metropolis's most notorious urban legend. Unfortunately for her, her smile faded as he relaxed and turned his neck, looking her in the eyes over his shoulder. "Are you?" Suddenly, a gloved hand covered her mouth tightly, and her feet were swept out from under her. Her body crashed to the ground. The impact wasn't too bad, but she was startled when she felt a stomp right beside her face. She opened her eyes in fear, seeing how those obsidian claws had cracked the ground, and her trembling gaze rose to the masked figure holding her face, now close to hers. "Stay still," he ordered. She complied. She literally hadn't seen it coming. He had been too fast for her and for everyone. Perhaps, in that moment, she felt there was no chance of escaping him. Maybe it was better to stay still, as he said. Perhaps that way, she could escape those black eyes, which, with the proximity, seemed more like the shadow of the mask, piercing her soul and stirring the depths of her consciousness. Deku exhaled and averted his gaze as he saw the villainess's eyes begin to fill with tears. He stood up and released the villainess, much to everyone's astonishment. However, he was even more surprised when she didn't flee and remained frozen. "I had it under control." Izuku turned to Supergirl, who approached threateningly, speaking to him. "If you hadn't stopped what I threw, I would have stopped her." Looking closely at her, the boy in green couldn't find a trace of humor in her words. It annoyed him, yes, but he wanted to delve into what was going through her mind. "Are you serious?" "Of course. This girl is so full of herself that she has no idea how a hero should act," he heard Nana's voice in his head. Izuku wanted to agree. The truth was that she reminded him of Bakugu. But there was something different about her that didn't quite fit the same background. But right now, that wasn't the point. You could have hurt the workers and caused thousands of dollars in property damage. Supergirl blinked before smiling. Of course not. Ignoring her, Izuku used Black Whip to immobilize the electric woman and turned to the gathered workers. Approaching them, he decided to speak. Are you all okay, guys? Receiving some nods, he felt more at ease. Good, is it just you? No one is hurt. We're fine, affirmed a man with a large mustache as he removed his helmet. Deku noticed, inevitably, his baldness. I apologize for Supergirl's actions, he said, lowering his head slightly in a sign of apology. She's still a rookie. This offended Supergirl, but the man was quicker to respond. We were scared when we saw her throw the rotor so close to us, he said, embarrassed. Besides, we couldn't have afforded the repairs. Josie just started working a week ago. He pointed to a girl with light skin and slightly purple hair. She averted her gaze, embarrassed by the comment. But thank you for helping us. It was nothing. Just, he said, calling their attention. Know that Supergirl wanted to help. She just doesn't know how to measure herself yet, he said, turning towards her. It felt like a low blow to her. She averted her gaze upon hearing his last words. Deku turned to a surprised Supergirl and asked if she was the Deku mentioned in the Daily Planet, the rabbit everyone was talking about on the streets. He confirmed that he was indeed the same one who looked like a rabbit before approaching the blonde, pulling along a static live wire. He needed to talk to Supergirl. She responded with skepticism, questioning whether he was there to mock her as an amateur. Izuku was genuinely surprised that she was listening, but he pressed on, stating that he was there to help her. Supergirl looked annoyed and huffed, insisting she didn't need help and was fine on her own. Deku urged her not to let her pride blind her. She was strong and amazing, but there was still much for her to improve to reach her full potential. He told her to meet him at the Daily Planet in 15 minutes, challenging her not to miss it unless she was afraid to hear him out. He then turned to Livewire, who, for the first time, reacted, and told her she was coming with him. Thus began a long night that neither Deku, Supergirl, nor Livewire knew would bring about a change. The wind felt colder than before. Livewire didn't respond and looked away from Deku. She could feel her mouth dry, but that wasn't the biggest barrier to speaking. It was the way he was watching her so intently, as if he was paying attention only to her, leaving her unsure of how to act. This felt real, unlike the virtual interactions she was used to. She admitted she didn't know what she was trying to achieve. Deku pointed out that she was after something, revealing her lie. He asked if she had succeeded in getting what she wanted, each question feeling like a stab to her. He knew what she had done. It was all over the internet and in the newspapers. He was aware of how many people she had mocked and hurt with her pranks. Yet she never stopped. He questioned why she continued, asking if she wasn't satisfied and if it amused her to make others suffer. Livewire opened her mouth to respond, but her words faltered. Deku stepped closer, feeling bad but knowing he had to press on, as he had done before. He asked if she was a SDST and demanded an answer. That was the last straw. Whether it was his dark presence or his stormy gaze, Livewire lost her composure. Though her outfit remained, her skin lost its blue glow, becoming a pale peach. Her hair fell messily to one side, revealing her black hair with blue streaks. What made Deku step back wasn't just her first sob, accompanied by small tears rolling down her cheeks, but the fact that he recognized her. She was the girl from school who had accused him of releasing gas in the auditorium, the same one with a channel for distasteful pranks. He had assumed she was older, but now he realized she was just a teenager, possibly conflicted and tormented by something she couldn't control. It made him feel guilty, seeing her like this. He understood how someone could go from being a somewhat cartoonish villain to this in mere seconds. She sobbed that she was sorry, which only made him feel worse. He apologized for making her cry, feeling a knot in his throat. It was strange. He didn't sense malice in her. Unlike Dabi or Toga, who had darkness behind their actions, she felt like a girl who didn't know anything beyond this and needed help. Leslie wiped her face in an attempt to remove the tears and tried to put on a mask of annoyance. She accused him of trying to deceive her. Deku realized that his previous actions had made her distrust him. He wondered how to fix it before she continued to sniffle, claiming she knew what happened to those he caught. They never returned. He felt a mix of annoyance and sadness at the rumors that had dehumanized him. Then he had an idea, albeit a foolish one. He softly told her that it wasn't stupid to show he was human too. Nana had been right. How could he not do it if it would help someone? He gently told her he wasn't a rabbit, speaking to her almost like a little girl. Taking a breath, he removed his mask, letting it drop to his neck while a soft smile appeared on his face. Leslie wiped her cheek again and remarked that she thought he would have rabbit teeth. Deku chuckled, his smile becoming more relaxed, which surprisingly Leslie found charming. She studied his face, noticing there wasn't much to distinguish him beyond a few freckles partially hidden by his green mask. She asked why he had taken it off. He laughed, saying he wasn't a dog but wanted her to trust that he could help her like he had helped others. She hesitantly asked if he meant by getting rid of her. He smiled and shook his head, assuring her he wasn't a killer. He knew he couldn't expect her to believe him just like that, so he asked her to trust what he was about to say. He instructed her to go to Ocean Avenue and turn onto Mulberry Street the next day, telling her to ask for him when she arrived. Leslie looked skeptical, but his smile encouraged her to trust him even if she didn't like it. She questioned how she could be sure it wasn't a trap. He advised her to go after her classes while it was still light out. He put his mask back on, and she didn't seem to notice anything unusual until that moment. He told her that if she felt she couldn't trust him after that, he would understand, but if she believed he could help, he would see her in 3 days. Leslie nodded slightly, and Deku looked at her with approval, feeling as though he had made a connection. It was then that a realization struck Leslie, something she had overlooked before. She wondered how he knew she still attended classes. He pointed out that he could easily distinguish a teenager from an adult, as if it were obvious, trying to brush off his own slip. Confused, Leslie glanced at her hands and noticed they lacked their usual glow. This could only mean one thing: her transformation was gone. Panic surged through her, not out of fear, but rather feeling exposed. Without her transformation, she felt strangely vulnerable, especially in her tight-fitting leotard. Izuku hadn't noticed this until she attempted to cover herself with one arm and crossed her legs with the other. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he turned away, taking a breath at the sight of her awkward pose. He quickly dismissed the thought, feeling it was inappropriate. Preparing to leap away, he blamed the memory of Mineta and stated that they would meet in 3 days at 8:30. With that, he escaped the embarrassing situation, managing to retain some of his dignity. Leslie watched him hurry away, her shyness dissipating as her cheeks flushed. Embarrassed, disappointed, and feeling vulnerable under the shadow of that guy, she questioned whether she truly enjoyed what she was doing. Yet she couldn't find an answer with so many burdens on her shoulders. Frustrated, she stood up, determined to think carefully about her next move. She looked around, realizing she was on the rooftop of Burrito Bucket. Her mind wrestled with the decision to trust that monster, who hid the kindest and most comforting smile she had ever seen, or to continue her futile evil activities. Tired, she transformed once more and resolved to return home. Meanwhile, Kara floated near the scale model of the globe atop the Daily Planet. Suspended in the air, she gazed at the night sky, annoyed at having to come here only to be reminded of Clark. She crossed her arms when she heard the air cut through, turning her frown in that direction. Deku, who had swung up using his quirk, emerged from below to the highest point of the Daily Planet, landing with his hands between his legs. He looked at Supergirl, who compared him to a gargoyle in her mind, and jumped into the void near her. Floating was a curious quirk, basic in principle but complex in execution. Using it, he levitated to a height slightly above Kara, just a couple of meters away. Kara swallowed hard and rose a few inches to match his level, trying to calm her nerves while adopting an angry expression. So, he finally showed up to confront her. She questioned his intentions, raising her right fist to shoulder level. Unfazed, the boy in green approached, lifting himself slightly higher. Izuku had already decided how to handle the situation. He asked what she was trying to accomplish. Confused, she asked him to clarify, only to realize Deku's shadow loomed over her. His voice turned serious as he reiterated his question, pointing out her reckless and irresponsible actions that nearly harmed innocent workers. She insisted she was trying to help, but he countered that it didn't matter if her intentions were good if they put others in danger. He recalled a gentle criminal who had shared his story with him, feeling frustrated that some people forgot heroes were also human and capable of mistakes. He pressed on, questioning what she would do if she accidentally hurt someone or worse. The thought struck Supergirl, causing her to flinch slightly. She could still change for the better, but people wouldn't see the good she had done if she made a mistake. Heroes couldn't afford to fail. Unbeknownst to her, he had moved threateningly close, their faces mere inches apart. She looked startled, her breath hitching as she processed his words. Izuku understood the resentment he felt toward society. It had festered since he sensed rejection as a quirkless child, intensifying when he witnessed firsthand how heroes were judged. He knew that perfect was the bare minimum expected of a hero. Those who achieved it in their world, like All Might, were beloved and thrived in their careers. Supergirl wouldn't earn a good reputation this way, nor would she even get a license. But they weren't in her world. Here, being a hero wasn't a lucrative job, it wasn't a profession. Izuku always viewed heroism as something cool because it meant helping people. Being number one was about showing others that his smile represented safety and hope. Here, concerns about image and marketing didn't matter. He could focus his time on saving lives. And perhaps that was why he believed Supergirl could become a great hero if she improved. He urged her to consider that while she might have good intentions, she couldn't endanger others. They wouldn't see those intentions. She confidently declared that people loved her, insisting that if he hadn't shown up, they would love her even more. That familiar annoyance resurfaced, reminding him of her earlier comments and her inactivity when he arrived. In his world, he could understand why some might think that way. The life of a hero could resemble that of a movie star. It wasn't that Izuku cared particularly about their reasons, it was their actions that mattered. Many succeeded and achieved their desires, while others failed to live that life, making catastrophic mistakes that ended their careers. Those necessary actions were often overlooked. Because of ideals about heroism that he didn't share, many people ruined their chances. Greed and selfishness, the core of the most rotten feelings a human can experience. Supergirl found herself engulfed in an uncomfortable atmosphere, unsure of the emotions swirling around her. Deku, with a pointed gesture, accused her, suggesting that if her greatest concern was attention, then being a hero was not the right path for her. As Deku ceased to levitate and began to fall, Supergirl watched him, her mind racing with frustration. She had so much more to say, to confront him about. She thought to herself that he was foolish, as if he understood what it meant to be a hero. Despite the complaints about her recent actions, she knew that people still loved her. Reflecting on recent events, she recalled that while some had criticized her for causing destruction, others had praised her on the radio. With new doubts clouding her mind, Supergirl bit her nails, recalling Deku's words. She resolved to check the news. That night, the news anchor reported a new action scene in Metropolis. Kara's 5 friends watched nervously as the anchor described how a masked hero had saved the city from destruction. They were already aware of the details, as the event had been broadcast live. The anchor continued, showing footage of the incident. Jessica expressed her concern for Kara, who had not yet returned. Karen felt uneasy about the direction of the conversation. The little brunette wondered if something had happened to her friend, knowing it was somehow connected to Deku. The discovery of his name had been a hot topic among them, and Karen felt a twinge of jealousy. Diana asked curiously about the meaning of Deku, prompting the others to exchange confused glances. Z noted that it wasn't a term found in any magical texts. Jessica suggested it might be something more personal, and Babs excitedly announced that she had found something. As the friends crowded around Babs to see her computer screen, they stumbled and fell, causing a flurry of apologies. Once they regained their footing, Babs held the screen up, reading that Deku is a Japanese term for a wooden doll or puppet. The revelation sparked laughter among them, but then Babs continued reading, revealing that Deku, is also used as a mocking insult for someone deemed useless. The girls fell silent, exchanging puzzled looks. Karen felt an unexpected pang of sympathy, though she couldn't quite understand why. Z wondered if Deku called himself useless, while Kara stepped back, uninterested in the topic. Babs pondered aloud that perhaps he had misunderstood the meaning of his name, while Jessica speculated on what he might have thought it meant. The conversation turned chaotic, with various suggestions flying around until Kara finally exploded in frustration, silencing them all. She then mentioned that the new hero worked at Sweet Justice, which resonated with Karen, who felt a kinship with Deku in their shared experience of choosing names that made them feel smaller in the world. Babs decided to call Kara, breaking the tension and drawing Diana's supportive gaze. Just then, Supergirl entered through the exit, heading straight for the television to tune in. Her friends cheered her name, but she was focused on something else, barely acknowledging their excitement. She inquired if they had talked about her yet, her voice tinged with concern. Zatanna replied that the witnesses had not yet spoken, while Jessica expressed relief at her return. The news then shifted to footage of Supergirl in action, where she had nearly caused harm while trying to help. Supergirl felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she recalled Deku's words about her reckless behavior. She tried to push those thoughts aside, but they lingered, accompanied by a growing resentment. Why couldn't people see her intentions? Why did only her friends and Deku seem to recognize her efforts? Was her reputation truly so tarnished? Diana, with a determined smile, rallied her friends, declaring they needed to find Deku. If this didn't prove his allegiance, then nothing would. Babs shared in the excitement, but what stood out was Karen's enthusiasm for the unfolding events. Jessica, who was beside her, had seen her smile when they heard the man talk about how he helped them. However, it was very different from the excitement that lit up her entire face when Diana concluded that he was on their side. The thought of having him nearby thrilled her. She could learn more about him. Karen wanted to believe it was true, that their similarities were even greater. It felt strange. She didn't fully understand her own emotions, but surprisingly, she didn't mind being aware of them. On the other hand, Z was the most uncertain about it. In fact, she had interacted the least with the man in green, so it was natural for her to express her rejection. She questioned what happened to all the criminals who had encountered him and had not been seen again. He didn't inspire her with confidence. Diana smiled at Z, raising her fist in a gesture of encouragement, assuring her that they would ask him. But first, they needed to clear Supergirl's name. Everyone agreed that the public should know she was not a bad person. Kara, however, opposed this with a frown, expressing her doubts about the man. Babs interrupted her, earning a frustrated glare from Kara that made her quiet down. Supergirl then revealed that Deku had been right. People only saw her failures and not her intentions to help. If they thought Supergirl was a bad heroine who caused chaos whenever she tried to assist, perhaps they would be better off without her. Maybe she would be too. Babs pointed out that Kara had spoken with Deku, and Supergirl confirmed it, much to the surprise of her friends. Kara's expression shifted as she stood up with a huge smile. She saw this as a blank slate, a new beginning where she could decide what kind of heroine she wanted to be. She thought about making a change for the better, dismissing Deku as an idiot but acknowledging that he might have a point. If not, she would confront him. She then turned to Z, asking her for a makeover. Leslie walked, holding the straps of her black backpack. Although her face showed annoyance, she was quite pensive. She had declined to hang out with her usual group to check what Deku wanted to show her. She questioned her decision to listen to a hero, feeling it was a low point, especially since she didn't even consider him a true hero. She thought it might be a trap that would lead to her downfall. Yet, she had come solely because he had a nice smile, which she criticized herself for, feeling that it showed her intelligence was lacking. As she took a small detour upon seeing the sign for Mulberry Street, she walked halfway down the street and was surprised to spot a pastel-colored building with a discreet sign that read Rehabilitation Center. She wondered how long it had been there. After the encounter with Supergirl and Livewire, Izuku decided to review all the news and videos available about the heroes and heroines in the city. This meeting had made him reflect on the actions of his peers. While he felt some attitudes could improve, he focused on their heroic deeds, particularly those of Supergirl. He planned to do this after work, but with only one customer, a beautiful girl he suspected was Zatanna, he allowed his mind to wander about how to help the heroes. It was strange that she had been there for quite a while. He had already cleared away the cup that held his milkshake, and she had even paid. She simply stated she would stay for a bit, which struck him as odd. He took a tray and filled a glass with water to bring to her, as he felt responsible for his customers. To his surprise, when he returned, the table was empty. He couldn't believe she had left. The only exit was in front of the counter where he stood. He hadn't lost track of her. His instincts screamed that something was off. He returned to the counter, leaving the tray and glass behind, and cautiously approached the restrooms, only to find both were empty. This was very strange, but he needed to find out what happened. He looked back at the table where the girl had been, narrowing his eyes. As he approached, he noticed nothing seemed out of the ordinary, just the container for extra straws. But then he realized the straws were missing. He felt foolish for worrying, but something about the situation bothered him. He inspected the container closely, noticing the ornamental tube that ran through the lid felt loose. He smiled, knowing that was unusual and a clue, as those containers were typically well assembled. He turned it to check for the manufacturer's mark, only to find a blank space. There was no way it was the same as the one on the other table, and this would guide him to solve the mystery. Lately, there had been a new heroine, but there was a small problem. She was Supergirl. Deku had to be foolish not to realize it. The similarities were too great, too obvious, and his excuses were, with all due respect, ridiculous. He thought about how even he, having lived in a completely different world before arriving in Metropolis, would never say something like that. If he claimed such a thing, people would go crazy, as had happened before. There were countless articles now suggesting the existence of a multiverse or other dimensions, with no foundation other than the words of a liar. He clenched his teeth as he watched her. She stood at the entrance of Metropolis Park, facing a crowd. The reopening of the park in her honor was taking place, and the people were celebrating. Her attitude and handling of actions had improved significantly, but she had begun to revel in the attention to the point of absurdity. She was so absorbed in it that she had abandoned her teammates. She turned her head to the side, observing the enormous monster that the heroines seemed to be holding at bay. Honestly, the battle's progression indicated they were losing. It was curious how their teamwork had previously made them invincible against creatures of similar size. However, the absence of one member had thrown their game completely off balance. Her thoughts were interrupted when sensor vibrated slightly, and she saw the larger heroines being captured. If her intuition was correct, the thin tentacle protruding had ensnared Bumblebee. Supergirl could wait, but they could not. Wonder Woman knew her skills were still effective without Kara. Despite this, she hadn't anticipated such a significant imbalance. Unlike other monsters, this one had a semi-liquid body, resembling a viscous and elastic jelly. When they let their guard down, it ensnared them with its tentacles. An unbalanced game. The creature moved, observing them with its 4 eyes, and drew closer to Z. It was then that she noticed Z frowning in annoyance, gazing into the distance. Following her line of sight, she spotted Kara, unable to hide her clear frustration. It was unusual for her. Jessica, fatigued, wondered what they should do next. The monster scrutinized them all intently, as if planning to consume them. Z called out to Diana, who snapped back to reality, diverting her gaze as she tried to think. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the monster. Diana realized that the nature of the monster's body had caused the man they sought to bounce off it. Remarkably, the creature was pushed back. Such incredible force. However, this made it release them, and her own astonishment prevented her from acting. As she observed more closely, she marveled at how those dark tendrils sprouted from its arms, heading toward her and her friends as they fell. For Green Lantern, Zatanna, and Bumblebee, the fall didn't last long due to their ability to float and fly. For Batgirl and Wonder Woman, it was also brief. Both were caught by the black appendages, preventing them from falling roughly 18 meters. They descended gently amid those strange limbs, feeling as if they were sinking into the water of a warm river. Wonder Woman recalled how this had happened to one of them before, primarily to Kara. When their feet touched the concrete, she looked up to find everyone already on the ground. Babs and Z were covered in that pink slime, which she hoped was neither poisonous nor acidic. She glanced sideways at Deku, realizing this was her opportunity. She wanted to have him on their side in case they needed help, perhaps by demonstrating the strength of their teamwork. It felt strange to think that they needed to showcase their strengths to attract him as an ally, but she decided to ponder that later. With determination, she turned to face the monster, realizing they had moved about 5 blocks away. They just needed to find a better way to approach it. Then she felt a weight on her shoulder and turned her head in that direction, shivering slightly, unsure why his closeness was so unsettling. He looked her in the eyes. There was no need. Deku gently pushed her aside and walked among them. It was difficult to tell where his gaze was directed, especially when suddenly his body was adorned with powerful lightning once more. Jessica even grabbed Babs's hand, who wanted to touch one. To Diana, they appeared strangely captivating up close. It seemed Zeus had blessed him with the power of lightning. The monster, now recovered, turned toward them, and Deku seemed to take this as a signal. He began to jog, quickly transitioning into a run that was fast by the end of the first block. Then, a new flash of lightning appeared. Wonder Woman's jaw dropped as she realized he could easily be Hermes himself, while she heard Batgirl gasp as the gust of wind struck them. They looked up in amazement, witnessing how the monster was now mere gelatinous pieces flying through the air. This was unbelievable. Was this man truly Kratos on Earth? Was it even possible to be this strong? Ares would be envious of such power. It was then she understood the need to impress him to keep him close. This wasn't a new realization, she had already accepted it as an irreplaceable truth. Deku was stronger than her and each of her sisters individually. The least expected person, Karen, simply said, "Wow." A second gust of wind swept over them, and the remnants of the monster vanished before their eyes. "Did you see what I saw?" Z questioned. "I think so." "Did you see that? It took him 2 seconds to defeat that thing. We didn't even do anything in 10 minutes. Babs excitedly shook Diana. "I saw it, young Barbara. Yet I still can't believe it. I didn't even see him hit it. How fast must you be to do that?" She turned to Karen, who wore a nervous smile from being shaken. "To think we have someone like that in this city." Z looked thoughtful and concerned. Jessica nodded, less worried. Diana understood. The possibility of such power being turned against people, against them, was daunting. "Should we look for him?" Barbara asked excitedly. Bumblebee intended to nod vigorously but settled for a couple of nods instead. "All right then, let's go." Suddenly, the man they had been discussing landed with a metallic sound a few meters away, leaving them speechless. As he stood up, Deku looked at them before walking toward her in a relaxed manner. "Hello, Det," Babs exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. The masked hero looked at her as he stood, greeting her with a slight wave of his hand. "Hello, Batgirl," he replied calmly, as if he hadn't just defeated a monster over 20 meters tall. Returning his gaze to the group, he couldn't help but make them uneasy with his question. "Where is Supergirl?" That question came out of nowhere. "She's, Jessica stammered nervously in response to the inquiry. "On vacation." Z saved her with a nervous smile. The truth was they continued with the lie Supergirl had told on her debut as Power Girl. However, Deku maintained a gaze that, while not threatening, felt insistent. After 5 seconds, he managed to make them all nervous. Deku tilted his head in confusion, making him appear somewhat odd. He asserted that Power Girl was simply Supergirl in a different disguise and expressed his desire to understand why she wasn't helping them. Jessica reacted awkwardly, laughing in disbelief, while Batgirl smiled nervously at the obviousness of Jessica's denial. Babs interjected, suggesting that Karen knew the truth. Karen looked at Babs for a moment, breaking free from her bubble of excitement that had formed when Deku approached. She felt small in many ways, standing before the person who had secretly captured her attention. Despite everything indicating he was on their side, she struggled to accept that he might not be an ally but rather an enemy. It was embarrassing, and the feeling of being insignificant returned as she stammered that she had suggested the new name. Batgirl face-bombed, hoping Karen would continue the ruse. Deku glanced at her before turning back to Karen, complimenting her on the name. Bumblebee let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, still processing the compliment. However, Deku's confusion deepened as he questioned why Power Girl wasn't there to assist them. Karen suggested that perhaps fame had gone to her head, which seemed to satisfy Deku. He acknowledged her response and turned to Diana, urging them to talk to Power Girl before her ego grew further. Zatanna raised an eyebrow, questioning Deku's perspective, her defensive posture not going unnoticed. Deku dismissed her concern, stating that the fall from such a high pedestal could be devastating for Power Girl if her desire for attention guided her actions. Wonder Woman sensed that Deku had an understanding of the situation that hinted at wisdom beyond his years. Zatanna murmured her disbelief, crossing her arms. Diana understood her skepticism but felt it unwise to provoke Deku. She quickly expressed gratitude for his advice, and Deku nodded, preparing to leave. Diana believed in him, as he hadn't caused any trouble thus far, despite the rumors that created uncertainty among her allies. With that in mind, she called out to him to wait. As Deku paused mid-leap, he looked back at her, curious. Diana asked where his victims were, a question that seemed to unsettle him. Deku, standing beside Z and Karen, asserted that he was not a killer and had no victims. He pointed out that the criminals he apprehended were sent to receive the help they needed. Despite the city's reputation for crime, the worst incidents reported had been armed robberies with no fatalities, only injuries. He had intervened in such cases just a week prior. Babs expressed confusion, insisting that the criminals should pay for their actions. Deku lowered his hand, assuring her that they would. The rehabilitation center had an agreement with the authorities, and once the criminals arrived, they were persuaded to surrender voluntarily. The center managed their rehabilitation even while they served their sentences, helping them reintegrate into society as functional members. Diana listened intently, realizing that most crimes were not as violent as they seemed. Jessica questioned Deku further, but he chose not to answer, stepping back to gain the attention of the heroines. He encouraged them to go and ask about him, assuring them he was telling the truth. As he turned to leave, he introduced himself as Deku, hoping to work with them. With that, Deku disappeared among the buildings, leaving the heroines pondering what lay across the street. He understood that he didn't need to clear his name with them or anyone else, as long as they didn't think he intended to destroy the city. He didn't require their approval or esteem, he needed their trust to find the answers he sought. If he could win them over, he could achieve his goals without resorting to violence. Working together could be a bonus, but he wasn't ready for that to be a daily occurrence. With this reasoning, Izuku moved toward his new destination. Later, Livewire turned to Deku, who stood behind her. It was strange, considering he was the first person she had seen upon arriving. She swallowed her surprise and approached him, her demeanor calm and devoid of hostility. Deku maintained eye contact, and she stopped a few meters away. She thought to herself that she should just ask him what was on her mind. She questioned why he didn't send the criminals directly to jail, to which he replied that he wanted to help them first. Livewire noted his confidence. She felt more in control of her emotions but still sensed a hint of insecurity in his words, as he was still somewhat of a stranger to her. She asked how she could be sure he wouldn't do something different with her, a hint of accusation in her tone. Deku noticed her uncertainty, recognizing that she wasn't entirely convinced, yet she had still come to speak with him. It was his job to convince her to accept his proposal. He asked if she thought that taking her to the juvenile detention center would make her feelings disappear. She shook her head slowly after a moment, and the boy with the rabbit-like appearance lifted his head slightly. He didn't believe it would work either. He explained that it would only make the emptiness she felt grow, and she would never stop feeling it. Although it was none of his business, he couldn't let her sink now. He pointed to his own chest, emphasizing that she needed to heal inside to become better, but she had to want to be better. Livewire, feeling emotionally shocked, sat on the floor under Deku's gaze. She knew he wasn't lying. People had spoken of him as an angel who came to save them from themselves, even if they agreed he was a bit intimidating. She wanted to believe that she could do the same. Her mind and soul were at war between being logical and letting go. Against all logic, she wanted to trust this seemingly untrustworthy guy. She wished he would tell her that she was capable of doing whatever she wanted, even if it came from someone who didn't seem inspiring at all. She quietly questioned if she could be a better person, if she could be a good person like him. If she wanted to, he assured her, she could be whoever she desired. After taking a few steps, Deku extended his hand to her, inviting her to let him support her so they could both become better. She took his hand, standing up and releasing her transformation. Perhaps it was the memory of the smile beneath that dark mask that gave her hope that everything would be all right. She agreed to talk for a while and shared her name, Leslie Willis, asking who he was. He introduced himself as Deku, pulling back his cape to reveal a pair of yellow straps from a backpack. He removed it and placed it on the ground. Leslie looked at him in confusion, but followed his actions with her gaze. He then asked her what kind of drink she liked. The night had been relatively calm. He had managed to sleep and felt more than rested. The only off-putting aspect was the memory of a nightmare that lingered as he opened one eye calmly. There was no blood or distorted faces trying to give him a heart attack. Izuku hadn't even been scared. Yet, what he had dreamed was worse than any childhood nightmare he had ever experienced, bringing forth one of the feelings he hated the most but couldn't escape, guilt. Guilt because he had killed Shigaraki. He wasn't sure if it was for failing himself, his predecessors, or for taking a life. Perhaps it was all of the above, coming to him from time to time, but he was okay with that. Izuku was eating his lunch. His tranquility was relative. It might have seemed that nothing stood between him and his ham and cheese sandwich, but that was far from the truth. Two things were wrong. He overheard a conversation at the table next to him, where a girl was excitedly sharing how Deku had encouraged her because she could still be a stylist if she wanted. He mentally pleaded for them to lower their voices, feeling embarrassed as he sat there, trying to maintain his composure. The first problem was how loudly Diana's group was discussing their visit to the center. He was seated right next to them, and it embarrassed him that they were talking about him and what he did. It seemed utterly nonsensical to expose themselves like that. Yes, perhaps in the middle of the cafeteria, no one would pay attention. But most of them were quite eye-catching, and it would be illogical to think that no one would be drawn to their conversation. This led him to his second problem. A girl approached him, asking if she could sit there. He swallowed what he was chewing and took a moment before looking at her. Her voice was low and uncertain, soft. She had puffy cheeks and beautiful eyes that gazed longingly at the table of other girls. Her short hair didn't reach her shoulders, but unlike his, it was well kept and a light brown color that reminded him of his friend Uraraka. Maybe it was because she was a bit chubby too. He nodded and told her she could sit down. However, there was a problem with her sitting there. Obviously, there was a chance she would hear the heroines. But how could he deny a girl who evoked such nostalgia and tenderness something as simple as a seat? She thanked him, her excitement causing her to stumble over her words, explaining that this table was close to Z. Izuku tilted his head, curious, and reassured her not to worry. That was the last thing he could think to say. She took a seat after placing her tray on the table. He glanced at her light meal before taking another bite of his sandwich. Perhaps that action was too noticeable, as the girl looked at him nervously. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, noticing that it embarrassed him to be seen eating. He averted his gaze, swallowing before he could speak. Reflecting, he realized she seemed interested in Z. Was she an acquaintance or a friend? Should he start a conversation? How could he do that? What had he learned from talking with his classmates back at UA? No, that wouldn't work, as they usually initiated casual conversations. Most of the time, he only started them when he wanted to ask something specific. Okay, that last thought could work. He began to ask her something, but was abruptly interrupted by a pat on his back. He turned slightly to his right and found Barry standing there, full of energy. Barry exclaimed that he was back at the academy and had heard that Izuku was in their class. He thought it was great and promised to introduce Izuku to his friends later. He mentioned he was going to get his third lunch and that Tatsu had also returned, being Japanese like him, before rushing off at an unusually high speed, which was typical for someone like Barry. Izuku turned back to the girl, who asked if he was friends with Barry. He confirmed that they worked together. The silence that followed became so uncomfortable that Izuku started to lose his appetite. It was unnecessary to say that he had never been good in social situations, especially with the opposite section. He didn't feel the need to develop that skill either. He opened one eye, noticing the girl gazing in the direction of Z and Diana. She looked melancholic, he thought reflectively. Why is she looking at him like that? Why isn't she going to talk to them? Izuku observed, feeling a sense of urgency. He had seen that expression before, it was too familiar. He lowered his sandwich, and she looked back at him nervously. No, it was more than nervousness. It was fear, as if he were about to say something to confront or insult her. Izuku struggled with social situations, but in that moment he felt it was more of a heroic challenge, and he knew he had to apply the fundamental principle of a hero. He spoke softly, apologizing, and she didn't react negatively to it. He asked for her name, and she seemed surprised that he wanted to know. Very familiar, he thought. Of course. He smiled kindly, understanding her reaction. Why wouldn't I want to know? Her posture relaxed, and despite her surprised expression, her flushed face seemed to brighten. He even noticed her eyes sparkle with hope. She exclaimed in disbelief, waiting for his approval. He nodded, still smiling, and she explained that no one had ever wanted to talk to her before, but she understood why. I see, he concluded sadly, recognizing his own past in her present. He knew where this was heading and how it could end. How could he even think of letting it happen? My name is Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself, extending his hand in disbelief to the girl. CKC Krinsky, she replied, matching his gesture. It's a pleasure to meet you, Casey. Likewise. Yes, being a hero wasn't just about putting on a costume and preventing deaths. Turning toward Diana's table, he asked curiously, why don't you go talk to them? To Z and her friends? She asked nervously, shaking her head anxiously. I don't think she would recognize me. I don't have much of a reputation. But you don't need one to talk to her, he said as if it were obvious. I spoke to her yesterday. Really? She nearly leaped over the table to get closer to him. How was it? Well, he began, recalling the moment. He remembered how he had tried to impress everyone with a trick he thought was impossible for ordinary people, but with a bit of magic, he believed he could surprise them. Yes, I think that would be a good idea, Diana had agreed, watching Z lean against a locker while filing her nails. Excuse me, Miss Z. Both girls turned to see the green-haired boy looking a bit awkward. That's my locker. Oh. Something like that. I couldn't. For a moment, the green-haired boy felt a surge of confidence wash over him. I believe you can, he assured her with a smile, capturing her full attention. Tell me, why do you want to talk to her so badly? Casey couldn't tear her gaze away, feeling completely absorbed by his warmth. Her mouth trembled as she tried to speak, but she managed to look away, fearing that if she spoke under the influence of his kindness, she might say something that would make her a target for ridicule. Well, she was really nice to me. And besides being nice, she's pretty, popular, and has so many friends, she listed. I wish I could be her, but that's not possible. That's why I want to be her friend at least, to return her kindness. Then be her friend, he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Do something nice for her. Casey blinked, and for a moment, her gaze frightened Izuku. That could work. Just don't make that face, please, he requested nervously. You might scare her. Oh. Look, you're fine. Just try not to, I don't know, follow her around or anything. At this, Casey turned red with embarrassment, leaving Izuku puzzled. I wasn't planning on doing that. Izuku laughed, oblivious to the occasional glance someone shot from Diana's table. I think you're a good person. If she got to know you, maybe she would want to be your friend. If I got to know you better, I would probably want to be your friend too. A question formed in Casey's mind as she looked up at him, her cheeks flushed. Would you be my friend? Izuku, who had taken his sandwich to finish it, slowly chewed before responding. Of course. Then can I have lunch with you from now on? Izuku simply smiled. That would be great. Izuku sat in the last row of the classroom simply because there was no space in the front. To be honest, sitting in the back drew a lot of attention. To his left was Carol Ferris, who was focused on Hal Jordan sitting in front of her. To his right there was no one. Tatsu Yamashiro and Leslie Willis. However, what truly caught Izuku's attention was the girl at the empty desk, whom the principal had just called Leslie Willis. Although she looked normal, her attitude was different today. If Leslie had the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to annoy him. Whether it was a light shove, a punch on the shoulder, or a playful insult, those were common occurrences from her and the tall, muscular girl, Doris Suhl, who was absent. However, Leslie's behavior had toned down. She only bumped shoulders with him if they crossed paths. He noticed Leslie glance at Tatsu, who gave her a wary look. Leslie waved, but Tatsu turned away. Ouch. Maybe you've captured her heart, ninth. In more ways than one, teased the fifth. On the other hand, the new girl, Yamashiro Tatsu, seemed worth paying attention to, not just because of their shared nationality. There was something about her that demanded caution. Jessica Cruz and Pam Isley. He observed the almost confirmed Green Lantern and the girl who looked extremely uncomfortable being hugged by the brunette, as if she wanted to shake her off. Wow, he thought. Carter Hall and Barry Allen. He heard the blonde gasp excitedly before standing up and reaching out to a larger guy, attempting to high-five him. The larger guy ignored him. Ouch. Carol Ferris and Doris Suhl. And since Doris isn't here as usual, Carol, you're destined to be alone once again. The dark-haired girl beside him gasped in offense, while he thought that was a rather passive-aggressive attitude. He felt embarrassed knowing the reason for Doris's absence. But we have Izuku Midoriya here, so you'll be working together. Giganta will destroy you now. Deku turned to see a couple of thieves being held in the air by Black Whip, who were flailing about, trying to escape what they believed was a terrible fate. Again! Maybe he had gone too far this time. Last but not least, Harleen Quinzel and Kara Danvers. Kara stood up, looking confused, caught between sleepiness and disorientation. Despite her loud voice and odd behavior, she was somewhat cute. Is that clear? Izuku turned to look at the dark-haired girl, who shot him a fierce glare. He quickly averted his gaze, only to notice her intention to approach him. Carol stood up, holding a sealed egg in her hand, and said that she and Hal had their differences, and she needed him to babysit Hal Jr. She extended the egg toward him, emphasizing that they were nothing to each other and that he was not her real child. She requested his number so she could check on her son. Izuku struggled to comprehend what the girl was thinking. He even began to wonder if her perception of reality was skewed, leading her to say nonsensical things. His main evidence was that Hal Jordan seemed to be a complete womanizer. Nana observed the situation and concluded that the girl was crazy, and no one dared to contradict her. Who better than a woman to understand another? Izuku hesitantly agreed, feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought of a woman like Carol, or even Toga, being upset with him. Perhaps only Shigaraki was more intimidating. He asked if she needed his number, to which she responded with a simple, duh. She handed him a phone that he couldn't quite figure out where she had gotten it from, and with a frustrated expression, he typed in his number. Just as he finished, he heard the unmistakable sound of an egg cracking. Both he and Carol turned their heads toward the noise, discovering the egg belonging to Diana Prince and Karen Beecher on the floor. This was surprising. Diana Prince failing was something he had learned was nearly impossible. She was always at the top of the class with perfect grades. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the expressions on both girls' faces. Tatsu Yamashiro, a newcomer, exclaimed that her chance to surpass Diana Prince as the top student was finally within reach, raising her fist in triumph. That was a rather rude stereotype. Carol laughed, snatching the phone from Izuku's hand and returning to her seat. He didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on Leslie, who was holding an egg as she stood up to approach her Japanese classmate, only to seem to reconsider. This made him ponder what was going through her mind at that moment. Interestingly, Leslie had intended to joke and make her classmate fail alongside her, but she felt that if Deku found out, he would be disappointed. They talked 3 days a week, and she often found it hard not to be honest. This might be one of those times. Leslie blinked and resumed her walk, calling out to Tatsu, who turned her attention. Leslie handed her the egg, which Tatsu accepted, asking if she was ready to get an A. This made Izuku smile, though it didn't last long as he was distracted by a loud burp. He turned to see Jessica Cruz looking disgusted and surprised, directed at Pamela Isley, who seemed to be chewing something. He thought in disbelief, did she eat the egg? Barry's voice reached his ears, commenting on a bad decision. This time, Izuku turned to see a frustrated Carter Hall with egg on his backside. He thought incredulously that Barry couldn't be that foolish. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kara and Harleen chatting with Mr. Chapin, causing a small commotion, but he decided that it wasn't his concern. Everything felt chaotic at that moment. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, and half the class was already in disarray, prompting him to wonder what kind of bizarre dream this was. When Izuku learned that Barry was going to introduce him to his friends, he had imagined something more normal. He packed everything into his backpack, ready to leave, when Barry approached him excitedly, followed by his friends. Now calmer, he remembered that he had promised to meet them and prepared to face what, upon closer inspection, were oddly similar to the Invenci brothers. Barry greeted him enthusiastically, introducing his friends, Garth, Oliver, Hal, and Carter. Izuku barely had time to register who he was pointing at. Barry's speed caught him off guard, and honestly, he didn't mind much. It seemed Barry was faster than usual. Hal introduced himself, extending his hand, and Izuku shook it, noting that it was fortunate he had seen them during attendance. Carter, the tall and quiet one, greeted him with a wave, which Izuku mirrored. He thought that he would be upset too if he were in Carter's position. Garth, the smallest of the group, bubbled with excitement as he introduced himself, and Izuku felt a sense of familiarity. Oliver Queen introduced himself with an exaggerated flair, which made Izuku involuntarily grimace. His theatrical voice and gestures felt awkward, generating a sense of second-hand embarrassment. But who was he to judge when he was a total fan of All Might? Barry mentioned that they were just waiting for their leader, Steve Trevor, and as Izuku turned to Barry, he caught the alarmed expressions of the boys. Barry assured him that these were his friends and hoped he could join them someday. Izuku wished it could have been a more typical introduction. He still remembered them teasing with the song about Barbara Gordon's flatulence and wanted to clarify a few things not in this manner, of course. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward him, and with a beep from his sensor, he turned and shattered the arrow with a punch. At the alert of the fourth gift, Izuku leaped from his position atop the Daily Planet, narrowly avoiding what could have been a devastating blow from a massive weapon. Hawkman and Green Arrow were in pursuit. A sharp pain shot through his head, making him look up just in time to see a green blur rushing toward him. He extended his arm toward the building, launching a whip that propelled him away from the incoming object. His body twisted in midair, landing against the vertical wall, supported by his black whips. He looked up to see a figure floating above him. It was Green Lantern, unmistakable in his uniform. Izuku was about to speak when a jet of water splashed across his face, soaking his mask and part of his scarf. He heard laughter, and his head slowly turned toward the source. Above Hawkman, whose wings flapped majestically, he noticed a small boy. Recognizing him instantly, Izuku thought, Garth? This confirmed his suspicion. The Invincible brothers were high school students and were in his class as well. Unbeknownst to him, he stared at Aqualad, making the younger boy nervous. Izuku shifted his gaze to Green Lantern, curiosity piqued. He declared that he was not their enemy. Green Arrow responded, saying it was personal, they wanted answers, but he was elusive. Banjo joked that if he hadn't come out during the day, they wouldn't have found him. Izuku rolled his eyes, realizing he was being surrounded. He recalled Yorchi's wise words, urging him to have faith in them, as they were young like him once. Nana rolled her eyes at the comment about their little one. Izuku asked what they wanted to know. Green Arrow pointed out that they had not acted like heroes, a statement Izuku admitted was true based on their inaction upon arrival. He took a breath, ready to explain, but was interrupted. Green Arrow landed on the edge of the building, asserting that they had taken down any villain in their way. If that wasn't heroism, he didn't know what was. Izuku's eyes darted to Hal, feeling a chill as he noticed something burning behind the cold emerald of his shadowed gaze. Hal's ego was wounded, and he projected a massive weapon with his ring, stating that if Izuku wouldn't talk. Understanding the threat, Izuku placed his hand over his chest, feeling the pendant beneath his clothing where the blue ring rested. He detached himself from the wall, falling along the building's surface and gaining speed. He looked up to see them coming for him, frowning as he fired a whip toward a nearby building. He thought to himself that he couldn't let them see how heroes fought among themselves, nor could he allow them to cause destruction. If there was one thing they specialized in, it was ruining their surroundings. Swinging between the buildings, he turned his body toward them, opening his arms as he activated float in the air. He wouldn't let them lose track of him. He knew where to lead them. Activating smoke screen, 2 trails of purple smoke revealed his position to the other heroes. He intended to guide them to a place where there was nothing of value to destroy. He aimed again, ready to swing, when he had to strike the air, activating One for All to propel himself away from a fast-moving green projectile. He barely recognized it as a tennis ball. Green Lantern shouted that he couldn't escape. The hero aimed a translucent green tennis ball launcher at him. Just then, Izuku heard a whistling sound slicing through the air. With Green Lantern and Hawkman in front of him, he had only one option. He kicked at the right moment, hitting an arrow coming his way, leaving it suspended and spinning in the air. To his surprise, it made a strange noise before exploding into a dense cloud of white smoke, obscuring the other heroes from view. He thought it ironic, and the 4th commented on the marvelous smoke screen. The 6th scoffed, claiming that the kid didn't know what a smoke screen was, which offended Izuku, who felt the presence of the 6th beside him. His sensor activated, and following that alert, he held out his right arm, aiming at the threat that was supposed to emerge from the smoke. He barely distinguished a shadow and aimed there, executing a specialized move. The technique was better suited for a longer distance, but the speed with which his whip would reach its target would suffice. Retracting his arm, he charged One for All to a quarter of its total power and punched into the smoke while sending a tendril toward the shadow he had spotted. The cloud dissipated quickly, and he managed to hit something. He wasn't sure if it was bad aim or Hawkman's skill, but the tendril grazed the top of his helmet. Garth, however, wasn't able to dodge it and was sent flying backward by the impact. Izuku heard Garth scream in fear, and he felt a ringing in his ears at the same time. His body twisted in the air as another ball came toward him, which he kicked with the momentum he gained, redirecting it back toward Hawkman. The hero's reaction speed was no match for the ball, and he was struck, sent flying near Garth, who was falling. At least he would catch him. Izuku turned back, realizing he was close to a dumpster and decided to attack. He retracted both arms and launched them toward Green Lantern, giving speed to the 5th's black whip. Swiftly, Green Lantern found himself ensnared by the tendrils. Kicking off the air, Izuku halted and twisted his body, swinging Hal in a parabola toward the dumpster, releasing him while still in the air. Turning to see a pair of arrows speeding toward him, he prepared to catch them. However, it seemed impossible. Just half a meter away, the arrowheads exploded into 3. His eyes widened as his body reacted. Given the acrobatics in the air, his retracted leg charged to half of One for All, and after catching a fleeting glimpse of Green Arrow on a nearby building, he kicked off the air, sending the arrows back toward him with the force he generated. That was enough to make Green Arrow take cover, giving Izuku time to see the Hawk Boy coming toward him at full speed. He thought to himself about this guy. Green Lantern landed hard against the ground, having been so fast that he couldn't react, especially when he was ensnared by that dark thing. Hal stood up, covered in dirt and dust. He shook off the dust and glanced around, noticing something unusual. There wasn't as much debris as he had expected. The trash seemed to have been sorted and arranged into different groups. He observed remnants of cars, half-finished furniture, and other types of refuse scattered about. Everything appeared to be organized. It was then that he heard a loud crash and looked up to find the source. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw Carter flying toward him at full speed. He raised his hand and, using his ring, created a thick cushion that softened Carter's landing, though it still sent him sliding back a few meters. Carter checked himself, rubbing his cheek beneath his helmet. He wasn't the only one who had landed. A green figure floated down from above, with Aqualad and Green Arrow captured in black ropes. The figure's expression was anything but happy. Deku interrupted, introducing himself. He wasn't an enemy. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Green Arrow flying toward them, suggesting that he should learn to accept criticism to become a better hero. Even Katana had understood his point, and so could the other heroes. Next, he tossed Garth, who held caught, only to let him drop with a grunt. Oliver Queen, feeling insulted, questioned Deku's authority to criticize them. He wanted to know if Deku had any credentials as a hero. Deku chose not to respond to Green Lantern. Instead, he tried to imagine how some of his former teachers would have handled the situation. All might was out of the question. He commanded immense respect. Izuku lacked that kind of authority. Midnight was not an option either. Present Mike would have shouted until he was heard, and Ectoplasm was too taciturn. Hound Dog was simply aggressive and loud, much like Bakugu. In fact, the defiant attitude of these heroes reminded him of Bakugu at the beginning of the year at UA, and his constant clashes with Professor Aizawa. "You kids have no idea what you're doing," he said, relaxing his posture slightly. "Your reasoning is illogical for a hero. It doesn't matter how many villains you've captured if you can't rescue civilians within your reach." This brought the Invincible brothers back to the day they met the rabbit. If they were honest, it ignited a small spark of resentment and anger, particularly in Oliver Queen. "You said we don't act like heroes, but we had a plan," he exclaimed. "You took too long. Be grateful that guy was so full of himself that he didn't care about the people on that bus." Oliver clenched his jaw, and Hal Jordan decided to intervene. "We could have saved everyone if you hadn't interfered. Don't fantasize about something that didn't happen. I didn't see you rushing to help the civilians when they got off the bus. Your hero work seems reduced to just hitting people." "How dare you?" shouted the bearded blonde. "I'm telling you this so you can improve." "We all make mistakes," Izuku said, trying to be less rude. It felt unnatural for him. "But you need to recognize them to get better." Suddenly, Green Arrow aimed his bow at him, for arrows ready to fly, and smiled. "No thanks. A guy like you won't tell me what to do." The arrows were released. Izuku didn't hesitate. As soon as he saw them explode into a multitude of projectiles, he dodged with incredible speed that Green Arrow couldn't comprehend. Green Lantern was already preparing to attack, soaring toward him in a green streak, throwing a punch that Deku managed to evade. Not stopping there, he created a green baseball bat to swing at Deku's face. Izuku leaned back, planting his back on the ground and bringing his legs up to his chest. With a powerful push, he kicked Green Lantern in the stomach, sending him flying backward. As he finally stood up, he felt a sharp pain and turned just in time to see Hawkman swinging a mace toward him. He stepped forward and caught the weapon between the head of the mace and the grip. Taking a breath, he exerted force against Hawkman's impressive strength. "You're strong," Hawkman acknowledged. "So are you," Izuku replied. Looking over Hawkman's shoulder, he noticed a significant mass of water beginning to form. Just after that flash, he felt another sharp pain. He stepped toward Hawkman, easing his resistance, which caused the larger man to lose his balance. With a sudden motion, he yanked Hawkman, using him to collide with Green Lantern, who was flying in to attack again. Hal crashed into a pile of debris, while Carter rolled across the ground after being struck. Noticing that Green Arrow hadn't attacked, likely due to the proximity of his teammates, Izuku turned to him. Green Arrow was drawing back an arrow, but released it almost immediately upon seeing Izuku. He didn't panic at Sensor as it was right in front of him. However, he didn't expect it to explode a few meters away, creating a blinding light that he couldn't avoid. He was momentarily blinded. He tried to remain calm, his posture becoming alert. Yes, it was a bad situation and it had been an incredible play, but he realized he might have underestimated their strategy. Sensor pierced through his head, and he felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time during a fight. With no other option, he activated One for All to propel himself out of danger. Unfortunately, he collided with the remains of something metallic, causing some pain. He preferred that over whatever had caused the earlier explosion. That feeling returned when Sensor warned him again, and he had no choice but to react. This time, he didn't hit something hard but rather someone. Instantly, his fourth gift activated again, and he jumped away, stumbling over something on the ground as he landed. Desperation filled his chest. He was anxious about not being able to see. Focus, Izuku, he reminded himself. Sensor activated, and the green hero noticed something strange. The gift pierced his head, leaving a residual sensation. Not only that, but it seemed to have an entry and exit point, a trajectory. His own understanding and fascination with this prevented him from acting in time. Receiving a blow to the face, he felt his head snap back, and his mask threatened to fly off. It was strong, but it reminded him of all the punches he had already taken. If it was a punch, then there was an arm involved. This time, he reacted much faster than before. To Green Lantern's eyes, he didn't even see the moment Izuku grabbed his arm by the wrist, the same arm that had delivered the punch. He couldn't even express the thought that crossed his mind. Izuku turned and threw Green Lantern over his shoulder with tremendous force, slamming him against the ground, shaking everything within the hero. That was the last thing Hal Jordan remembered from their encounter. Izuku released the arm and stepped back slightly, raising his guard. He opened his eyes a bit, noticing that his vision was still blurry. Hal's identity was being revealed again. Seriously, what was wrong with the heroes in this city? He would regret this. That sounded like Green Arrow. Sensor crossed his mind again, this time in a different direction, and he could identify the trajectory better. He moved his upper body to the side, hearing the air whistle past him. Was the archer trying to take him out? The arrow didn't seem to deploy anything. He regained his stance as the sensation returned, this time coming from the side. Against anyone's instincts, he took a step toward that direction, lowering his head. He felt the air whizzing above him, sensing that it was close. His arms came together in front of him, as if he were about to use his original Wyoming smash. This strike was different. It felt like swinging a baseball bat to the side. He sensed it was the right moment. He initiated his improvised move, New York Smash. His hips moved toward his opponent, shifting his weight, and he swung his arms together against the person. He didn't want to break anything. He didn't wish to exert too much force. He made contact. He heard two heavy thuds hit the ground, one heavier than the other. He tried to open his eyes, and this time he could see more defined shapes. But it didn't hurt. He turned to look for the other two, finding them after a few seconds. He saw Aqualad holding a large mass of water above his head, seemingly gathering it with his arms. It appeared to be growing, feeding off water from somewhere. Oh no! He hoped Aqualad wouldn't do it. Just as he prepared to counter the water, he was interrupted by two things. Realizing the archer was no longer there and how he revealed his position. Rain of arrows. Izuku barely turned to see the archer release a group of 6 arrows. He remained slightly concerned, which in the heat of the moment made him conclude that he was giving it his all. So, it was only fair that he showed respect in return. He looked up, watching the arrows explode in the air and multiply. He wasn't going to waste time counting but was focused on tracing their trajectory. It was time to showcase the new addition to his arsenal. He remembered his senpai at UA. After the war in Daika, Izuku learned that while he was hunting villains, his senpai were fighting on the other side of the country. He admired their composure and will, but in that moment he couldn't help but feel more motivated to keep fighting. Now that he saw it more clearly, many other heroes had fought alongside him, and he wanted to pay tribute to them. That was why he created the Black Series with anyone he could. And this one was for Amajiki Senpai. He took his right wrist, pointing it toward the ground, and Black Whip seemed to wrap around his entire arm. He opened his right hand, watching the arrows fall toward him. Black Series, Chimera Kraken. 8 thick whips, different from the usual ones, emerged from his wrist and right hand. Taking a defensive stance, the tentacles deflected, diverted, and bounced away the dozens of arrows that aimed to harm him, much to the astonishment of the other 2 young heroes. Izuku had to grit his teeth. This way of using the quirk required a lot of control. Each thick tendril was 5 slightly thicker regular tendrils, and managing each one required immense concentration. It wasn't perfected yet, but he managed to come out unscathed after moments that could have been lethal. The tentacles retracted quickly, and Izuku turned toward Aqualad, feeling a sharp sensation in his head. "Nothing can stand against a force of nature," Aqualad shouted after a few seconds. With that, the shorter hero launched a massive amount of water toward Deku. He stepped forward, preparing a punch to confront that force of nature with one even more terrible, but he hesitated. At the last moment, he decided to do nothing, freezing in a strange posture. The sensor hadn't triggered. When the water hit him, contrary to expectations, he simply got soaked. It felt like a heavy rain, but without a gale strong enough to uproot a tree. "My friend, I think we are lacking water," he heard Green Arrow say. Izuku checked himself, seeing everything was in place. To his surprise, he noticed with joy that his suit looked clean on the side where he received the water. There was no mud or blood. Was that the pressure of the water? Or some property of it? By pure instinct, he quickly turned, aiming at Green Arrow, using his point specialization, which, although it didn't hit directly, managed to rip the quiver of arrows away from him. Now the archer was without his most important tool. Izuku stared at him, waiting for some action. Perhaps he stared too long, as Green Arrow felt intimidated by his gaze. He heard Hawkman behind him, struggling to get up. He didn't feel threatened.
Alright, he said.
"Surrender, heroes. There's no need to continue." Green Arrow clenched his jaw before smiling defiantly. "Don't get too confident, Rabbit. Why couldn't he just stay quiet?" Izuku leaned forward, bringing a knee to his chest. The mace cut through the air behind him, and he anticipated its position. He turned his body slightly and, like a hook, raised his leg backward, striking Hawkman's jaw with great force. That was enough to take him out of the fight. "You shouldn't reveal your next move." Izuku turned, using Black Whip to grab the two unconscious heroes. He looked back to see Green Arrow charging at him, letting out a fierce battle cry. He had taken hold of his bow by one end, revealing his intentions. Green Arrow was just a meter away when he swung his bow at Izuku. The sound of cracking filled the air, but the bow shattered, and the green hero remained unmoved. Izuku delivered a straight punch to Green Arrow's face, sending him crashing to the ground. He watched the hero fall while Aqualad tensed up in fear. After a moment, Izuku turned to Garth and asked if he had ever considered doing laundry for a living. Izuku had his share of luck, both good and bad, always swinging from one extreme to the other. Meeting All Might, who saw something in him that others might have missed, was one of those fortunate moments. Other times, he simply made mistakes like anyone else. Recently, he had stopped a runaway truck carrying a strange radioactive material. However, he miscalculated his strength and ended up damaging the asphalt. Knowing he couldn't leave it like that, he moved the truck aside after dealing with the men in charge and began to piece the broken pavement back together. He hoped to disguise the damage somewhat. It wasn't the best idea to do this in the middle of the street, as a car sped toward him. The next day, a column in the Daily Planet would read, "The Metropolis rabbit lifts a car over his head while repairing a street." It attracted unnecessary attention. Yet, none of those streaks of luck had aligned as perfectly as they were now. Izuku tightened his grip on the windowsill, watching suspicious individuals enter the alley across from his window, carrying several bags. He called himself an idiot for not having his suit ready at that moment. Flash was about to leave the warehouse where the Invinci brothers had their hideout. He was running late because Izuku didn't have to go that day, and he was covering part of the afternoon. He encouraged himself, thinking he could zip around the city and find them in less than 5 minutes. However, he was interrupted when the metal curtain of the warehouse was thrown open with a loud crash. A dark figure emerged, backlit, with 4 strange tentacles extending from its back, seemingly holding several bodies. Flash noticed that his friends had not fared well. He realized he was not an enemy and suggested they could work together if necessary, but he was not a threat to the people of Metropolis. Raising his hands, he straightened his posture to indicate he had no desire to fight. The figure lowered the 3 unconscious heroes in front of Flash. When he set Aqualad down, he looked at him for a moment, making the younger hero nervous. Then he asked how much it would cost to clean his suit and cape. $20 was the answer, which Izuku thought was cheap. He turned to Flash, who looked confused, before returning to Garth to ask for a phone number. Garth mentioned it was embroidered on his pants, which made Izuku blink, unsure whether to find it ridiculous, embarrassing, pathetic, or endearing. He concluded that Garth's mother was quite protective. Garth then reached for the button of his pants, ready to unfasten it, causing Izuku to look him in the eye and ask what he was doing. Garth clarified that he meant to give him the phone number, not anything else, and they both shared a nervous laugh. Izuku decided to pay more attention to Garth, receiving the number he wrote down with a pen from his belt. He promised to let Izuku know when and where he could pick up his clean suit. Garth even asked what scent he wanted for the detergent. While Sarah used lavender, Izuku preferred the pine scent his mother used, wanting a bit of her in it. The important thing was that Izuku had not had his suit with him for a couple of days. He had his sawls, protectors, mask, and gauntlets, but much of him remained visible even while wearing them. He felt the urge to go out, knowing someone might need him, but he couldn't ignore the obvious. He would be easily recognized. Yet, he couldn't just do nothing. He left the egg he was caring for on his bed as lightning surrounded him, then flew to the closet, where he opened it and pulled out a black garden bag. He began to toss clothes into the air at a monstrous speed. The fifth's whips caught the clothing that had the best chance of concealing his identity, and he changed out of his own clothes while recalling what had happened after talking with Garth. Flash had been quiet, shaking slightly, his lips sealed as if he were about to explode. Izuku reassured him to calm down. Flash expressed disbelief that Izuku was there, explaining how they had searched for him for months after his arrival, only to find rumors. Now that he had fought back, Flash was unsure of what to think. Izuku interrupted, explaining that Flash's teammates had ambushed him and had not acted like heroes. He emphasized that if the villain had wanted to, people on the bus could have been in grave danger. Flash tensed at the seriousness of Izuku's words. He understood that while things seemed to be going well, there was still room for improvement. Flash looked a bit conflicted but eventually nodded. He wanted to voice something but decided it was more important to ask if they were doing a poor job. He seemed deflated, which was unusual for him. Izuku recognized that Flash's personality was not just a mix of sugar and energy. At least he was honest with himself and allowed his feelings to show. If Flash could be honest, so could he. Izuku acknowledged that their work was not bad, but it could be much better. He had seen the videos and news articles published about them. They were good, both the heroes and heroines, but there was so much potential to tap into and many traits to improve. Flash looked confused at this feedback. On that day, they had not done anything that could improve. Perhaps Izuku was starting to enhance his speaking skills and charisma. Flash nodded slowly, seeming to understand. He was getting into trouble again. He jumped out of the window, wrapped in dark, used clothes he had found, combined with his support gear. Lightning adorned his body, and Black Whip clung to the ledge of the buildings forming the alley. Floating made him feel lighter. Using one for all, he propelled himself toward the alley. There were a couple of dumpsters and air conditioning units, but aside from that, he blended in quite well. In the midst of his flight, he noticed several individuals carrying bags and suitcases. A couple were trying to hide their masks. There were 4 of them, with varying builds, but all wore clothing that covered them almost entirely. He halted, using Black Whip to attach himself to the wall with several tendrils. A feminine voice spoke, indicating they had the money. From her tone, she seemed to be one of the slimmer figures still wearing a mask. She mentioned they needed to take it to the Mr. That was enough for him. He released his grip, dropping a few meters to the ground. His sawls echoed through the alley, and just as the suspicious individuals turned, he snatched the bags from them. There, silhouetted against the sunset, stood a figure. Noticing the absence of ears or a cape, the slimmer figure sighed in relief. 2 of the figures were more robust. One was stocky and square, while the other was slightly less thick and noticeably smaller than the first. They stepped forward so modestly that it was barely noticeable. The stocky one questioned who he was, revealing himself as a man. The slimmer figure, who had spoken earlier, shouted defiantly that no one took anything from Big Congo. One of the larger figures, the quiet one, stepped forward. Izuku recognized him as the infamous gangster, Big Congo. He had come to put an end to their robberies and their crew. If they needed to call for him, it meant they were running out of resources. With one foot forward and a low stance, he prepared for an imminent attack. He backed up slightly, giving the larger man a chance to see a window and prepare to throw a punch. At that moment, as the big man pulled back his fist, Izuku charged one for all through his body and launched himself at the stocky figure, colliding with him shoulder first. Just before impact, Deku had charged at him with the force of a wild horse, knocking him down at the feet of the others. He didn't want to seriously hurt him, so he had to be cautious with his own strength. The smaller figure looked down, watching as the big man struggled to catch his breath, then glanced back up with an annoyed expression beneath her gorilla mask with pink lips. Upon seeing the emerald lightning decorating the stranger's body, she realized who they were facing. She shouted that it was the rabbit, much to the dismay of the rest of her crew. Izuku thought to himself that he was Deku. The so-called boss questioned where his rabbit suit was. The fights were not the time for chatting. It could give the opponent an advantage. That was a crucial rule. So, Izuku remained silent. If this woman was Big Congo, there was a reason for it. He wouldn't expose himself unnecessarily. The other slender figure mocked him, suggesting Big Congo had eaten his tongue. They surrounded him, and he raised his guard as he heard the other large man slowly getting up behind him. He directed his gaze to the boss, suggesting there was no need to fight and that they could surrender willingly. In response, the large man behind him lunged at him. That was a clear no. He sidestepped, avoiding the attack, while keeping his eyes on the boss. The other two came for him. First, the other robust figure threw a quick punch at him. He slid his foot forward and ducked, evading it. He looked up just in time to see the slender figure putting all her weight into a punch aimed at his face. These individuals were fighters. Using the momentum from his movement, he dodged again. He then heard one of the larger men behind him. Utilizing the potential energy from avoiding the blow, he jerked his body sharply to the opposite side, leaping and rotating almost parallel to the ground. The aggressive movement distracted the stocky man enough that he didn't see Izuku attacking him. Like a ninja, Izuku extended his leg, striking powerfully against the larger man's face, contracting his muscles at the last moment. Simultaneously, his other leg landed, and he maintained his balance while knocking out the thief. He turned to the slender figure, who seemed to recoil slightly before sliding toward him quickly. She launched a straight kick at his face, simple yet executed with impeccable technique, reminiscent of the standard karate practiced by his classmate Ojiro back at UA. Izuku nearly went headfirst into the kick, barely letting it pass beside his head, just over his right shoulder. It was from that same side that his arm had retracted to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent's chest. At that moment, he was seized by the left arm with great force. He suspected it was the other large man. As he heard the slender figure gasping for air, he pulled his trapped arm free while simultaneously launching a backhand strike at the large man's face. The latter barely avoided it, though his gorilla mask was torn off in the process. Izuku moved away toward the wall, seeing the angry expression of the man as he charged at him. He jumped against the wall, using it as a platform, and propelled himself slightly upward with one for all, twisting his body forward. With a powerful strike, he knocked the largest man unconscious to the ground. He turned to the only one still standing as his quirk faded, realizing she was Big Congo. She rolled up the sleeves of her black sweatshirt and lowered her hood. In the darkness, Izuku managed to distinguish the light brown hair and caramel skin of Big Congo. No one stops Big Congo. Without further ado, she charged at him with a left hook. Izuku was amazed at how quickly she closed the distance between them, but he managed to step back and create some space. She didn't hesitate to rush at him again, this time using her other arm. Izuku evaded her once more and countered with a high kick. Although she was able to block the kick, Big Congo stumbled back before fixing her gaze on Deku. In response, he lowered his foot and raised his guard once again. The lightning that had adorned him was gone, and the darkness favored his black clothing. The only thing Big Congo could make out were his colorful ski goggles. It was challenging for her, but in her own words, no one stops Big Congo. In a split second she advanced on him, and Izuku had to defend against a punch that he managed to block. However, he couldn't ignore the strength behind it. He threw a punch at her midsection, which was deflected, forcing him to lift a leg to block a kick. The exchange of blows continued for a few more attempts until Izuku suddenly stepped back just in time to dodge a high kick. This caused him to lose his balance slightly, which Big Congo took advantage of to charge at him again, pushing him back. She knew that if she could take him down, she would have a better chance of defeating him. Izuku was aware of this too. He didn't touch the ground. Instead, he supported himself with both hands. He lifted his left leg to the height of his opponent's chest and, with the speed of a bullet, unleashed a powerful kick directly to her face from the ground. Big Congo's reflexes were incredible, as she barely managed to evade the blow, though her mask was not so fortunate. Izuku wanted to end it quickly. He activated One for All at a low percentage and charged at her. Almost gliding across the ground, he landed a kick to the chief's abdomen, causing her to take a few steps back, hunched over in surprise at the speed of the rabbit in an alternate suit. Her knees buckled, and she fell to them, clutching her stomach in pain. Izuku deactivated his main ability and approached Big Congo. In that moment, the darkness made it hard to see, but as he got closer and brought himself to her eye level, he noticed a strange scar on her forehead. 4 vertical lines crossed by a diagonal one reminded him of someone counting to 5. However, he didn't dwell on it. He urged her to surrender. She replied that Mr. Zash wouldn't like this. Deku didn't know who she was talking about, but he realized that as she lunged at him once more, she refused to give up. He glowed with lightning faster than ever before and dodged her attack while delivering a punch directly to the chief's liver, strong enough to lift her a few inches off the ground. Big Congo fell unconscious, and Izuku caught her before she hit the ground. He shook his head, recognizing her as the type of person who wouldn't listen the first time, or worse, someone who was out of control. Black Whip was used to restrain the other villains and gather the bags of money, which he confirmed, and he prepared to leap away. He thought about how strong she had been and wondered about Mr. Zash, questioning who this person was. Zatanna used to dream every night. Like anyone else, she would forget her dreams within minutes. However, lately she had been dreaming of 2 things. Either she was in a dark place, or he was there, lurking in her rest. Today was different. When she woke up, yawning and scratching her cheek, she tensed at the memory of what she had seen in her dream. For a moment, she felt paralyzed, afraid that she might not be awake yet. She envisioned a castle room that seemed to disintegrate amid a black storm. She felt as if she couldn't speak, yet somehow, she knew exactly what she was seeing. Before her were 8 wooden thrones serving as the base for a throne high above. Chains of gleaming gold bound the 8 wooden thrones to the elevated throne. The high throne was simple, with tall legs and an unadorned appearance compared to the others. What stood out was the material, a beautiful, shining bronze. The armrests were perfectly straight, and at the ends, where hands would rest, were 2 golden rings connected to the chains. The connection of the armrests to the throne's legs was completely straight, while the backrest was round. It was curious to see that there was not a single cushion or fabric, making it look entirely uncomfortable to sit on. Z blinked and lowered her gaze. The 8 base thrones appeared to be submerged in a small pool of mercury. She raised her eyes again. The sides of the throne had intricate carvings in radiant platinum, which she recognized at a glance. The ornamental figures that seemed to represent stems and leaves did not reach the uncomfortable armrests. She also noticed that the backrest had its own decorations, a small platinum circle in the center and a thin iron circumference surrounding it. 8 lines, also made of iron, extended from the larger circumference, tracing every edge and visible border of the throne. She turned around to see the back of the throne, fascinated by the carvings that adorned that side of the grand seat as well. This time, the platinum plants formed a natural pattern upward, adorned with bright leaves and flowers of the same material. To her eyes, it looked beautiful, but it could have been better. She finished her turn, thinking it could be a more comfortable throne. However, when she completed her turn, she froze upon seeing that someone was indeed occupying the throne. The cause of her nightmares was seated there. His slouched posture suggested he was tired, yet he seemed to want to stand. She hadn't even recognized his presence until she found herself standing before him. And yes, the throne did look uncomfortable. His black eyes were fixed, and it seemed like he wasn't breathing. Was he alive? The doubt didn't linger, as the one who called himself Deku brought his hands to his face and removed everything that covered it. Nothing beneath was human, animal, or anything she recognized, and that terrified her. Without understanding the logic of what was happening, that indescribable face appeared before her for a moment, stealing her breath and freezing her blood. It was then that she woke up, not recalling it immediately. Her nightmares involving Deku were constant, but this one had been worse. Nevertheless, she decided to push it aside, as she had been trying to track her nightmares for some time, believing that every dream held significance. Being tied to magic had its quirks. Despite the chill in her feet and the goosebumps that had risen from fear, she got up as quickly as she could and sought a place to jot down everything she had seen in her dream. She counted the materials, the shape, the location, and began to identify the important details. She glanced up for a moment, looking through her window at the night sky. The city lights were not enough to obscure all the stars, but they were distracting. She found herself staring too long, noticing that one star appeared particularly yellow. And just then she forgot something important. Were there 9 wooden thrones? Deku, in his silly and makeshift outfit, rested atop the Daily Planet once more after having dealt with Big Congo, with whom he had already had his share of encounters. By that point, the police were aware of how he was operating, and there were no issues with them, given the history of criminals who had surrendered and mentioned him. However, he had not formed any bonds with anyone, just like All Might had in his time, but it didn't bother him. Thanks to whoever it was, he could now breathe easy. He contemplated what to do next. He had several pending tasks and needed to prioritize them. Yes, he was a teenager like many others, but he didn't tend to procrastinate. Instead, he overthought things negatively and struggled to make decisions. Assigning priorities helped him maintain order. But even now, that brought him problems. He wasn't sure if his first priority should be to find allies, specifically the superhero girls, since the Invinci brothers might currently hold a grudge against him, to investigate that Mr. Zash, who could be the head of something larger than Big Congo, or to look into whatever the ring hanging around his neck was. Logically, it would be wise to start with someone knowledgeable about rings, like Green Lantern. However, Green Lantern might also harbor resentment, and trust was not something that was openly reciprocal or existing between them. They weren't enemies, but there would be distrust. Following this line of thought, it made the most sense to seek allies first, which would also help him learn about the rings. Both tasks were interconnected, making it clear that this should be his priority. He also needed to search for clues about Mr. Zash. He looked up, hoping for confirmation from the sky. Instead, he only saw a bright yellow star. It was beautiful, but it didn't solve his problems. He scratched his chin, taking advantage of the fact that his mask was down. Green Lantern seemed like a good person, being a hero or, presumably, Jessica. Perhaps if they accepted each other as allies, he could ask her, and she would agree to share what she knew. He doubted the library would have a book on remote-controlled colored rings. Wasn't the night unusually bright? Brightly yellow? He looked up again, watching as the star grew increasingly bright. He felt the wind buzzing in his ears just as sensor activated. In a moment of panic, Izuku jumped from his spot, dodging an extremely fast beam of sickly yellow light. He activated his quirk while falling freely, watching as the beam redirected toward him with a swift turn. It was too fast. As he neared the building, he pushed off the walls to descend more quickly. He didn't want to take his eyes off it as it seemed aggressive, but he had to gauge the distance to the ground and what movement he could make. Ready. Just a few meters from the asphalt, with the beam less than that distance away, he planted his foot against the building wall to propel himself toward the street, spinning backward and sliding along the pavement. Just in time to see the beam crash into the ground, rebounding aggressively toward him. He dodged by jumping away, landing on a car, and then leaping back toward the sidewalk. Please, let it not be another ring. Don't let it be another ring. The beam abruptly turned, seeking him out again. It curved up to the rooftop and then down toward him. Displaying his reflexes, despite the speed of what seemed to be a guided missile, He brought his palms together right at the head of the light beam, catching the pointer. The problem was that it was so aggressive it felt like it wanted to crush his hands. He pressed his palms together harder, tensing against the sensation coursing through his body. Just like the other ring. Until it stopped vibrating in his hands. He exhaled the breath he had been holding, watching as smoke escaped between his fingers. He shook his head, feeling the shape of the small object in his hands. The spirit of Bakugu surged through him for a moment, whispering into the air with a mix of disappointment and anger. In that moment, he clarified his priorities as he gazed at the yellow ring. Garth hurried through the park. It was getting dark, and his mom would scold him if he didn't return before 7 in the evening. He swung the bag in his hand while turning his head, searching for Deku. He realized too late that he had a problem. He didn't know who or what he was looking for. He spent a few minutes searching until he passed near one of the more wooded areas. Aqua Lad. Garth halted his run. He turned his face just as someone dropped from one of the trees, making a metallic sound. He almost jumped at the figure he didn't recognize until he noticed the metallic mask and gauntlets. It was Deku, and he sighed in relief. Deku. I've been calling you, he said, raising his phone. I was going to tell you where to meet. Sorry. I left my phone at home, the smaller boy apologized. He immediately handed over the suit and cape, which Izuku took with a grateful nod. They're quite damaged. I had to be careful not to break them. Thank you, Aqualad. It means a lot to me. Izuku then extended his other hand to Garth, who accepted the money with a thank you. I have to go. There's still something I need to do. I understand. Good luck, Deku. Izuku was glad to have been able to help. As he crouched to jump, he paused for a moment, reflecting on how he had spoken. He turned to Garth and remarked that he had a good power, suggesting that perhaps the environment was not helping him progress. Garth's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku encouraged him to continue training to discover his abilities before saying goodbye and walking away, leaving Garth deep in thought about his words. Izuku was not lying. He knew he had to take action. As he swung back and forth, his reasoning came to mind. The day after he had found the yellow ring, he witnessed something strange. It wasn't just that the entire class, except for him, Carol, Tatsu, and Leslie, had failed science class for breaking their egg. This was on another level of strange. While working as a cashier again, Izuku served Jessica Cruz and Barbara Gordon, who ordered as usual. Barbara even greeted him and made small talk about news regarding a vigilante named Batman. That wasn't the strange part. The oddity came when he noticed through the reflection in the window that Barbara took the jar of straws, twisted the top 5 times, pulled it up sending all the straws flying and then pushed it back down, causing the table to lower dramatically. It looked as if it was descending like an elevator. He resisted the urge to jump over the counter and chase after them. Today he was working with Sarah, and he didn't want to cause a scene. He needed to stay composed. He calmed himself, realizing he now had an idea of how to find them and formally establish an alliance, as well as gather information about the rings. Today was the day. First, he needed to change, and it was almost a ritual for him. He wanted to avoid making a habit of being on the roof in nothing but his underwear. His suit had a pleasant scent of pine that reminded him of his mother. He was surprised to see how clean and green his suit was. He had forgotten how vibrant it looked, and while it startled him a bit, it also made him happy. The clean and neat cape reminded him of Gran Torino, and he felt relieved to still have it with him. Perhaps a new, slightly darker suit would be a good idea. When he saw the mask attached to the suit, he was surprised to notice red stitching that repaired the damage around his eyes. It seemed like part of the suit, but he wasn't sure how to feel about it. He set it aside and donned his original suit, ready to face the upcoming situation. With the spare suit in his bag, he thought of the best way to enter the place. He opened the front door and saw who was at the counter. Sarah looked at him incredulously. He raised his hand in a wave of greeting and said good evening. She stammered, asking how she could help him. He requested to use the bathroom, which was the best idea he could come up with. She pointed him in the direction of his target, and he thanked her before heading toward the bathroom, feeling the eyes of some departing customers on him. As he walked to the bathroom, he noticed Sarah, still looking frightened, rushing to the back, likely to find Dan. That was his moment. He veered toward the chair and replicated the same movements Barbara had done flawlessly. As a result, the entire table descended rapidly. Feeling no immediate danger, Deku let himself be carried away, heading down a slide as he heard the platform activate once more. When he landed softly, several lights turned on, allowing him a quick glance to ensure no one had seen him. He stood up, honestly embarrassed by his fall, and looked around. He blinked in surprise. He saw a sofa and a television in the center, along with 6 different stations that he recognized as belonging to each heroine. Weights, disassembled or modified electronics, books, makeup, plants, and other items filled the space. It had a very youthful, personalized atmosphere, and above all, it felt distinctly feminine, especially with the sanitary products on the sofa. Setting that aside, he faced a bigger problem. They were not there. He should have waited for them to enter first. He walked around the different stations, searching for anything that might reveal their presence. His gaze landed on a clipping from the Daily Planet with the headline, "Superhero Girls." He read the article and was surprised to learn it was the first time they had acted as a group. Observing the accompanying photo, he chuckled at Bumblebee's costume, which looked very much like a prototype, reminiscent of his alpha suit. Despite the damage, she appeared very happy. He reminded himself not to blush. After another thorough look around, he concluded that there was nothing that could incriminate them enough. It was time to leave. But how would he get out of there? He turned around, trying to find a switch, lever, or anything that might give him a clue, but he had no idea. He looked up into the darkness, trying to spot a door or hatch, but there seemed to be nothing. He sighed, crouching down and covering his face with his hands, berating himself for his lack of foresight. Just then, he heard the mechanism activate again, which could only mean one thing, and it was bad. He quickly scanned for a place to hide. Although there were several options, he chose the one he thought best suited the situation. As the platform descended, Kara let out a yawn that was contagious to Barbara. Diana fought against the yawn under Kara's watchful eyes, who was trying to ignore the conversation between Z and Jessica to avoid being nosy. Izuku watched them walk around and disperse naturally. Kara settled into the couch and turned on the television. Barbara headed straight to her station, where some sort of machine was half-assembled. Izuku stopped thinking about that when he noticed Kara looking in his direction, the high ceiling so dark it was nearly black. He tensed and held his breath, unaware that Kara had heard something and was planning to use her X-ray vision in that area. He regulated his breathing as he watched her squint, just before being interrupted by Z, who asked what she saw while holding a thick booklet, causing Kara to divert her gaze from where Izuku was hiding. Kara mentioned that she thought she heard someone else there. The other girls exchanged confused glances among themselves. Babs laughed, thinking that Kara's super hearing was making her imagine things. She had never known Supergirl to possess such abilities. In her mind, it was as if Supergirl had multiple quirks, almost like a troubling image of Shigaraki Tamura, and all for one flashed before her, making her feel uneasy. Her body tensed involuntarily as her thoughts turned dark. If Supergirl wanted to, with all her skills, she could be as dangerous as All for One. She noticed a discussion taking place nearby. Although she couldn't grasp the specifics, she could tell from their expressions that something was amiss. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her racing thoughts, but it proved impossible. Someone had spoken again, and Kara, who often struggled with her temper, was on the verge of confronting Babs. Just as she turned to argue, a heavy object fell behind her, creating a metallic sound. Before she could react, she saw the faces of her friends turn pale, filled with surprise and fear. Confused, she turned around, only to be confronted by one of her greatest headaches. Deku had revealed their identities, stating that he knew they were the superhero girls. He observed their tense reactions and relaxed his posture. He noticed Kara clenching her teeth and fists as she faced him, demanding to know how he had found them. He pointed to Babs, explaining that he had seen her enter their hideout. The others looked at Babs with a mix of disbelief and annoyance, causing her to shrink back nervously. Deku felt guilty for having said that. When the heroines turned back to him, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, assuring them that he did not want to fight and had no intention of revealing their identities. Babs quickly jumped in to defend him, insisting that he was not a bad guy and reminding them of what they had learned in rehabilitation. Z, however, was skeptical, pointing out that despite the testimonies in Deku's favor, they couldn't be sure of his intentions. Deku understood their hesitation. Perhaps he had been too trusting, thinking they would accept him as an ally. He calmly stated that he was willing to work as a team and share information about himself. Kara, defensive, asserted that they had the strength, strategy, intelligence, magic, and determination to face whatever challenges came their way. Deku acknowledged her confidence but pointed out that despite their impressive achievements, there were areas for improvement. Kara, annoyed, questioned what he meant, rolling up her sleeve. Diana intervened, sensing Kara's pride was at stake, and asked Deku to clarify. Deku explained that since they had started their operations 8 months ago, there had not been a week without causing significant damage to public and private property. He presented them with a folder filled with data, indicating the costs incurred by the local government to repair the damage from their heroic actions. Babs was surprised by the information, asking where he had obtained it. Deku admitted he had compiled it himself but emphasized that it was just one example of where they could improve. He suggested an alliance, proposing they work together to keep the city safe and stay informed about ongoing events. Z interrupted, questioning what Deku stood to gain from this partnership. He explained that his goal was a safer city and more information about their surroundings, wanting to prevent any serious incidents from occurring. Deku recalled a moment when he had seen Supergirl recklessly throw cars at a giant adversary, which could easily lead to serious consequences. He clarified that he would share information about himself only if they agreed to be his allies. The heroines exchanged glances, contemplating his proposal. While Karen and Babs were eager to accept, Z and Kara remained hesitant. Diana, responsible for maintaining order, recognized the differing opinions within her team. She knew that simply agreeing to Deku's proposal could fragment their unity, so she needed to convince Kara and Z. Deku, sensing the tension, agreed to give them time to discuss. He asked how long they would need, and Diana, aware of the urgency, suggested they meet again the following evening to discuss their decision. Deku nodded, prepared to leave. However, he turned back to make eye contact with Diana, holding her gaze long enough to make her feel a sense of urgency. He then asked how he could exit the hideout, discovering that they used the sewers to leave. Uncertain if the design was similar in Japan, he noted that in Metropolis, there were pathways within the sewers that allowed for walking. A kind of sidewalk stretched out before her. The closest one was literally in front of Sweet Justice, but she avoided it and pretended to know where she was going when they explained that it was the most commonly used exit for them. Once she was far enough away, she took the liberty of slipping into a sewer to better orient herself. She wasn't too far from her destination, especially considering she could jump as high as the Daily Planet building. When she landed on the intended building, she realized she had arrived early. She set her backpack on the ground and began to pull out some items: a pineapple soda, cheese-flavored snacks, plain corn chips, and even a homemade dip for the corn chips. She took out her phone and notebook, ready to review and jot down what she had seen and who she was meeting today. She already knew some things about her, and they had even discussed why the burrito bucket wasn't their favorite place. He pointed out that the manager was rude to the employees, and while he tried hard with customers, he didn't seem to have control over his staff. She, on the other hand, seemed to have a more personal issue with one of the employees. She mentioned that Barbara Gordon worked there, acting as if she didn't know the redhead. When asked why she was a problem for her, she said she once saw her with her father, which disgusted her. It was an interesting response, but he didn't probe further because he wasn't sure how to approach it. Today, however, he felt more prepared. He played the song that Leslie Willis, known as Livewire, had asked him to listen to the last time they met, which was their second meeting. In fact, if he weren't so socially awkward, he would have realized that they were already friends. For instance, when he listened to the song she recommended, he noticed it didn't match her aesthetic at all. She seemed more like the type to attend underground punk concerts in the city, and it turned out she didn't enjoy much music of that kind. Ironic. As he wrote something in Kara's page, a ray of light caught his panoramic vision. His sensor didn't activate, so he looked up with a smile beneath his mask. He greeted Leslie, who responded casually, asking how he was doing. At this point, while Deku didn't know much about Leslie's personal life, she hardly knew anything about him. However, she trusted him because he knew something that no one else did. She no longer wanted to be bad. When she separated from her friends and was alone, Leslie realized she wasn't calm anymore, nor did she feel the adrenaline or happiness she once had. It felt as if she hadn't accomplished anything. Deku had suggested she see a therapist or psychologist, but she had dismissed the idea. She didn't have the money and didn't want to ask her father for it. As Deku mentioned that the song she had recommended was very romantic and didn't fit her, she decided to joke a little. He pointed out that her style didn't match the song at all, comparing it to the burrito bucket and the cheerful girl who worked there. Leslie reacted by looking away, annoyed, and he genuinely wanted to know more. He feigned ignorance, asking if that was Barbara Gordon, the one she didn't like, and if she had done anything to her. Leslie remained silent for a few tense seconds before stating that Barbara hadn't done anything. It just bothered her to see her with her father. Deku didn't want to push too hard, knowing it could lead to the wrong outcome, which wouldn't help Leslie. He acknowledged her feelings. Leslie took a long, slow sip of her pineapple soda, holding the can close to her mouth before smiling again with a teasing look. She mentioned that she had scored a perfect 10 in her science class. Deku feigned surprise, knowing exactly what she meant but playing along. He wasn't one for heavy teasing, but Leslie was, so he thought he'd return the favor. She playfully hit him on the arm, giving him a little shock, but laughing as she did so. She proudly declared that she had beaten all the nerds in the class, including Prince and his short friend. It was the first time she had scored a 10 in 5 years. Deku noted that she was referring to Bumblebee. He innocently remarked that her parents must have been happy about it. However, when he received no response, he turned to her, intrigued, noticing that Leslie wasn't looking at him or smiling. He worriedly thought that he had seen her go home with her parents. He hoped he hadn't misjudged the situation. Leslie confirmed that her parents had been happy, but when Deku pressed her, she accused him of lying. She looked annoyed and he understood why. He wouldn't like being called a liar either. He pondered why it would bother her to see a father and daughter together. If she had parents, then the only explanation could be that they didn't get along, and she longed for what she saw. She insisted he didn't know anything, and he held her gaze, speaking slowly, suggesting that she didn't have a good relationship with her father. Leslie frowned deeper, asking if he had nothing better to do than pry into her life. He replied that listening to what she wanted to say was very important right now. She crossed her arms, her expression serious, reflecting the internal debate she was having. Until now, Deku hadn't been a bad listener, and she felt comfortable with him. Perhaps he was genuinely interested? No, she wasn't naive or overly talkative. She opened her mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of words, but nothing came out. Deku's unwavering gaze didn't make her uncomfortable, surprisingly. Why did it feel like there was no way out of this? Why had she accepted the idea of talking so easily? Ella wanted to be heard. Otherwise, she would have fled or refused to speak again instead of seeking excuses to justify her desire to do so. She wished for someone to save her from herself. She expressed her struggles with her parents, and Izuku smiled slightly, encouraging her to share more. The following night, when Barbara's watch indicated 15 minutes to 8, the 6 heroines were already gathered, awaiting Deku's arrival. Their hideout featured a central table where they sat impatiently. Kara occupied the farthest end, her demeanor tense. Diana sighed as she noticed Z and Kara glaring at Babs, who excitedly discussed a discovery she had made about Deku with Jessica. Bumblebee was fully engaged in the conversation. The previous day, they had debated the possibility of accepting him into their group, but the discussion had become tedious. Z voiced her distrust, pointing out that everything about him suggested he was untrustworthy. Kara agreed, expressing her discomfort with his strength, suggesting that he didn't need them to keep the city safe or to destroy it if he chose. Diana, however, didn't want to dismiss her friend's concerns. Objectively, their arguments seemed more like personal issues with him than logical reasoning. Eventually, they reluctantly agreed when Diana and Barbara highlighted the benefits of having him on their side. They could have someone strong and wise to assist them, and he could teach them valuable skills. With his experience, they they could learn and be safer, making their work easier and satisfying their curiosity. Though it had been a difficult conversation, and doubts lingered, they accepted the idea voluntarily. It was clear they wouldn't be pleased with Babs rubbing it in their faces, and both Z and Kara wore bitter expressions. Z sighed and glanced at the food that Babs and Jessica had prepared for the occasion, admitting that it looked good and was a better idea than giving him a spouse. Diana excitedly agreed, joking about the potential of marrying him for the good of her sisters and the man himself, which made Z laugh and eased the atmosphere a bit. Jessica, however, seemed genuinely surprised when someone spoke right beside her, where she had thought there was nothing. The heroines jumped in their seats, cutting off their laughter to see Deku standing next to Jessica. Babs exclaimed in shock, asking how he had entered. Deku casually mentioned he had walked through the sewers to avoid entering through Sweet Justice, feeling embarrassed by their previous conversation. He had brought chicken carriage, placing the dish in the center of the table, where the other food was. When asked what it was, he explained it was a peace offering. If they weren't going to be allies, at least they could leave things on good terms. Diana was slightly taken aback, slowly building a new perception of Deku around his masked face. She noticed Z shared her confusion, while Kara appeared a bit incredulous. Despite his wisdom, he didn't seem out of place. Z struggled to reconcile the source of her nightmares with such a polite gesture. To her, Deku was a terrifying figure associated with equally ugly deeds, and she doubted he was even human. This act didn't fit with her perception of him. Barbara, however, interrupted the moment by enthusiastically grabbing the chicken with her hands and dipping it into the sauce, filling her mouth. Diana nearly fainted at the sight, recalling the first two rules: not to serve themselves before him and not to start eating before he did. Disgust quickly turned to annoyance and then anger. "Miss Barbara," Diana began, but was interrupted by Deku's cheerful comment, which only fueled Z's frustration. His green eyes seemed to smile in delight at Barbara's reaction, which pleased Karen and Jessica. When asked where he had bought the food, Deku revealed he had made it himself. Z's frustration peaked as she whispered to Kara, asking her to check if he was human beneath his mask. Kara, however, refused, stating she didn't do that kind of thing. Z didn't need to know who he was. She just wanted to understand why he seemed so different from what she expected. Only if he is human. Kara growled in annoyance and turned to Deku, who was trying to explain to the rest of his friends that he had indeed made the chicken. She was about to use her X-ray vision on him but stopped when he glanced her way for a moment before returning to a surprised Diana. He seemed very out of character, chatting animatedly like a normal person. She couldn't understand it. "Did you see that? Is he human? Although I don't know him." Z believed her, but that didn't calm her feelings. Deku, the one in the green armor, Izuku looked at Diana with confusion as she invited him to sit and eat with them. "I don't want to be rude. I appreciate your kindness, but I would like to know your decision first, Miss Prince." Diana looked at her companions, hoping they would give her a cue. After a nod, she locked eyes with Deku and pointed to an empty area. Deku followed her gesture with his gaze and turned his head in confusion. Suddenly, a dim light turned on, and to Deku's astonishment, there was a sixth station. It had a chair and a desk, a stack of paper, and a box of pencils for writing. Additionally, Izuku spotted a plush rabbit dyed a green very similar to his suit. Cutie thought, "That's cute," he commented aloud. "I want a plush like that," he heard from the 9 voices in the core. "You know, if we're going to be allies, you should have a base here." Deku turned to Diana. "We, the heroines of Metropolis, accept you, Deku, as an honorary member of our team." Barbara ran to the desk, grabbed the plush, and jumped toward him, stretching it out for him. "Its name is Gary." Deku smiled and took it. "I hope we make a good team." Leslie stopped the music. That same song had been recommended to Deku the other night. What was she thinking? Why that song? Who knows what he thought of her now? She looked at the ceiling, pulling her hands away from her embarrassed face, taking a deep breath to cool her flushed cheeks. "My parents are very..." She paused, thinking. "Radical." Izuku remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate. "They dress in black, dye their hair, have an infinite number of piercings, and love all kinds of metal." But they are also strict, and I can't seem to please my father in any way. And do you try to please him? She turned her face away. I thought that by doing things like this, he would notice me more because I'm not good at anything else. It hasn't worked, has it? She shook her head. Despite how they look, they are very peaceful. I heard them say during breakfast that Livewire was annoying and stupid. I thought they would say she was great. You should have asked him his name. The third rule was not to ask for his secret identity. You were the first to break the rules. The day after forming the alliance, the heroines were in their school cafeteria, resigned to eat something that wasn't their first choice. It was Tots Day. And this day was characterized by the main dish, which sold faster than a grasshopper disappears from sight. Incredibly fast. Today, like almost always, they had lost the battle. Izuku watched them from afar, not understanding the problem, while he and Casey stood in line to pay for their lunch. That's why organizing her schedule seems like a good idea. I don't know. It sounds like you're stalking her, Casey, he commented without much attention. Casey Krinsky, his lunch companion, tensed comically, which caught his attention. Have you been following her? Kit, surprised. I just wanted to see if there was something I could do for her, to try to be her friend. I understand, but you could scare her off. He recalled Toga's behaviors, sending a chill down his spine. Try to help with something here at school. If I'm not in class, I'm with you in the cafeteria. I don't have a chance. That was true. They had lunch together every day. Izuku thought for a moment, realizing he was hindering her plan. At least that's what he solemnly considered before having an epiphany. I have an idea for her to see you as a friend. I already said hi in the hallway, she said, turning to him with a mix of confusion and concern on her face. Doesn't that count? Izuku opened his mouth, realizing something that made his cheeks flush. I don't know. She sighed, following him. What's your idea? Next week, on Tots Day, get there before everyone else and buy tots for her and her friends. Casey looked at him for a moment before her face lit up. That's a great idea. Thank you, Izuku. He returned her smile as they placed their trays on the table where they would sit. It was just then that Casey's phone rang. Confused, she picked it up and checked it, and after a few seconds, her expression changed to one of annoyance. Did something happen? I forgot I had to go to the hospital today. I have to leave, she sighed resignedly. I don't like hospitals. He chuckled softly. At least you're leaving early. I couldn't chat with you today. She complained quietly. And that embarrassed Izuku. We'll see each other tomorrow. I suppose. She grabbed the bag that Z had given her, which was why she wanted to thank her, and waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. He returned the gesture and sighed as he watched her leave. He looked at the untouched lunch Casey had left behind and thought about giving it to someone, because even though he ate a lot to stay fit and energized, he didn't want to look bad at school. He glanced around the cafeteria, only to notice the table where Leslie sat, surrounded by several girls who, while he didn't know most of them, looked familiar. Leslie was engrossed in her food, not paying attention to what seemed to amuse the others, including Doris Giganta. His attention was caught by a hand waving high, followed by a shout. Izuku. That was Barbara Gordon, calling for his attention and that of half the cafeteria. He watched her gesture, which he interpreted as an invitation to join her. He didn't pay much attention until he took Casey's lunch with him. He thought he heard laughter and comments about him as he walked toward Barbara's table. He didn't understand why, but he didn't care either. He walked calmly with both lunches in his hands, and when he got closer, he noticed something. Looks like I'm going to eat both lunches, he thought reflectively. There he understood. That's why we are where we are. Kara commented playfully, looking him up and down as he approached. He received neutral glances from several of her friends, and an annoyed shake of the head from Barbara, but surprisingly not from Karen. Jessica urged Izuku to sit with them, and he placed his lunch on the table between Barbara and Karen, holding another lunch in his hand. He asked if anyone wanted it. Barbara, sitting next to him, questioned why he wasn't planning to eat it himself. Before she could continue, Kara coughed, stifling a laugh. Izuku explained that it belonged to a friend who had to leave. Kara whispered to Jessica that it was a poor excuse. Izuku knew Kara could be tough, but he didn't understand her behavior. He sighed, feeling a bit lost. Z asked if he worked with Barry, casually filing her nails. Izuku wondered when she had started doing that and where the nail file had come from. He stammered that, yes, they were good friends, at least when she wasn't addressing him as Deku. After that comment, Izuku began to feel uncomfortable. He pondered his choice to sit with 6 girls, only knowing 3 of them well, and remembered that Karen apparently had a crush on him, which felt strange. In his mind, he was just average-looking. Why would a girl like him? He hadn't even spoken to her much. This realization added to his discomfort and made him nervous. The girls seemed to sense his unease, their thoughts connecting like a hive mind. He's nervous. Kara laughed, teasing him about being nervous, which prompted a quiet reprimand from Jessica. She remarked that it was fortunate the gym was under renovation, or the boys would have hidden his gym uniform multiple times. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Izuku didn't take it personally but sensed the other girls' discontent with Kara's comments. The 4th chimed in, noting that her remarks were inappropriate and not something a hero would say. Another voice suggested that Kara was joking, and since she wasn't dressed as a hero and wasn't speaking to a civilian, it was understandable. Izuku continued eating, focusing on his lunch. The girls misinterpreted his silence, casting disapproving looks at Kara, who dropped her smile, feeling a weight in her chest. He asked, concerned, about the gym uniform, and the girls confirmed it was real. After an awkward lunch, where Barbara bombarded him with everything she could mention about Gotham's vigilante, Batman, Izuku realized he hadn't even seen Gotham yet. He knew it was a city in urgent need of help, but if Batman was as effective as Barbara described, then something was amiss. He decided to give himself time to investigate later, as he was currently heading to the student council to get his gym uniform. The girl at the counter appeared to be around his age, likely a student involved with the council. He wondered where the adults were. When he asked for the uniform in his actual size, she smirked and told him they didn't have it, offering him a smaller size instead. Izuku didn't take offense. He genuinely didn't see any hint of mockery at the moment. However, by the time he reached his building and climbed the stairs to see Dex, the realization hit him. He muttered to himself that she had been teasing him. Minutes later, after seeing Dex and giving him some food and water, Sarah greeted him excitedly with the news that they were going to see someone special who needed help finishing preparations for something. Kara hadn't expected this outcome. When she had teased the new kid, Izuku, that morning, she hadn't anticipated that he would be among the visitors coming to their house that afternoon. Her guardians had mentioned that the boy who had been used as a fighter would come with his guardians, right? So why was the nerdy kid from school standing in front of her? Eliza and Jeremiah greeted each other warmly, and Kara noticed Izuku's face turn pale upon seeing her. That wasn't a good sign. They reminisced about their past campaign for street chinchillas in Gotham, and Izuku found the conversation odd but intriguing enough to wonder about the purpose of the plastic ball they had collected. Eliza approached him and, contrary to his expectations, hugged him tightly. She exclaimed how he couldn't have ended up with better people. Kara watched suspiciously, noticing how the oversized shirt Izuku wore clung to his body, suggesting he was actually thinner than he appeared. Jeremiah extended his hand to Izuku, greeting him warmly. Izuku responded politely, thanking them for their help. Eliza reassured him that it was nothing, inviting them inside where they had made gingerbread. Izuku felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the Danvers family and Kara's judgment. His facade was on the verge of crumbling. He swallowed hard as Eliza took his arm and introduced him to Kara, who scowled at him. There was no way she could be the daughter of such kind people. Now the dented door made sense. He wanted to clarify that they were classmates but held back, fearing it might cause trouble for Kara. It was better to avoid that at all costs. He managed to say it was a pleasure to meet her, but she averted her gaze, annoyed and grumbling. Eliza apologized for Kara's behavior, explaining that she was a bit standoffish. Izuku assured them it was no problem. Jeremiah invited them to enjoy some coffee, and Izuku followed the voice alongside Eliza, only to glance back and see Kara heading in another direction. Something felt off. Jeremiah offered cream for the coffee, and Izuku accepted, adding some sugar to balance the bitter taste. He didn't want to make a mess. Izuku listened as Sarah caught up with the Danvers for several minutes before realizing they were discussing a couple of charity events they hadn't attended together due to circumstances beyond their control. It wasn't that charity didn't interest her, but she didn't believe it was her calling. Her calling was to help with her own hands rather than seek out others to help as well. Both were good, yes, but they were different. Before he knew it, Izuku was reflecting on his earlier interaction with the girls. It had been awkward all around him, socially incompetent, and Kara, somewhat rude. He wished he could have talked more with her and gotten along better. He scratched his cheek and took a sip of his coffee, returning to reality while glancing at the cinnamon rolls. Eliza asked him how he had been coping with everything, her tone careful. Izuku turned, noticing the concerned look on her face. His confused gaze shifted to Sarah, who had a pained expression as she focused on her hand. Instinctively, he retracted his right hand, the one with the scar that wrapped around his palm to the back. Understanding the implication, he felt nervous at the mention of his lie. It was easy to misinterpret. He stammered that he had been managing. Eliza nodded slightly. Sarah sighed, troubled, and guilt gnawed at Izuku, consuming him slowly. The psychologist had said he was improving. Sarah spoke hesitantly. Izuku felt uncomfortable, sensing the genuine concern in her eyes. He understood how she felt. He was almost like a child. How could she not worry? And he was lying to her. Jeremiah then asked Izuku if he could take something to Kara. Izuku turned, shaking off the weight of the moment. Jeremiah handed him a cup of coffee with plenty of cream and a plate with a portion of each of the baked goods. Izuku nodded and took both items, hurrying out of the kitchen. He recalled the direction Kara had gone and made his way there. It wasn't a maze, especially when he spotted a small sign that read, Kara, hanging from a door. He shook off his nerves, which were heightened by the thought of being at the door of a girl's room. He had never been at the door of a girl's room, much less in his own home. That thought only made it worse. Kara felt an odd discomfort in her chest, a feeling she didn't understand. She had felt it before but couldn't quite recall what it was. Shaking her head, she entered her room, determined not to let it linger. Just as she was about to stomp her foot in frustration, her phone buzzed, distracting her. She picked it up, noticing it was her friends in the group chat. She began typing a message about a hypothetical situation where someone mocked another, only to feel something strange in her chest when they encountered that person again in a difficult situation. The word guilt came to mind, but she deleted the message, letting the feeling settle within her. She had written, I feel guilty, but refused to send it. What a silly thought. She lay face down on her bed for a few minutes, feeling the sensation continue to tingle in her chest. Just as she debated whether to settle in for a short nap or get up to do something else, there was a knock at her door. The idea that someone might come to plead with her to come downstairs or reprimand her made her blood boil. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the door with a frown and opened it suddenly, startling the green-haired boy on the other side. He asked what was up before even processing who was there. The feeling that had seemed dulled suddenly awakened. He stood speechless, still wearing that frown. He presented her with a plate of baked treats, a cinnamon roll and SPD bread typical of their caregivers, and a cup of coffee with plenty of milk, just how she liked it. The heavy feeling returned to her stomach as she took what he offered. She couldn't bring herself to say thank you, as something inside her was gnawing at her. She thought of him as prickly, like Dexter, not hateful. She was a teenager with problems, just like everyone else. He remarked that she was difficult to deal with, and she smiled at that, noticing Kara's strangely conflicted expression. He commented that she always believed there was a heart in others, and he fell silent, knowing that such a belief could lead to trouble someday. But not today. He gently asked if she was okay. She looked at him in confusion before her frown deepened into a puzzled grimace. Maybe he had been too direct. He smiled nervously, sensing her rejection. He tried to find an excuse but found himself unable to. Given the turn of events, he decided to try to navigate out of the situation. However, he noticed something odd in the way her expression shifted. He recognized it well. He reassured her not to worry, smiling calmly, and when he turned to leave, he felt he had achieved a small connection. That something stirred within Kara, leaving her unsure of how to process the strange mix of feelings that both troubled and comforted her. For the rest of the afternoon, Kara left her room and sat across from Izuku, staring at him so intently that he had nightmares. By the time they had managed to evacuate the people from the building he was holding up, Izuku recognized the true potential they had when it came to saving lives. They quickly adapted under Diana's instructions, who directed them to evacuate the people from the building he was supporting. She divided important tasks that he obviously couldn't perform at that moment, such as searching for injured individuals inside, which Bumblebee took on, checking on people in the other building, which Zatanna handled, and checking on those he had already rescued, assigned to Batgirl and Green Lantern. Finally, she and Supergirl helped him expedite the evacuation. Although it didn't make much difference, as the number of people he had rescued alone was already the majority. He heard Bumblebee mention there were 2 burn victims who had been trapped in the explosion, and Izuku assumed the worst. He turned to see Wonder Woman, who was helping to lower civilians, handing them over to Supergirl along with her lasso. Wonder Woman was asked who could move the injured to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. Diana thought for a moment before using her communicator to call Zatanna for assistance. 5 seconds later, a bright beam of light flickered beside Diana, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a fantasy tale. Zatanna appeared, glancing at Diana for a moment before turning to Wonder Woman. She was informed that they needed to transport the burn victims to the hospital swiftly. Zatanna agreed and, just as she had arrived, she vanished. Izuku wondered why they had taken so long when they could have teleported with her help. Perhaps she had limitations. Noticing that there were no more civilians, he retracted his lassos and continued to support the building, beginning to feel the fatigue in his strained muscles. He asked Wonder Woman if there were more civilians in the building and received a negative response. He then stated that he needed help to lower a part of the structure. She nodded and he could hear her calling Supergirl through the intercom in her ear. With the combined efforts of Deku and Supergirl, lowering the building became a simple task. After an hour, the catastrophe concluded with 5 severely injured individuals stabilized and 32 with minor injuries. The rest of those rescued were unharmed. By the time Deku noticed the cameras, he could no longer remain still. He decided to leave, not out of a desire to hide, but to avoid drawing attention. Unbeknownst to him, he was being followed, much to the surprise and dismay of the news reporters and interviewers. Batgirl landed behind him, expressing her excitement for the upcoming play. He did not turn around and took a few steps away, unaware of her conversation. She mentioned her eagerness to see what Zatanna had directed. Deku interrupted, stating that they needed to discuss something. Wonder Woman anticipated this and nodded to her group. He pointed out that their response time had been slow, taking 5 minutes to arrive since the alert was issued. His tone was not harsh, but it was clear he was correcting them. He noted that they arrived in a group, lowering his voice and increasing his pace. Zatanna could teleport, and Supergirl was as fast as a bullet. They could have arrived sooner. He questioned what had delayed them. Supergirl did not appreciate his murmurs about her. Wonder Woman admitted that Deku was right, acknowledging that they moved as one, which meant waiting for everyone to be ready, including those who were slower. Batgirl looked away, realizing her motorcycle was neither particularly fast nor readily available. Deku held Wonder Woman's gaze for a few seconds, and although Diana sensed no ill intent, she began to feel nervous as the noise of the city filled her ears. He expressed that this was inefficient, crossing his arms and resting his hand under his chin. He explained that if 2 had arrived earlier at the scene, they could have generated a report to inform their team about what they were facing. However, moving as a group made it less dangerous in case of an ambush. His murmurs unsettled the heroines, as he noted that while it was unlikely they would be ambushed, it was not impossible. For were enough to repel any threat, but the 2 fastest would be vulnerable. Supergirl protested, claiming she was literally invulnerable to anything. He turned to her, suggesting that she could get close enough on her own to report back to the team about the situation. She insisted she did not need to, as she had supervision and X-ray vision. He pressed her on why she hadn't informed the rest of the team about the situation from a distance. Kara opened her mouth, only to realize she didn't have an answer. Her face turned red with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she turned and flew away. Deku reflected on this, realizing he had never considered it before. Wonder Woman echoed his thoughts, stating they needed to meet later to discuss ways to improve their response, ensuring Supergirl was informed. He stretched his back and assured them they would be in touch, commending their efforts that day. After saying goodbye, Deku leaped back to the affected area, leaving the heroines to ponder what had just transpired. Karen watched as the fire and medical teams worked to finish rescuing those Deku and the others had saved. She also noticed the part of the building Deku had lowered to the street, blocking the way. She saw him in the distance speaking with a firefighter before he began helping those cleaning up the disaster. She suggested they should help with the cleanup, but Bumblebee hesitated, unsure about her suggestion. The others exchanged glances, contemplating the idea. Days had been curious since Deku decided to start gathering the heroines in the evenings to teach them an optimal way of working based on what he had studied. After the recent incident with the building, where the evacuation went well, he noticed their response had been slow and that improvements could be made. His first meeting after the incident did not go as well as he had hoped. He emphasized the importance of patrolling, as it allowed heroes to be closer to problems and respond quickly. A question arose about whether they needed to bring ladders, which left him with a headache just recalling it. He agreed they would patrol in some form but decided to plan and propose how they would do it later. Meanwhile, his life as Izuku continued to be as strange as ever. He attended a play that turned chaotic between Green Arrow and someone named Cavalier, which apparently was quite good. He didn't know much about theater, but it would have been entertaining if not for the fact they were genuinely trying to hurt each other. He also tried once more to talk to Karen, who still sat beside him in chemistry class, but it seemed futile. Time was running out, but he found her charming, to be honest. That wasn't the main issue, though. Dan had insisted on two things. First, that he learn to drive, which Sarah agreed with, and second, that he learn to shoot, which Sarah completely opposed. This was America, after all. He managed to remove the second obstacle for the moment, but the first was necessary, so Dan took him out of the city to learn. He didn't do too badly, except for almost falling into a river. On the other hand, his life was at risk at that very moment. What a crazy week it had been. He had almost forgotten. His left arm rose to his face, and the sound of metal deflecting off his bracelets echoed in his ears. He quickly moved from his spot, turning his face toward the prick he had felt thanks to the sensor. In the darkness, he distinguished the silhouette of a tall man pointing a weapon at him, but he seemed to be standing still. It was surprising. Izuku did not respond as the man approached him. He was not just any thug, and it wasn't just his appearance that told him so. Something about him gave Izuku a sense of danger, an adrenaline rush coursing through his body. He kept his gaze fixed on the man, watching as the metal of his armor glinted with each step. He could feel it. This man was a killer. You have a lot of blood on you. Do you know me? The larger man asked. Izuku observed his face and noticed a single eye in his mask. The sensor pricked again, and he moved to the left, activating his full cowl. Lightning illuminated the path and the assassin, as the bullet whizzed past where he had just been. The mercenary quickly aimed his weapon at where Deku had moved, but he increased his energy and launched himself toward the man with incredible speed, forcing the assassin to step back as he fired. The sounds of metal, gunfire, and concrete were confusing. The one-eyed man didn't understand until he realized he was left holding only a part of his weapon, shattered and useless. Deku had spun, deflecting the bullet, and simultaneously delivered a kick that destroyed the weapon. Now, he stood defensively, just inches away. The assassin, though hidden, was stunned. Hearing about Deku was one thing, but seeing him in person and feeling the force of his strikes was another. He was imposing. The essence of the Metropolis monster, an invincible shadow. He unsheathed the swords from his back and launched a strike toward Deku's neck with a deadly conviction that sent the sensor into a frenzy, moving with dizzying speed. Izuku retreated, maintaining a feline balance, avoiding the cut as he prepared for a second attempt. A downward slash with the right sword aimed at his neck, and Izuku stepped aside to dodge. Another prick from the sensor warned him, and he couldn't tell if the next attack would be a backhand or a cut with the other sword. A backhand with a twist, using the momentum from the previous cut, followed by a horizontal slash aimed again at his neck, which he avoided by crouching. Just as the assassin had planned, Izuku noticed the other sword seeking an upward cut toward him. The 3 strikes flowed in a succession that revealed the assassin's practice and experience with swords. That combination was enough to confirm he was a dangerous opponent, and that made Izuku's heart race, a familiar intensity surging within him. How strange. This reminds me. An image of his mother, smiling, and the warmth of home. Uraraka's giant smile and Ida's friendly face. Todoroki's gentle smile and Bakugo's angry expression. All might. It's like when I wanted to return to them. The sound of metal breaking under Deku's energy-charged elbow alerted the mercenary, who stepped back as soon as he noticed. Izuku also took a step back, taking in the sight of his attacker's outfit. The orange contrasted with the black, and Izuku smiled at the feeling in his chest that reminded him of his time as a renegade hero, along with the danger and the desire to return home that used to make him feel alive. It was a reminder of his home. The energy of the full cowl surged, and he charged at the assassin, who dropped the broken sword upon seeing him come at speed. As the assassin grasped the sword with both hands, Izuku increased his strength and delivered a devastating punch to the man's side before he could lift the sword. The impact sent the mercenary several meters back, knocking the wind out of him, and he was left gasping for breath. Izuku leaped toward him, spinning to gain the necessary moment to deliver a downward kick, but the assassin managed to dodge. Izuku halted the flow of energy just before impact to avoid damaging the floor. Deku turned to see the assassin lunging at him with a horizontal cut, which he blocked with the metal sole of his shoe. Surprisingly, the assassin's strength forced him to bend his leg to absorb the impact. They were right, Deathstroke concluded. This guy is a real monster. Deku pivoted his foot and stomped forward, breaking the assassin's second sword. Given the proximity, the assassin aimed for Deku's neck with the damaged blade. Izuku dodged and felt the prick again, alerting him to the stab that was almost successful if he hadn't caught the mercenary's hands. The struggle between them was even, and although Izuku could have activated one for all to win quickly, he didn't want to lose the thrill that was beginning to ignite in his chest. Suddenly, the assassin stopped pushing and instead pulled Deku in before delivering a front kick to his torso. Deku seemed to awaken as he was pushed back and felt the impact, looking alertly at the mercenary. The mercenary dropped the remains of the sword to the ground, keeping his gaze fixed on the one in green. Izuku raised his guard, taking a defensive stance as the assassin approached him cautiously. It's not the first time someone has tried to kill you. He was observant too. Deku blocked a right hook aimed at his ribs. Deathstroke unleashed a flurry of punches at Izuku's body, trying to land a hit. In fact, the younger hero noticed the precision of the strikes, each returning to the same spot, as if aiming to weaken that area or open a breach in his defense. Suddenly, the sensor pricked again, and Izuku blocked a right hook aimed at his face, countering with a high kick that threatened to knock the assassin's helmet off. The assassin managed to step back just in time, and Deku seized that opening to land a blow to Deathstroke's stomach. Bent over from the impact, the assassin decided to retaliate with a backhand strike against Deku, nearly tearing off his mask. He raised his guard against him once more. The assassin complimented him on his skills, acknowledging his prowess. Izuku responded, noting that he had hunted many, never believing the day would come when he couldn't catch someone. As Izuku advanced, he exchanged blows in an exhilarating back and forth. Despite Sensor's warnings, he chose to ignore them. A strike nearly knocked his mask off, but he dodged it, countering with a hook that landed squarely on his opponent's mask, causing the man to stagger back, covering himself. Izuku followed up with a feint, but Deathstroke blocked it. Izuku then pivoted forward, bringing his foot down onto the assassin's face, creating a crunching sound as metal met flesh. He observed the man through the cracks in his helmet, surprised to see long, gray hair. The assassin frowned at him, and as they clashed again, Izuku felt the man's strikes grow stronger, prompting him to retaliate with equal force. This strength isn't human, Izuku thought, realizing the truth of the situation. He landed a kick to Deathstroke's ribs, but received a blow to his stomach in return. Pain began to register in his body, Yet he smiled. He blocked several punches aimed at him and attempted to strike back, but one was deflected. He blocked a kick aimed at his side and tried to sweep the assassin's supporting leg, but Deathstroke jumped back, avoiding the attack. His body craved the fight. He managed to land several blows on the assassin, who was trying to keep up with his speed. In a swift motion, the assassin pulled out a knife, aiming to stab Izuku's arm just as he threw a punch at the assassin's chest. Izuku was aware of the danger but felt little concern until he sensed the burn on his skin. He recalled the state of his gear and realized the assassin had spotted an opening. The knife had nearly pierced his left arm in a spot that had been weakened from previous blows. It was almost the same place where a bullet had ricocheted earlier. He smiled beneath his mask and landed a punch that sent the assassin crashing to the ground. He raised his guard as the assassin rolled back to his feet. The knife was lost, and the man assumed a defensive stance. Izuku brushed his hand lightly over his chest, feeling the dents in his armor. He was surprised, but his calm gaze remained fixed on the man in green as he approached slowly, sensing they were entering the final phase of their duel. After a brief pause, Deathstroke took the first step, his right fist forward, measuring the distance. Izuku smiled and launched a spinning kick that the mercenary blocked with his forearm. The impact resonated like a hammer strike, pushing the mercenary's arm back due to the force. Izuku didn't stop. He spun around and threw an elbow at his opponent's face, which barely missed, the wind from the attack brushing against the cracked part of his mask. In response, Deathstroke unleashed a series of precise jabs, trying to break through Izuku's defenses, which held firm like a wall. An uppercut to the stomach bent Izuku slightly, as his defense faltered for a moment. However, he countered with his own hook to Deathstroke's chin, causing the assassin to stumble back as if about to fall, but he managed to regain his balance. Both fighters paused for a second, panting heavily. They clashed again, this time with more fury, fists, knees, elbows. Technique blended with emotion for Izuku, fueled by adrenaline. The echo of each impact carried through the night, filling the air. Excited, Izuku pushed forward with a kick, only to be jolted back to reality when he faced the disheartening sight of a gun aimed directly at him. He realized that the assassin intended to kill him, and the thrill of the fight was over. He thought to himself that he had been caught. In a split second, the image of Izuku vanished from Deathstroke's sight before the trigger was pulled. The bullet struck the ground, and Izuku felt a sharp pain in his torso, the world spinning before everything went black. Izuku sighed in relief. He had used a quarter of one for all to escape unscathed, although the knee strike and the force of the suplex had been lessened. He remembered that he had forgotten the assassin's intent to kill him. He heard the loud laughter of the fifth, but he also shook his head. He had let himself get carried away. He touched his abdomen, which felt bruised. This isn't the strength of a normal man. It's as if he possesses superhuman strength too. He fell silent, lost in thought for a few minutes, shifting his focus from the assassin back to the fact that no one was patrolling that night because he was still planning. He would have continued his contemplation if he hadn't noticed the assassin groaning and moving. The man touched the back of his neck with a grimace of pain as he sat up. "I didn't think I would fail. I can't kill you. Mr. Zash won't be very happy with you," the assassin muttered, his words laced with frustration. Mr. Zash this, Mr. Zash that. This man was merely a mouthpiece for someone he had yet to see. Izuku stepped closer, casting a shadow over Deathstroke and blocking out the little moonlight that remained. "I have questions." Izuku pondered over a chemistry project, glancing at Karen Beecher and pointing to his notebook filled with ideas. To his dismay, Karen remained still, barely glancing at him before looking away. He fell silent, staring at his notebook. "That doesn't convince me either," he murmured, trying not to feel completely rejected. He glanced at Karen, who had a flushed face and trembling hands. "Is it possible that she actually likes me?" "Look at him," Banjo remarked, observing the fiery figure taking on a more human form. The figure glanced at him slightly, acting as if he were a normal teenager. Nana scratched her head. Izuku shook his head slightly, returning his gaze to his book. He grew worried as he realized he had lost his train of thought, and his desk partner was making him doubt himself and whether the project was good. He would have preferred to face a villain instead. Shortly after, the bell rang, and the teacher reminded them of the project deadlines. Izuku sighed, glancing sideways as Karen hurriedly packed her things. He wondered about the logic behind it. If you liked something or someone, wouldn't you want to be close to it? So why was she avoiding him? It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of her or that he liked her. Izuku was trying to be professional since they needed to agree on the project. So, against all odds, when Karen walked past his desk and disappeared into the crowd, he decided to take charge. He gathered his belongings and followed her, maneuvering through the people with great difficulty. The moment he spotted Karen's sweater, he reached out and successfully grabbed her sleeve. He called out to her, feeling a bit uncertain. It might have been a bad idea, as not only did Karen turn around, but all of her friends also looked at him. He had forgotten how they moved together like a school of fish. Karen blushed intensely when she felt Izuku's hand on her sleeve. Izuku found himself speechless, overwhelmed by the number and type of looks he was receiving from her friends. They exchanged glances, caught between confusion, excitement, and discomfort due to the prolonged silence. Izuku swallowed hard, letting go of her hand, his face burning. He asked if she was free after class. Lariat's jaw dropped, much like Kara's. Karen exclaimed with a mix of fear and surprise that she was available. Izuku smiled nervously but warmly, expressing his desire to talk with her after school. Karen agreed, and Izuku felt a wave of relief as he passed by her and her friends, who looked utterly astonished. At least he could lighten the load of their chemistry project with this study meeting. Nana's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that he hadn't just invited her to study, he had invited her out. Izuku was taken aback, insisting he didn't know how to do that. Later, when he sat with Casey, she shot him a disapproving look throughout their meal. It was curious that she maintained that expression while still talking to him. He noticed that the group of heroines was absent from the cafeteria. Confused, he asked Casey why she was looking at him that way, pulling his sandwich away from his mouth. She dismissed it, but Nana whispered in his ear that it was definitely about something. When he pressed her for an explanation, Casey frowned, a bad sign. She demanded to know why he hadn't told her that he liked Karen Beecher. Izuku fell silent, his expression turning serious, but confusion quickly took over. He insisted he had only invited her to study. Casey argued that he had asked her out, and he protested that they hadn't even gone out together. Her cheeks flushed slightly, making him remember other places, and he promised himself they would go somewhere together. He assured Casey that she was the only one who thought it was a date. Izuku felt perplexed. He had brought Karen to a cafe to escape the sweetness of Sweet Justice's ice cream, yet she had ordered a coffee with ice cream anyway. He observed her, noting how her lips seemed to shimmer and her darker eyelashes made her eyes sparkle. She had a sweet scent of honey, different from her usual floral aroma. She appeared nervous, avoiding eye contact with the wooden table on the balcony of the second floor. He noticed her adjusting her sweater repeatedly, as if she were uncomfortable. More importantly, there were no books or notebooks on her side. Then it hit him, the project. He suggested they discuss catalysts for their project, and she stammered in agreement. Nana's voice chimed in his ear, noting that Karen definitely thought it was a date. As he glanced around the cafe, noticing couples at other tables, he felt pressure building. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he realized he might have given the wrong impression when he had intended to talk about the project. She thought it was a date. Anxiety washed over him. What should he do now? He took a deep breath, hoping to gather his thoughts, but felt lost. Perhaps continuing to discuss the project would help. He mentioned using UV light as the main catalyst, but Karen's expression showed she was expecting something more. If he had disappointed her, he thought he should apologize and leave. Maybe his teacher could switch them to different partners. Nana scolded him not to even think about it, insisting that girls weren't like that and he would break her heart. Izuku couldn't allow that to happen. There was no way he would hurt a girl like that. His role was to save, not to harm. With some exceptions. He wondered what he should do next. He realized he was indeed on a date. And Nana urged him not to let her think otherwise. It was harder than it seemed. He tried to think, but nothing solid came to mind. Karen was Bumblebee, only 14, and she could shrink. She always carried books and he was sure Doris teased her by calling her Bumblebee. She had built a suit that allowed her to shrink. She had 5 friends, all of whom were heroines. This wasn't going anywhere. He closed his notebook and put it away, taking a sip of his coffee. He mentioned knowing she was more into physics since she always had a quantum physics book. Karen's face flushed, clearly caught off guard, but she smiled shyly and confirmed it. Izuku smiled back, admitting he didn't know much about it. He scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed and nervous, and asked her what she found interesting about physics. Karen seemed ready to talk, but her expression shifted as if she had been told not to discuss the topic. For just a moment, she scratched her ear and returned to a somewhat shy demeanor. She hesitated, saying it wasn't very interesting, and her tone dropped, making Izuku sense something was off. He felt a rush of panic, thinking she might believe he wasn't interested because the subject was boring. He forced a smile and took another sip of his coffee, trying to encourage her. If you like it so much, it must be very interesting. And you are very intelligent. Karen laughed nervously at the compliment, her hands pushing against her thighs. Her flushed face gave her away. Well, there is something interesting about how to apply quantum physics to change the properties of matter. Izuku's attention was captured by this, relating it to his alter ego. Can you change size? Exactly, she said excitedly. Her eyes sparkled with a different light. Can you imagine being able to change the size of food? One portion could feed an entire family. Izuku was captivated by this. She was genuinely discussing a way to reduce hunger, and he found himself strangely interested. Something like that would be amazing, he commented, understanding the implications of such an idea. Would it be like a machine? Something like an accelerator? I love physics because it helps me invent things. You're an inventor. Would it work on a person? Karen smiled and nodded without hesitation. Like the heroine Bumblebee? Karen nodded again, but making it larger instead of smaller. If I could adjust, sorry. I know it's not a very interesting topic, she cut herself off. Izuku understood 2 things. Karen seemed to know how to handle her secret despite that slip, and she was definitely someone very interesting. You're very interesting. And he let her know. Thank you. And I thought you would need help, Nana teased. Izuku felt himself blush. The idea of the earpiece was terrible. It was a brilliant idea. But Karen took it off. It was because Z wouldn't stop giving her instructions, Kara accused. Deku lifted his head from the desk assigned to him in the secret base. He heard them talking about the date he had with Karen. He smiled beneath his mask, satisfied with the outcome of their meeting. When has science ever been discussed on a date? I think it was great how the young man showed interest in courting the young Karen. Well, you have a point. He knew how to guide the conversation, Z said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Extra points for walking Karen home and greeting her mother. Color began to rise on Izuku's face. Do you think he will invite her out again? He has to. It's clear that she likes him too. Karen just covered her face, embarrassed. Deku paused for a moment, realizing that somehow they had been followed and watched. Earpiece? He felt slightly worried that the microphone might still be on him, but dismissed it knowing that he had completely changed out of his clothes to put on his suit, with the clear exception of his underwear. He would have to check his clothes, but upon further thought, maybe it was Karen who had the microphone. He took another step toward them when Diana turned to look at him. Good afternoon, Deku. Hello, he greeted cautiously. Karen waved her hand, and Babs jumped toward him. Hello, Det. Karen had a date. Deku wanted to smile, but honestly he just felt shy. That's good. I hope it went well. Thank you. Deku took a breath. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to explain how we will divide for your sessions, he said, holding a notebook in hand. Kara turned completely, and Z shifted a bit to look at him. Jessica brought her hand to her chin before speaking. We didn't know that yet. Deku nodded. Correct. So, to start, we will work individually during the week. He raised a finger. That is, for each day of the week, I will work with one of you. You do know we are a team, right? Kara asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, but think of a team like a clock, and each of you is a gear. He commented, shifting his weight from one foot to the other and moving his finger. Each gear must fulfill its individual function to make the machine work. If even one gear fails, the clock doesn't work, Diana said. Deku nodded. I think before I can help you as a team, I need to understand you individually, as heroines. If what I researched about teaching is correct, it's easier to work with small groups than large ones. If I work with one person and keep the progress well organized, I can personalize the learning better and enhance the results. That makes a lot of sense, Jessica accepted. Z discreetly took her arm. I'm glad you think so, Deku said as gently as possible, because I hope to start with you, Green Lantern. What? Izuku stretched so much that he seemed to grow before returning to his normal size. He yawned deeply for a good few seconds. He rolled his shoulders, still half asleep, and walked to his closet, looking for the clothes he would wear that school day. After opening the door, he noticed the gym uniform he had bought at the front. He decided he should try it on, so he took it out along with one of his oversized shirts and a pair of pants. Also oversized. He left them on his made bed and decided to take a shower to wash his wounds. He took off his shirt, moving away from the window, checked the bandages on his arm, seeing that they were no longer stained with blood. He sighed in relief and observed his abdomen, slightly bruised with light marks. The fight with someone he referred to as Deathstroke had been very exciting, but he had let himself get carried away too much and too easily. But for some reason, the danger made him feel very close to his world. He scratched his hair and headed to the bathroom to shower, his mind thinking about what he was going to do. He wasn't foolish. He knew that the heroine's positions regarding his presence were varied. For starters, Supergirl and Zatanna were completely against it. He also knew that Green Lantern was very neutral about his inclusion, and the rest viewed his addition positively. Given this nature, he would focus on changing perceptions little by little, and the one who seemed least negative was Green Lantern. Besides, divide and conquer. He would take it slow. He had already won half the battle, so adding more was a good idea. He washed his hair to the rhythm of reason. If he focused on one at a time, understanding their powers and gathering information would be easier, he believed. And to be honest, discovering something about the rings was something that had already been worrying him. But he could handle this. He always could. Did they cancel gym class? Again? But the gym is repaired. I understand, young Barbara. Physical activity is important. I don't like this outcome either. Izuku listened, not getting too involved, just because they were talking loudly next to him, and decided to put his gym clothes in his locker. He moved away from his group, which was starting to disperse, talking about the illness of whoever was supposed to teach gym class. Izuku wandered through the hallways for a few minutes, trying to shake off a song that had been playing on his alarm clock radio. After a while, he took a spoonful of fried rice while listening to Casey talk about how she had struck up a conversation with Z regarding a new collection of leather boots from a French designer whose last name she hadn't quite caught. Casey expressed her excitement about the Isabelle Marant boots, mentioning how Z definitely wanted a pair. Izuku smiled, happy to hear that they were getting closer. Casey returned his smile while munching on something resembling a burrito and asked how his study session had gone. Izuku chewed slowly, feeling a bit nervous as he admitted that he might have misunderstood the nature of the session. Casey paused, her kebab halfway to her mouth, and asked him to clarify. He revealed that he might have been the only one who thought it was a study session, taking a sip of his orange soda. Casey was taken aback, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward as she bit into her kebab and turned her head slightly. Izuku suggested they forget about it, but Casey insisted it would be great to do something together, she just didn't know what. Izuku suggested going to a mall, noting that she seemed to need more clothes. Casey was surprised, thinking her wardrobe was fine, and Izuku apologized for not mentioning it earlier. Kara listened to their conversation, not particularly caring about what they were doing but contemplating whether to tell her friends about what she knew regarding Izuku's past. She discreetly glanced in his direction, recalling the words from the day she had been at his house. Her guardians had advised her to be kind to him, as he had been through a lot and had suffered. Knowing this made her feel guilty for ever teasing him. She wanted to make amends but found it difficult to be friendly with new people, especially given the circumstances. However, she wasn't heartless. She genuinely wanted to help. If she couldn't do it herself, she knew someone who could. She interrupted her friend's conversation, taking a deep breath before recalling that her guardians had encountered a boy who had been put into fights. Her friends reacted with curiosity, and Kara explained that she now knew who he was. He had visited her guardians with his caregivers. The realization that Izuku was the one who had been a victim of the fighting club shocked her friends. As they processed this information, Kara felt a mix of guilt and concern for Izuku. She noted that he might have mental health issues and that they should be careful, especially since Karen was interested in him. The girls exchanged glances, and Kara felt a sense of responsibility to apologize for her past behavior. Kara's friends teased her about feeling guilty, but she brushed it off, insisting that appearances could be deceiving. They needed to see Izuku's technique before judging him as a fighter. A moment of silence fell over the group as they contemplated this. Meanwhile, Izuku had become aware of something unsettling. He felt as though he was being followed. It would take a lot of obliviousness to miss the sound of people jumping from building to building. Jessica murmured that they shouldn't spy on him, but Babs argued that they might gather clues about the fighting group and put an end to it. Diana agreed, noting that Izuku seemed distracted again. Inside the therapist's office, Izuku sat on the couch, trying to focus on the session. The therapist, Mrs. Rossi, was writing in her notebook, and he felt uneasy under her gaze. He could hear the faint sound of heels tapping lightly, but he was more concerned about the potential presence outside. He wondered if they were there, but he couldn't compromise his facade. Mrs. Rossi encouraged him to share more about his friends, and Izuku hesitated, feeling nervous. He mentioned a few classmates: Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, trying to keep his voice steady. The silence grew uncomfortable, and Mrs. Rossi prompted him to open up about anything new that had happened. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku revealed that he had gone on a date with someone. His confession surprised everyone, especially Zatanna, who whispered in disbelief. Bumblebee, feeling shy, hid in Diana's hair. Kara urged them to leave Izuku alone, while Jessica pressed for details about how the date had gone. Izuku recalled how he had approached the girl after class, taking her arm and asking if she was free afterward. When she said yes, he mentioned that they would see each other later, and she agreed. He spoke quickly, taking a breath and patting himself for talking so much. They had been at a cafe, where she shared her passion for science and engineering. He thought she was a good person and he liked her, and that was all he could manage to say, feeling embarrassed. Mrs. Rossi took quick notes throughout his brief story. She looked into Izuku's eyes and asked if he didn't think it was a bit direct and blunt, especially the moment he asked her out. Izuku turned red and apologized. Bumblebee, peeking through Diana's hair to hear better, murmured that she thought it was perfect. Babs couldn't help but coo in response. Bumblebee then asked if they exchanged contact information, to which Izuku confirmed they did. She inquired about the date, and he revealed it was yesterday. When she asked if he planned to write to her soon, he expressed his desire but admitted he wasn't sure. Bumblebee deflated a little at this. The heroes exchanged glances but held on a bit longer. She pressed him on what made him hesitate. Izuku confessed he was unsure, feeling a mix of worry and fear. Mrs. Rossi took notes again, pondering for a moment before asking about his friends, Todoroki and the others, and how it had been the last time he saw them. Izuku lifted his head slightly, unable to avoid recalling things he wished to forget. He mentioned they had argued and fought, and it hadn't ended well. The words got stuck in his throat as he admitted they had hurt each other. Mrs. Rossi then asked about the last time he saw his mother, which felt like salt in an open wound. He had promised to return safely. She pointed out that he feared not being able to fulfill that promise, worried about leaving things unresolved. Izuku fell silent, not because he had nothing to say, but because the words wouldn't come without tears. She understood, recalling how he had been kidnapped before. She noted that while his physical wounds had healed, the emotional ones still needed attention. Jessica covered her mouth in sympathy, while Diana murmured that the group of kidnappers did exist. The atmosphere shifted suddenly, and Barbara nodded in agreement. Karen felt a twinge of guilt for being selfish but felt worse knowing what had happened to the boy she liked. She resolved to dig deeper into these monsters. Izuku needed to understand that fear shouldn't stop him from living and feeling in this life. Mrs. Rossi's words sounded nice, and he might think she didn't know anything, but she assured him she would help him with these feelings and appreciated him sharing them. Z suggested it might be better to leave, and they agreed to head to the rooftop before parting ways. Once gathered, Kara decided to tell them that since she wasn't good with people and Karen was interested in the boy, she believed she could help him. Mrs. Rossi commended Kara for her mature gesture, acknowledging that it was best to let someone who knew how to handle the situation take charge. Diana commanded them to search for the kidnappers, suggesting they split up and return to their daily activities before discussing the matter with Deku. The girls laughed and said their goodbyes, but before leaving, the leader reminded them not to treat him differently or disrespect him as a warrior. With that settled, everyone went their separate ways. Izuku took a long, deep breath. The cold wind chilled his throat, and he felt refreshed. He glanced at his watch, and just as the blue of the night bled into the sunset, he realized it was time. The stars began to twinkle in rhythm with his thoughts. Where was Green Lantern? He sat on the edge of the rooftop and waited. He waited until patience wore thin, and impatience turned into a slight sting, prompting him to sit cross-legged in a traditional manner. When the discomfort shifted to concern, he stood up, ready to search for her. Then he spotted a green flash, slightly erratic, appearing between the buildings. He checked the time again and simply hoped she would arrive. When she did, it was a rather amusing landing. Jessica quickly stood up, shaking off her clothes while apologizing profusely for being late. She explained that things had happened, including a cat in a tree and a comet that tangled her in a branch. Izuku watched her as if she were sharing a funny story, or perhaps something more. She fell silent and sighed, apologizing once more and promising it wouldn't happen again. Her posture shifted as she acknowledged her tardiness. Izuku noted that she had arrived 18 minutes late, which changed things, and instructed her to sit properly. With a graceful movement, he settled back onto his ankles. Jessica looked at him, confused, and tried to mimic his posture silently. Izuku observed her until she was ready, noting that it hurt a little. He reassured her that she didn't need to copy him but encouraged her to take a moment to think about why being late wasn't a good idea. Jessica sat comfortably and began to reflect. What response did Deku want? He had spoken about harm and risks, about putting people in danger. Her instincts as a hero told her that the main priority was to avoid injury. She called him over, feeling as though she hadn't been given enough time. Opening her eyes, she saw Izuku sitting at the edge of the rooftop, gesturing for her to come closer. He asked if she knew why it was urgent for them to be on time. To avoid injuries, she guessed. Izuku explained that it took very little time for someone to live or die. Jessica felt the air leave her in a choked sigh, realizing the weight of what she hadn't fully grasped. Izuku noticed the green ring flickering and glanced at her before opening his backpack, offering her a soda. Jessica shifted her focus from the horizon to the drinks and their various flavors, thanking him. Izuku watched as Jessica pulled out an orange soda, and he took one for himself. He wanted her to know that she didn't want to carry such a weight. He lowered his metal mask and took a sip after opening the can. Jessica looked on in amazement as part of Deku's face was revealed. It was pale, yet alive. She asked why he wanted to do this. He seemed puzzled by her question, unsure of what she meant. She clarified, asking why he wanted to be a hero. Izuku took another sip of his drink and replied that he felt a responsibility. He wanted to overcome his fears, and the way to do that was by helping others. Izuku nodded in understanding. A silence fell between them as Jessica also took a sip of her soda, her feet shifting nervously. There was something about Deku that sent a shiver down her spine. It was a feeling of slight discomfort, perhaps stemming from his violent tendencies, prompting her to ask if he liked to fight. Izuku turned to her, confusion evident even behind his mask. He admitted that he didn't really enjoy fighting, and the silence returned, highlighting the lack of chemistry between them. She then inquired about how his powers worked. The cool night breeze in Metropolis felt strangely stifling as Green Lantern took a sip of her soda. She thought carefully about how to explain. Beside her, Deku gazed at the horizon with a serene calmness. Jessica began to explain that the ring granted her powers, extending her will. She showed him her hand, and a faint emerald glow emanated from her finger. She described how she could create objects with the ring, emphasizing that the strength of her will determined the strength of the object. If she hesitated or felt fear, the ring would weaken. Fear was the enemy of a Green Lantern's power. Deku's eyes sparkled with a hint of emotion, and he turned to the horizon, bringing a hand to his mouth. To her surprise, he murmured something that she couldn't quite understand. After a moment, he slowly nodded, processing the information. He likened it to a kind of symbiosis, where the ring granted power in exchange for will. He wondered about the purpose of the ring in giving power. Jessica was pleasantly surprised to see that he had grasped more than just the basics. He seemed to sense that there was a deeper meaning. She confirmed that it was indeed a relationship of trust, which was why the training for Green Lanterns was so rigorous. Deku's eyes widened beneath his mask, prompting her to stop speaking, realizing she had shared more than she intended. He leaned in closer, asking if there were others like her and the other Green Lantern. Jessica sighed, explaining that there were actually thousands of Green Lanterns, a group of intergalactic police. The rings chose their bearers and tasked them with protecting a sector of their galaxy. There was intense curiosity and confusion in Deku's eyes, which made her feel calm, knowing he shared familiar feelings. He exclaimed that it sounded incredible, noting that among all the people in the world, she was one of only 2 chosen. He remarked on her immense willpower. Jessica laughed shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She was unsure of how to respond. He then asked how she felt when using her power, whether it felt like strength or power, and if there were other colors of rings. Jessica chuckled at his barrage of questions, feeling more comfortable. She explained that it was more complicated than that. It was as if her mind was a map, and the ring was the light illuminating the path. She could create almost anything from a shield to a net, but she needed to visualize it clearly. Maintaining concentration under pressure was her greatest challenge. Deku nodded, understanding that they didn't give her time to think clearly. She confirmed this, surprised to see him taking notes rapidly. She continued, explaining that there were indeed many types of rings. The green one represented the will to overcome fear, but there was a ring for each part of the emotional spectrum, such as fear, love, anger, and hope. Deku nodded again, expressing gratitude for her insights. He now understood her power a little better and noted that even though she and the other Green Lantern had the same abilities, they used them differently. He had seen the other Lantern create objects for direct attacks, while Jessica always aimed to find alternative solutions, never intending to harm directly. He asked if she considered herself a pacifist. She hesitated, and he concluded that it was a yes. He explained that as heroes, they all had ideals, which were part of their identity. If they could uphold those ideals without putting anyone at risk, that was perfect. However, he cautioned that exceptions existed, and one must always be prepared for anything. Jessica understood his point but believed there was always a better way to resolve conflicts. Deku affirmed that it was perfectly fine to think that way, but if a situation arose where violence was the only option and someone's life was at stake, he hoped she would choose wisely. Jessica, by nature, resisted the idea of fighting, but Deku seemed to speak from experience, which made her reconsider. She was about to ask him something when he stood up, requesting to see how she created something. Jessica finished her drink and set it aside, making a mental note to pick it up later. She stood and approached Deku, using her ring to project one of her favorite objects, a shield. Deku observed it closely, noticing the same symbol in the center of the shield that appeared on his ring and chest. They were similar to the ones on his own chest. He touched the shield with a finger, feeling its solidity. While the idea of intergalactic police was quite rare, he stood before a solid green light shield. He placed his hand on his chin and thought seriously. He understood why people feared him. He knew he looked intimidating. She seemed to be losing her composure, but he wondered if it could still work. He adjusted his mask and took long strides backward. Deku's posture shifted, becoming more animalistic as he crouched slightly. The humanity in his eyes seemed to change. 4 dark appendages emerged from beneath his cloak, and he challenged her to show her values as a hero. Izuku leaped toward her, and her first instinct was to create a large shield that covered half her body. The force of his kick sent her flying, but thanks to the ring, she floated a few centimeters above the ground. She noticed that there were no lightning bolts, leaving her uncertain if that was a good or bad sign. The hero jumped toward her, his fist pulled back. She raised her shield again, and in that moment, she noticed something that widened her eyes a small crack. Just before his punch connected, the green-haired hero saw the light flicker slightly, as if it were losing brightness. His blow knocked her off balance, pushing her to the edge of the rooftop. More importantly, he noticed that he had completely fractured her shield, which, despite being intact, now had cracks. Another kick shattered the shield, and the ring flickered like a bulb about to burn out. Jessica fell onto her backside, staring in fear as Deku loomed over her, extending his hand. He expressed that her will seemed strong, his voice animated. He offered his hand, but she was confused about what was happening. He apologized, explaining that he wanted to understand where she was coming from. She responded with a shaky voice, acknowledging his words. Izuku felt a pang of guilt. Jessica took his hand, and he helped her up. After releasing her hand, she scratched her arm, appearing somewhat defeated. Izuku lowered his mask and smiled at her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He told her she was strong but could be even stronger. He now understood how fear could affect one's will, assuring her that she would become stronger, and he would make sure of it. Jessica was at a loss for words. Deku released her hand and raised his mask, suggesting, "They go for a hamburger or something." He jumped over the edge, and Jessica, flustered and with a slight blush on her cheeks, followed him, exclaiming that she was vegan. After they finished eating, Jessica asked if she could pose a question. While chewing slowly, Izuku agreed. She inquired about the lightning he often emitted, curious if it was part of his power. He took a moment to consider his response, reflecting on his past actions and the trust he wanted to build in a world where all for one was no longer a threat. He explained that when he used his power, he released lightning, likening it to a motor that generates energy in the form of heat. His power did the same but manifested as lightning. Jessica found it fascinating, which caused him to blush. She then asked if he had many powers like Kara. Izuku clarified that while he had several, they were all part of a single ability, comparing it to a car battery that powers various components. Jessica laughed, feeling she understood better now. They fell into a comfortable silence as they finished their meal, but she couldn't help but feel curious about him. She recalled how the weather changed when he arrived, asking him about it. He modestly claimed he was somewhat strong, which made her raise an eyebrow at his nervousness. She teased him about his humility, and he admitted he wasn't familiar with passive aggressiveness. This time, she laughed, and when he turned to look at her, she smiled back. She suggested he should eat less meat, to which he replied that he followed a diet to stay fit. She insisted there was always a way, and he smiled but then sighed, indicating he had something to ask her. He inquired if she had ever seen a blue ring. Jessica looked puzzled, revealing she had never heard of such a ring, only knowing of yellow and violet ones, which she explained did not get along. Izuku fell silent, processing the implications of her words. He asked why the yellow ring was at odds with the green one. She explained that the yellow ring represented fear, chosen by those who could terrify their enemies, originating from a Green Lantern who turned against them. From that point on, Deku seemed distant, prompting Jessica to skip mentioning the violet ring. She assured him she understood. He asked if something was wrong, and she reassured him not to worry, revealing that she hadn't used the rings. Suddenly, Izuku unzipped his suit slightly, exposing the base of his neck, and pulled out a black cord he had taken from beneath his suit. The sudden movement startled Jessica, who noticed he was showing her something. What he revealed left her in disbelief. He explained that the rings had come to him, and he hadn't used them because he was unsure of their danger. However, he took the yellow ring, stating he didn't want it near him if it fed off the fear he instilled in others. Activating One for All, he formed a fist and crushed the ring until a loud crack signaled its destruction. He crushed it further, opening his hand to reveal only small pieces that the wind carried away. The silence grew heavy as she watched the remnants disappear. She looked at him with an awkward smile, admitting she had never seen anyone break a ring before. He responded that he couldn't be an enemy to his new partner. She smiled back, acknowledging he was more trustworthy than she had thought. She returned the sentiment, asking about the yellow ring but then inquiring about the blue one. Izuku had never seen anything like it. He wondered if anyone might know the answer. He believed he knew whom to ask and promised to find out. It was likely that if she used it, it would lead her to its origin, which could be dangerous. He assured her he would gather information. He expressed his gratitude, standing up and shifting the conversation. He asked her what she thought could be improved about her defense. He had noticed some areas for improvement during their earlier encounter. She admitted that her shield had broken due to her fear, explaining that she had lost the courage to fight. Izuku stroked his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging that she might be right about the use of her power. He inquired about her actual usage of it. She hesitated, unsure of her abilities. He pressed on, asking if her will wavered when she created something large. She confessed that it indeed became more challenging. He pointed out that she had created a very large shield, which could drain her energy. They needed to work on optimizing her power, focusing on precision and defensive methods. As he turned to look at her, he noticed a worried expression on her face. He wasn't entirely sure why, but he felt he understood her struggles. Taking a risk, he spoke gently, acknowledging the weight of pressure she felt on her shoulders. He recognized that being a hero was already complicated. He promised to help and guide her so she could become a hero who followed her ideals. He assured her that she would become the strongest defense Metropolis could have.